Good morning, YouTube, and welcome to another edition of Bucky and BK on Texas Sports Unfiltered, and of course, that Texas Sports Unfiltered app. It is Friday, May 3rd, and I am joined today not by BK because there's another wedding in progress, and when there's another wedding getting ready to happen, BK is there. He doesn't miss a wedding. But I am joined by the one and only Zay Collier. Zay, thank you for joining me this morning.
What's happening, man?
And it's misty and rainy out here in Dripping Springs, foggy, and we are going to get rain today. So I'll let you folks know that. Gave you a little hint about some sprinkles yesterday, but it's going to rain today. It ain't going to just sprinkle.
Yeah, how you been, Farmer? How's your calls been?
My calls have been okay. You know, someone tried to dethrone me named Dee Dee here a couple months ago, but she kind of disappeared after she had one bad call and disappeared, although she still does listen. Plus, she's been working. So I've been out there in the garden doing some things. And this has been a good spring. This really has. We've had some rain. We had pretty good, sprinkles over the last couple of days. And this is the kind of rain. I mean, people would love to have that torrential downpour. I don't want it. I like that slow bleed, like we're having right now. A little rain here or there, a little thunder shower here or there in the afternoon. The sun comes back out. But man, it hadn't been sunny. It seems like it hadn't been sunny in weeks here. It's just been overcast and misty, but it's okay. My gardens are good. My yard is looking good, and I went to do the vegetable garden thing this year. I went and built a 15 by 15 garden, and that's huge.
Oh.
So I've got all kinds of tomatoes being ready and peppers, broccoli, zucchini, squash. I'm about to eat some good stuff. All the good stuff that I don't like, I've done in the garden.
That's what I'm saying. Who are you making this for? Because you don't eat any of it.
Well, I'm going to can some tomatoes because I like my wife's lasagna. You know that.
Okay.
I can tear up that lasagna, but to have our own tomato paste and our own tomatoes will be a good thing. But
that's what I'm saying. You can use that and make good things like the peppers and onions and stuff.
Absolutely.
And yeah, you can make it work.
Yeah, I'm a little late, I think, for carrots and stuff like that, but I'll wait till the fall when I get to be the lettuce rancher. That's when it's happening, in the fall when I get to get all the good stuff. But dude, it's now already, in the daytime, just too warm for some of the green leaf plants. But I'm getting it done, man. How about you? How's everybody?
Everybody's good. Wife's good. Family's good. Pop should be at the Mullet Open. So
yes, 1 week away, folks, for the 23rd annual Mullet Open coming up and out at Lost Pines. And yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing CC out there. I hope he's feeling good enough to play some golf out there.
Yeah. Why I'm coming. I ain't playing golf, but why I'll be there.
Oh yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Wayne Miller barbecue.
Yo.
Wayne Miller is there doing it again this year. That guy foots the bill for about 200 people to eat, and he puts on quite a display there after that golf tournament. It's a long day, but it's worth the wait.
Yeah, absolutely. And yes, Jack, BK is fine. He's at another wedding. When you turn 30, you just start going to a whole bunch of weddings. So
not his, but somebody else's.
Yeah, not his. No, definitely not his. But you have a lot of friends. Oh yeah, you're gonna be out and about using the same suit every wedding.
Yeah, using the same suit, getting the same wedding gift for every one of his boys. You know what I'm saying? That's what he does. Yeah. He just orders from the same catalog. Get them that one. He's gonna have that one. They're all gonna say, everybody in our wedding party has the same thing from BK. Of course. Why not? Why not?
Well, if it's cool, if it's one from, one of our many sponsors on here, then hey.
I think he's in Mexico for this one.
Damn.
Oh yeah.
Okay. That's seriously destination wedding.
Yeah, he's in Mexico for this wedding. So he told me this is his last one for a while because he's got to, with the summer will come and nobody around here gets married in June and July. It's too hot. So when the fall comes, it's football season, and he's against those football weddings. He don't buy into that. If you get married during the football season, you're shit out of luck because he ain't showing up.
See, my wedding was on a big time playoff day where the Cowboys played the San Francisco 49ers.
Yep.
2 years ago when Dak fumbled that thing or didn't get the ball off in time the first matchup. And I allowed everyone to watch the game on their phones, even though you left early which
I said hello to your mother.
Irish goodbyes I've ever seen.
Yeah, I've gotten better at that. I give the Irish goodbyes now before I don't wait till the middle. I wait right from the beginning. I'm gone. I come in, say hello, then I just say goodbye. But
Did you even eat at my wedding?
I did.
Okay.
Went back to the table, sat
All
down
right.
and ate.
Okay.
Oh yeah, you didn't waste any food on you. Didn't waste.
Hey, I appreciate that. Hey, I'll take the Irish goodbye as long as you eat.
Oh no, I ate. I got in the food line, ate something, then I was gone. Wanted to make sure I said hello to your mom, and then I was out of there.
Oh yeah,
Gone.
it was an Irish goodbye.
Yeah, man. I just my wife and I were at a wedding, one of my friends' weddings about 6 weeks ago, and it was at the Westwood Country Club, and I was sitting with Tim Brown. Tim Brown was there. I mean, all kinds of NFL guys. That was Kwame Lassiter who had got married. A kid who played at Kansas, and so he had all star-studded.
Oh, you're talking about Notre Dame, Oakland Raiders, Tim Brown.
Oh yeah. I was at the table with Tim.
Okay.
Old ass Tim Brown, like me, old Tim Brown.
Hey man, he could probably still run a 4.8.
No, he looked good. Wore a white
good.
suit. Wore a white suit, but dude, you don't wear white suits to somebody's wedding. Back up with that. Get yourself straight.
What you mean, you Tim Brown? You do whatever the hell you want. Hall of Fame.
This ain't your first Holy Communion. You don't come into somebody's wedding wearing white. The bride wears white.
You know who else wore my Hall of Fame jacket? If I was him, just take all the shine away from everybody. Like, who is that? He got the NFL Hall of Fame. Oh, I'm Tim Brown.
You know who else was there? Donovan McNabb.
Oh, Campbell's chunky.
Or he was chunky now. He was big. That's a big dude. That's a right tackle now.
Stop. Come on, man.
No, I'm not kidding.
No, you're not. That's why I'm saying stop.
240, 250, 255.
Not bad.
He was big from the get-go.
He was always big.
Yeah, but he's about 6'5". I mean, he's big, broad shoulders, big old blockhead. I mean, that dude's big, man. Yeah. Look like one of those rock'em sock'em robot kind of guys. This dude is big. All right, Zay. NBA, we definitely want to talk a lot. I'm going to talk a lot of basketball with you today. But NBA last night, the Knicks and my 76ers, say goodbye, 76ers. Go pack your stuff for Cancun. Y'all gone. And this dude, Jalen Brunson. I mean, when the Mavs parted ways with Jalen Brunson, they didn't want to pay him a large amount of money. And the Knicks still haven't got him to that max. This guy does he ever miss a shot? He's
just so in his own pace, man. Like, he's not that quick, but it's very deceptive. And he's
6'2". He's not 6'3".
No, but the fact that he's a southpaw, the fact that he's a lefty,
yes,
that gives him an advantage because normally you're just not used to guarding guys like that. That's why it was so hard guarding James Harden all of those years, and I'm sure we'll get to him a little bit later. But yeah, he plays at a certain pace that's just different than everybody else. And
averaging 35 for that series.
Yeah.
Bunch of
talking about stocky, like watch out
for
Jalen Brunson when he gets older and retired, because you might be saying the same thing about him the way you talk about Donovan McNabb. He just has that type of build and he uses it. Like, he'll get that body on you, give you a little bump and create separation. While you'll try to come back and recover, he'll give you in and outs and stuff. He's just tough. He's tough. And
Jordan numbers over this last series. I mean, This guy's averaging 39 points. I mean, ridiculous. And the fact that he plays a lot in the paint for a little guy. I mean, why am I calling a 6'2" guy a little guy?
I mean, in the NBA, you're going up against 6'7", 6'8", 7.
Oh yeah, he had some long guys guarding him. They couldn't guard him.
Yeah.
But I mean, a lot of his points in the paint, a lot of his points on the free throw line. But man, when he gets at the 3-point line, that guy didn't miss. As if he gets an open shot, he doesn't miss. And he had a lot of contested shots because, like you said, the guys were 6'6", 6'7", guarding him. So they would all come running up, throw that hand up. But I thought he made a great play to get the ball to Josh Hart last night. He just said, okay, you're open. You got to make this shot. And what a shot he made, too. And and Brunson and DiVincenzo, I mean, from UConn days, you're talking about guys that know exactly where each other are. I mean, that is incredible the way they played. I mean,
Yeah,
that's
Villanova.
oh yeah.
Yeah. Those guys, I don't think you've ever seen like the top 3 players on the team. I mean, I know Julius Randle's out and he would kind of take the place of what Hart and DiVincenzo are doing, but 3 of your top guys going to
Yes.
the same college together. Like that's a big difference. Like you can tell with their ball movement and just knowing where everybody is. Like they played together for a really long time, and that gives them an advantage that other teams don't have. And it goes back to their coaching and the system that they were a part of. Like Jay Wright, basketball genius.
Absolutely.
There's a reason why every year a big job comes up, everyone mentions Jay Wright every time.
Yeah,
I still hear it around here. With Rodney Terry, Rodney Terry loses games, everybody says, "Hey, Jay Wright, what you doing?"
Yeah, he ain't getting out of that. He's sitting right where he is.
Oh, he's so good with Turner Sports during March Madness and stuff. Like he's won his championships. Life's easy. He doesn't need to take on the pressure that comes with coaching. But all of his players thrive in the league, and all of his players aren't the most athletic guys, aren't the biggest guys, but they're going to last over a decade just because
high IQ, high basketball IQ.
Exactly. And Josh Hart, yeah, you knew he was knocking that shot down. Like what hit his hands? It was too good of a pass. He had time to basically rotate the laces and check the wind and look around, see if anyone's coming. And he fired that thing off, and it was money.
Well, the Sixers, the beginning of the series, their whole deal was let's just not let Brunson be the one to beat us. Well, he did beat you on the assist, but you know what? I'm all right with him. They got to get the ball out of his hands. You can't let Brunson can't be the guy to make that shot. Somebody else has to make that shot. I don't care who's open. You can't let him be the guy that beat you. And I mean, they D'd it up pretty good. They just didn't cover the guy and said, okay, let's let Josh Hart shoot it. So I mean, that guy's shooting like 30% all season. So he's the guy that you want to shoot the ball. Yeah. It just didn't work out. He was just having that night,
And that's what I'm saying. He just lives up to the moment. He gets big rebounds. He's a good defender. He's scrappy. And again, you knew he was going to knock that shot down, man. And they came out hot. Shout out to Philly for, trying to come back and making it a game. I thought Nick Nurse did a hell of a job by inserting Buddy Hield with his dolphin-looking self. But I got to give Buddy Hield shit because he's a Sooner. But still, like he came in and gave him really good minutes. He had 5 total points in the first 5 games, and then he comes into this game and he gives you a really, really solid 20. So
yeah, well, they've got to do something in Philly because I mean, if Joel Embiid played on one leg this whole series and still was around 30, 39 points, almost 40 points a game, and and Maxey, they need another player. They need to go ahead and because that group with the Clippers is about to break up. You know that.
So you're saying they should get James Harden back?
No. Give me Paul George. Go ahead and bring him on this way.
Why you smack your teeth?
Yeah, I guess Paul George would be. They need a missing piece like that. Tobias Harris is not going to be that guy.
Man,
I've been waiting for Tobias Harris now for 3 years.
The playoffs really exposes you.
Yes, it does.
Tobias Harris, this might be it for him. He might be able to get a contract and play now, but if you're a team or a GM and you're looking at Tobias Harris to be a big piece of your team to help you push through in the playoffs, I don't think he's it. He's definitely not it as that supposed 4th option. He gave y'all nothing. And I agree, y'all need another piece. The James Harden thing was supposed to work out. It really was. And it worked out in the sense of I think Tyrese Maxey took a lot of James's experience and put it in his game because you could tell Tyrese Maxey when he shoots these step backs, when he takes these certain shots,
when he gets those 3-point, you going, and ones. Yeah.
I think he got a lot from James and picked his brain while he was there. But that's the thing; he wasn't there long. James Harden, if he came back this year, I don't know if it would have been a big help, but they would have been better than what they were now.
Well, I'd rather have a young lefty than an old ass lefty like James Harden. I'd be dead. He's done.
He's not the number 2 option anymore.
No,
I'll take James Harden as a number 3 option Kawhi's supposed to be playing for the Clippers, which would have made him that number 3 option. But now you're asking them to be the number 2, and in the playoffs, especially on the team that they're playing, Dallas Mavericks, who legit got a number 1 and 2, like Luka and Kyrie, they're going at their heads, and they have the stamina to do it. Paul George and James Harden, that's not it. But if James Harden, if they would have kept them there, kept them happy, hey, we got rid of Doc Rivers, we brought in Nick Nurse, I think he's the better coach, and then just it went sour with Embiid and Harden. And Embiid, part of me was like,
you can't stay healthy during the playoffs.
But still, like you're doing spin moves and stuff, and that looks all smooth, and then he'll finish, and then you hear the whistle, and then he'll stop hobbling and shit. Then he'll start selling it and shit. You're like, dude, how hurt are you? Like, I get it. You're trying to be Willis.
He plays. He's either hurt or not hurt, but he still plays.
He still plays. I'll give him that. He still plays. And if he is hurt, then salute to him. But yeah, he
don't really know how hurt he is because he plays. Guy's scoring 39 on one leg. He ain't that hurt.
Come on.
I know.
You think you're Willis Reed? Get the hell out of here.
Not for every game you can't be Willis Reed. Well, I mean, the Knicks will move on. They'll play Indy. And the Bucks, I think that whole deal is about to break up after 1 year. I think Dane will be out of there. You know how bad he wants to be in Miami. He never wanted to be in Milwaukee anyway. You know?
I mean, he's a Cali boy going up north. That's always a transition.
He don't want to be in Milwaukee. He'd rather be up the beach.
There, but he wanted to play with Giannis. And
once again, there's another dude that dude gets hurt. Them big dudes get hurt, man. Late in the season, that's a lot of ball games.
It is, and that you're worried if you're a Milwaukee's Bucks fan because this is back-to-back seasons in the playoffs where Giannis has been unavailable. He played a couple of games last year when they were the number 1 seed versus the Heat, but he ended up getting hurt in a few of those, and that's what gave the Heat the advantage to make the run they did to the finals. But now, back-to-back years, you're talking Achilles and stuff. Like, he wasn't able to give him anything. And you lose to an Indiana Pacers team, that's tough. Like, healthy Bucks should beat that team in 5. But
absolutely.
Now, again, Dame, he's no longer a number 1. I mean, I don't think he was ever a number 1, but he's a Hall of Fame player. He's
just a scoring threat that can at any given time can get 50 on you in a blink of an eye, but it's night in, night out. He has to have a big man with him. He can't do all that stuff by himself, because he's okay as a defender, but you have to have people around. They expected more from Middleton, which they got a game out of him in the series, but they don't get. He's not a consistent guy. He is what he is. He's a 3, and that with those guys. But then he had to be a 2, and he carried him for 1 game. You can't do that every night.
No. And he's dealt with injuries too.
Yep.
I mean, it's 3 years goes by fast. They won it in 2021. They look good. Drew Holiday was a big part of that. Would I take Dame Lillard over Drew Holiday? Barely. Not by much.
No, not by much. I agree with you.
Not by much. And maybe for that team specifically, you mentioned Dame being an okay defender. Well, Drew's a great defender. And if you would have put Drew in the place of Dame with no Giannis, it might have been a sweep. So again, I'll take Dame barely, but Drew Holiday fit perfectly for that team. And it wasn't his fault that Giannis got hurt in the playoffs last year where they thought that the Dame Lillard situation was a better idea. Well, I will never know this year. We'll see what happens this following year. But yeah, I got to give credit to Indiana. Tyrese Halliburton. Getting Pascal Siakam mid-season in a trade, that was terrific. And then they just got guys like Neesmith and Nembhard and McConnell, just a lot of gritty guys that were kind of afterthoughts, when they came into the draft.
This will be a good series. This will be a fun series. This really will. I'm real interested in this one. I know it doesn't have a whole bunch of stars in it, but it should be fun because Brunson is a star now. He's not just the deal that he did last night or over the course of this series. That's not just New York Knick lure. That's NBA kind of stuff. That's Oscar Robertson type stuff. Michael Jordan kind of number. It's Michael Jordan kind of numbers. It was incredible what that guy did. I mean, I know the Mavs have got to be thinking, I know they love Kyrie and they're in the playoffs now, but they got to be thinking, how do we let this guy go how is that so easy? They just don't want to pay him. They didn't just think a little guy that's a lot of money. He was looking for, he's about to get the max deal.
Yeah. Well, they also thought that Luka with the ball in his hands so much, could they really see Jalen Brunson at his peak? Like we're seeing Jalen Brunson peak because the ball's in his hands all the time.
Yes.
With Luka's going to be taking it up all the time. Jalen Brunson's going to have to play off him. Now with New York, he doesn't have to play off anybody. When Julius Randle was there, he was still the man because he was still taking the ball up the court, being that point guard and making the decisions. And yeah, Brunson's dad, he's also a part of the Knicks, so that had a lot to do with it too. But I think Brunson always wanted to be the man, even if the Mavericks would have spent a lot of money on him. Again, with his dad being in New York, with him wanting to be the man and prove to the world that he's an all-star caliber player, I think he needed that chance. In Dallas, there was just no chance of that happening. So I don't think it was anything towards him. You could look at the money and make that excuse, which it was a little light. Now looking at how good he is now. But I still think that you wouldn't see this version of Jalen Brunson if he were to stay with the Mavs just because Luka's so ball dominant.
Yeah, he doesn't. I mean, there ain't enough time on the shot clock for him to touch the ball with Luka right now.
Yeah,
so they need 2 balls on that team right there. And I have
2 balls on that team, huh?
Well, you have to. There's the one ball. I mean, the clock will run out. The shot clock will run out with those guys. Jalen Brunson likes to dribble. I mean, likes to penetrate, likes to dribble. He wants to be an assist guy. So you're right. He has to have the ball in his hands. He's not just a scorer. He's an assist guy. I mean, he helps out the entire team. Luka's going to gobble the ball up. Now he's become Luka's become a better all-around player, no doubt about it. I mean, because I always thought he was an okay defender when people didn't think he could defend. He's a big body guy. That guy's going to rebound. He's defending just by his body type.
Yeah, he's just dumb. Like, dude, you're slow. You don't need to press up into him. You're 6'8", 6'9". Take a step back, use your length, and try to move your feet the best way you can. But when he tries to like push up on guys and they trip over his husky ass thigh and stuff, that's where you're like, dude, come on, you're better than that. And then he'll get in the foul trouble, so he'll start olaying and just letting people blow by him, and that's never any good. So game 5, he was good. His defense was really good game 5. And with him being hurt and having the cold or whatever the hell he had, I was impressed with his display on the defensive end. But yeah, Brunson, he's different. He has a killer instinct. And
man, does he?
Yeah, Tom Thibodeau, he did a good job this series. Like it was.
Yeah, he did. He always finds a way to screw up, but not this series.
It does. Yeah, you mentioned this Indiana series is going to be good. Be careful, Tom. Just saying, Rick Carlisle's good. Rick Carlisle has a ring,
Yeah, Rick Carlisle's got to give away Brunson, as a matter of fact.
Yo, Nembhard's going to be all over Brunson. Nembhard did a really good job on Dame Lillard, and I know Dame Lillard wasn't 100%, but Brunson, it's going to be a lot more difficult in this series, especially with guys like McConnell and Nembhard and Neesmith. Like Indiana, Miles Turner, that dude had 2 29-point games. The Texas alum, like he's been impressive.
That's a nice young team.
That's a nice young team, and they're hungry, and they got their own point guard like Tyrese Halliburton. He's probably tired of hearing all this hype that Jalen Brunson's getting too. And this is a rivalry. Go back to those Reggie Miller days in the 90s.
Oh, I'm going to see enough of Reggie Miller on the sidelines for these games. Him and Spike Lee, this will be crazy.
This will be cool. Yeah.
It will be kind of cool. Zay, I never, of course, as we do our shows and you're with Chip, I never get a chance to talk to you about a lot of football stuff. And for the Texas Longhorns and their draft, just some incredible stuff by the Texas Longhorns and Sark and his staff and getting all these guys drafted, 2 weeks ago in the NFL draft. That was unbelievable. I mean, I think that probably goes to show what happens when your team is good. People in the NFL want to know what your down the line guys are like too, because they know it's not just those stars, it's the other dudes too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And let me tell you that for Murphy and Worthy and Mitchell and Brooks, Watts was a surprise to me. I thought I thought Brooks was a surprise to me coming off that knee. You know, I knew Sweat, somebody was going to take a chance. You don't let the Outland Trophy winner. I know he's had a DWI. I know that hurt him. I know the weight hurt him. You know, when he went to the combine and that stuff. But that's still a big man. Big men like that are hard to find, run stoppers. And you know, BK and I had talked about him going maybe the 4th round or maybe the 5th round. I'm like, no, dude, some team is taking that guy. They saw that production. He's got a trophy. They gave him a trophy for a reason. Even if he weighed 380 at UT, when they were saying he was 360, that guy would know
365. Don't give him 50 more pounds.
He's at in 9th grade, man. He's a 9th grader weighing 365.
He came in light in the ass. He came in the 2s, like 280, 290. If you've seen that picture, which I
saw that picture when he was 240 when he came in.
Yeah, he looked like a tight end at one point.
No, that dude pizzaed himself into 380 his senior year. But I knew somebody was going to take a chance, you know?
Yeah, Glenn, he can afford a driver now. I mean, always should have been able to afford a driver with what NIL's throwing around. You saw what Dominic Williams probably got from Oklahoma. But yeah, I'm with you. I thought that Trevondre Sweat was going to be a steal no matter what, just because
you knew he was going to go late. You could feel he wasn't going anywhere in that first and that second. You know, that in the first round at the end, beginning of the second, it was like, is he or isn't he going to go? I said, somebody's got to take a chance. Byron Murphy, I mean, you know, if he's going to get that opportunity, the guy that was beside him is going to get the opportunity because that's the guy with the hardware.
Yeah.
And in the NFL, you have to have a run stopper, and that guy's still a run stopper, even if he's 380.
He's not 380. Come on, stop saying that.
Okay, 377.
He's talking about you. They just released a photo of Xavier Worthy and Jonathan Brooks and Trevondre Sweat all talking and working out. Shout out to Corey Mose of KVU. I saw it on his profile. But yeah, and Trevondre Sweat's like, yo, people are trying to make me as a stereotype. You're those people. But I'm big, slow.
I didn't say it was. Did I say the word slow? I didn't mention the word slow.
You didn't mention the word slow, but still.
I said that was
the more weight you put on him, the slower he gets in people's minds.
Not to me. I just said they weren't telling you the truth when they were saying he was in the 360s. That dude was big. He got it done. I'm saying he's the guy with the hardware, and somebody's was gonna take an opportunity to take that guy because that's hard to come by. Now he can do whatever he wants with his weight because from this point on he'll pay for it if he doesn't get to the weight they want him to be at. They make you write those checks when they say we're weighing you every week, and here's what you need to be at this week. And if you're not at it, this is going to cost you $7,500.
Damn.
Or they don't play around when you sign that contract and they said this is a part of the contract. Here's what we want you at. Here's the date we want you at it. And from that date on, they'll come at you once a week, and you'll be like this. Your agent will be writing out them checks and sending it to that team. No, that's on him now. I mean, I don't care if he's a big man. That's it. That's on him. If he can play it that way, and if he goes, by the way, and he plays and he's a stud at that weight, they'll quit making him write those checks. They'll say, no, this is just the way that guy is. But if he's at that weight and he can only play so many plays in the NFL because he's not going to be playing against guys from Baylor and Texas Tech and guys like he's going to be playing against some real big men on that offensive line. And if he can't have as many snaps, they'll keep taking those checks away until they get to where, they think that he should be. But once again, if the guy's 375 and he plays and he balls out, they'll quit making him write checks. They'll just say that's just the way it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's going to be hard to keep off the weight. And you keep saying 380, but it's 365, 366 at the combine. Let's not do that wrong. Let's say the accurate weight. And he needs to be at 350 is where a lot of people feel comfortable. 15 pounds, 15 lbs. If he can lose that, don't eat that hot chicken, bro. That hot chicken is going to be tempting. Everybody's going to be asking you, yo, you got to try this Nashville hot chicken. You don't. You don't. I bet you he had Tumble 22 here in the ATX. Just as good, probably.
He's going to be with the Titans. Oh, he's going to be slamming down some of that food. Ooh.
Yo, that food's different. It's good, man. I love me some hot chicken. Stay away from that. All grilled. You need grilled chicken.
Grilled chicken.
Not seasoned. Yes. Yes. You need an old 70-year-old white women making your food. No seasoning.
No, dude,
corn, no salt, no pepper.
That dude is going to be slamming down waffles and chicken and biscuits and chicken. No, of course he is.
Nah, he can't be. He can't be. He's going to be locked in, man. Now he has a chip on his shoulder because the Outland Award winner should be taken ahead of the guy right next to you, right?
Well, that's what I was thinking. I'm like, you know, the DWI stuff. I mean, they got all kinds of crazy people in the NFL. They worried about your weight. They worried about how you play. I said nobody got killed. You know, he made a mistake. And he was luckily not injured. Nobody else was injured. That's dumb stuff like dumb kids do. You know, when they're in college and when they're adults. I mean, I've never got one, but I've been intoxicated behind the wheel before in my life. I just got lucky. That dude wasn't lucky. Nobody got killed. And so now he's gonna learn from that, but certain things ain't happening. That dude's still coming in at 367. There you go. 368. So don't even try to tell me 350. Can work out. I got been working out for 3 years now.
I mean, it could have been a different situation if Samaje Burrell would have stayed too. You know,
the runner,
my guy fled the scene. Javondre Sweat had to take all the heat.
Well,
you know? So yeah, those days, you know, Chip and I were talking about yesterday. He mentioned PJ Tucker when he got drafted, got hit with a big time DWI, and that guy's still collecting checks in the NBA.
Sure. I mean, it's just like I said, you can make a mistake. You know, I mean, people make mistakes. I mean, guys own it. I mean, it may not have been the first time he did it, but he had gotten away with it before. But once you make that mistake, you can't compound that mistake by doing it again. Yeah. And he's hopefully he has learned from that. But I was really surprised that I wasn't surprised. It's the NFL. They want their players. You know, they're not looking for choir boys. That's not what they have in their league. You know, they have a lot of good people, but they got a lot of crazy people too. Some of those dudes are flat out crazy. Yeah. So hopefully that's that one mistake that he's made. But all that other stuff about him being class clown and stuff that was going out, some of the things that people start saying about players and about kids before the draft is incredible. Like A.D. Mitchell, you know, talking about how he was immature. And I'm like, that guy's got a daughter here in the state. He left a place that won 2 national championships so he could be closer to his family. Yeah. That doesn't seem like an immature guy to me. I mean, I don't even know how that got to the Colts that he was immature off the field. You know, I mean, I don't know him. I just know this. The move he made to leave Georgia to come to the University of Texas was a move a lot of kids won't make. Yeah. You know, whether they got kids or not, they're going to say, well, I got 2 rings here. I got NIL money in Georgia. I got 2 national championships. I'm going to come back. I'm coming back here because I need to be closer to my young daughter. Right. I mean, that's a mature move for me. That's not an immature move. That's a risky move, leaving a place that you're already good at, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. And he's going to be far away from her again. But now that he has the money and resources.
Oh, you bring her closer now.
Yeah, bring her closer, provide for her and the rest of his family. And, yeah, I didn't understand it either, which big reason why we heard the GM for the Colts, Chris Ballard.
He went crazy.
He went off. Like, he said, this is bullshit. Excuse my language, but this is bullshit. Like, that's what I don't get. Like, you can't say excuse my language and then cuss some more after that. Yeah, but still, it was real. It was needed.
It was real.
It was needed. So I don't understand it either. Now, Chip has told us on our show that it does sound like he has diabetes, but that's never been a problem to where he's going to act out or lash out. And we heard him being a grade A citizen all year long. We never heard anything bad about
him. He still ran 4.3.
Yeah, still ran 4.3 with diabetes. So he's pissed that he got pick that far. You got that Parcell kid from Florida going places, and McConkey's good, but McConkey ain't no A.D. Mitchell. And then, old country bumpkin that went from South Carolina, Xavier.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he country as hell. I like him though.
Dude, he was
and there's a lot of guys you're like, really? Over AD? And
there's 11 other guys.
Right. And I think Bucky, some of it has to do, like some of it, when you look at Texas and you look at all the guys that got drafted, somebody you're going to say, okay, this guy benefited off of that. Like A.D. Mitchell could have benefited off of Xavier Worthy, because we know Xavier Worthy, 4'2", tough to beat. Kansas City Chiefs said, oh, you're worth us moving up to get you.
Right.
So are people thinking, all right, Xavier Worthy, that didn't watch Texas football like we did on the regular, Xavier Worthy, how can Adonai Mitchell not be open when Xavier Worthy's on that other side with that 4.2 speed? You know what I'm saying? So to go along with those ridiculous rumors that were put out on Adonai Mitchell and just – being a product of his environment, all that talent at Texas, somebody's going to get the short end on the stick of, this guy benefited off of that. But
that guy benefited off of being just I mean, like I said, the speed. I mean, there weren't too many guys at 6'2" running the same the 4.39s that dude was running. There hadn't been in the history of the combine. So that, I mean, I don't know what that has to do with who's covering him or not. I just knew nobody could cover him. I knew he caught balls that other guys wouldn't catch. That couldn't catch. His catch radius was phenomenal.
The double move, my favorite catch this year, the double move he put on homeboy when they played Kansas State. Yeah. And Malik Murphy put it on the money. It was one of Malik's best throws of the year. And Adonai Mitchell came down with it like as smooth as I don't know what. And you're right, Bud. Not many guys with that speed and that size or that fluid. And yeah, he's a steal. All those 10 other wide receivers that went before him, he's going to be checking those guys off the box.
Yeah, he was pissed now.
He was pissed.
He himself. I mean, when they said he had, his attitude off the field, I was like, boy, he kind of reacted. He was mad. I mean, that was just, you're talking about another natural reaction. That was like, I can't believe I'm still waiting around. This is a guy who should have gone, I thought, in the first round or at the most the very first pick of the second round. Should have been gone. Yeah. But he was not happy about that situation. And then to find out people were bad-mouthing him, that, once again, for me, and some of this stuff is, you miss out on that initial paycheck, but once again, you pay me now or you pay me later, because I'm going to make you pay for not taking me, So I think it's going to work out well for him. And I don't know if he'll be a great one, but he'll be a solid guy, He'll be one of those solid players that you can depend on. He'll be there every weekend for you. If there's a key ball to be caught, he'll be a part of it. He reminds me a lot of, was it Brandon Ayuk?
Okay.
For the 49ers. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I think he'll get to be a player sort of like that. He'll be that kind of guy that you can always depend on and clutch to throw the ball to. I know Cowboys fans don't like it. He like Stallworth that used to play for Pittsburgh Steelers. That guy was just big, tall, fat, always there. Ball always kind of came to John Stallworth, for some odd reason. Now, John Stallworth was no 4.3. Like I said, there are not many guys running 4.3 something at 6'2", 6'3". They don't run that fast, and this guy can run. So I was happy. I was more than happy for him. I was a little disappointed how late it was. The other guy, Jatavian Sanders, did not help himself in that draft.
No,
he just was who he was, I guess. Coming in as a good athlete, was never going to be a speed merchant. Never got big enough to be that real big tight end. Where he was a devastating blocker, and never used well enough as that tight end, that pass catching tight end. He got hurt a couple times. I always thought that when they said he was the number 2 tight end in the draft, I'm like, no, that guy's not the number 2 tight end. He's not. Last year they had a bunch of young tight ends that got into the league and played well. But I said, this guy's not like those dudes. This guy's just kind of coming to his own as a tight end. And this is late in his career, But somebody's going to, and hopefully he'll change things around. I know he runs different in his pads than his straight ahead speed is with a clock on him. He looks different and he runs different.
Yeah, man. I didn't expect him to do so bad in the bench press. That's very odd to me. 8 reps, like Keelan Robinson, I want to say doubled that. And
Oh,
then,
yeah.
and that sometimes it's just going to happen. I remember Chip saying that he was a little surly that day in the pro day, and that didn't look good, when it came across other coaches. But that dude's a baller, man. He made some plays these past 2 years where you're like, yo, that's for a tight end, that's pretty freaky.
That dude should have made more plays. That's the problem. They should have made him involved more into it. He should have got into it a little bit better. He's right where he is. He's got an opportunity to really be maybe a pretty good tight end. I don't think he's ever going to be that devastating tight end that you're looking for in the NFL, because he's not going to be a blocker. I mean, it just takes him a while to get into that kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? He's not that big. He's not a 270 guy, 260 guy. They got tight ends now that are going 250, 260 that can run, catch, and block.
Yeah, one boy from Georgia that went to Pittsburgh last year. He's massive. But
yeah, I mean, I just thought, like you said, I thought he'd do better on stuff like a bench press. I thought he'd be, stronger than that, more physical than that. But I should have known, if he's not blocking on the line of scrimmage and he's not a willing blocker, then he ain't gonna kill you. He's not gonna crush it. He's not gonna take 225 and throw it up 40 times.
Yeah. OU was a bad game, and a lot of that was due to what you said. He was hurt. Like, I thought there were moments where that ankle injury really.
Well, they put him in a bad place there.
Yeah.
Sometimes a coach can put you in a bad spot.
Yeah.
And right in the beginning of the game, they put him in a bad spot, trying to make him a lead blocker on a quick
that
sprint.
could have set the tone for the day. You're done. I see that early. This type of game, JT, you're not here. If you can't, with the adrenaline pumping of the Red River game, if you whiff like that, that should have told Sark and, all these guys, the rest of the coaching staff, something ain't right.
Yeah, he's hurt, and don't make him your lead blocker. That's what ain't right. Don't call that play for him. Call that for somebody else. Don't put him in that situation. You want him for that game, then you don't want him to have. You want him to have success. That's not a successful play for a guy that's got a bad ankle in the open field, and you want him to make a block. That's putting him in a bad spot.
Yeah.
Bill Belichick says, I don't put my players in those kind of spots. You know what I mean? I want you to have success, so I'll put you in a place you can have. That wasn't good, but that wasn't the only play. That's been kind of coming along with him for a couple of years. I just didn't think they utilized him enough the way they really, really could. But Sark's not a tight end guy. That guy's a wide receiver kind of guy. He ain't making his tight ends great. He's making his wide receivers great and his running backs and his quarterbacks. If you just happen to be a tight end in this offense, generally you're going to get open. He's going to scheme you open. It ain't like you got to beat people off to get open with Sark. He does stuff with his wide receivers, his running backs, and his quarterbacks. He ain't making he's not sending a bunch of NFL tight ends in there.
Yeah.
That's not the deal.
And you know what, Buck? I think that the Horns, especially with Sark's NFL background, the fact that they're going to the technology with the helmet to where he'll be able to communicate with Quinn Ewers,
sure.
15 seconds left on the clock, and then it'll go mute. But that's going to benefit this offense and what Sark really likes to do. And, some people might catch up with it as the years go on and get better, but Sark doing that from his days with the Atlanta
Falcons. Michigan will catch up to it in game 2.
Come on.
They'll be ready by then. They'll understand. No, that's right. Their head coach is gone. That's right.
Yeah, he's gone. He's going to be cheating for the Chargers now.
Damn.
But, yeah, that Michigan game, they got like 8 starters back on that defense. Talk about a test. It ain't going to be easy. They might have lost J.J. McCarthy and Blake Corum and Jim Hardball, but
dude, they have the line of scrimmages. They always do. They always will. That's what they do. Yeah. So they'll be able to defend you. They'll be able to defend your run. And those offensive linemen that they lost, they got a bunch more. They always do.
For sure.
Those number 2s and number 3s are ready to play. All they need to do is get an opportunity, and some of those guys are going to get an opportunity. Now, I don't know what they have at quarterback. Forget the little running back that's gone. It's that other dude that I saw, when we were watching those games in New Orleans, and I happened to see those guys play. It's that running. It's that other running back, Jackson. That's the dude. That
Yeah.
guy's an animal now. And I do worry about this Longhorn defense. I worry about this defensive line because I just, to me, you don't lose two guys that you just lost and just replace them by telling me that oh, we have other guys that – no, you have other guys. That's what you have. You know, those other guys have been okay backups. Now let's see what they're like when they're thrown into that starting role. Plus, you got a new defensive line coach.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on him, Kenny Baker, and, you know, whether it's valid or not, hey, this is Texas. There's always going to be that pressure, but you're taking over a guy that's been there and done that in Bo Davis that a lot of Texas fans love, especially going back to after that Iowa State game where he had his rant. But, yeah, they don't get Dominic Williams, Buck, the TCU defensive tackle. He ends up going to Oklahoma, which that should piss you off.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Everybody. If I'm Sark, I'm like, yo, this guy chose them. He thinks they're going to be better than us. I don't give a damn what the money was, which, this is why they be charging folks for their spring game and stuff, so they can bring in Dominic Williams. Okay, I get it. They being cheap.
He made that decision to go to OU, huh?
Yeah, he's going to OU. So, all right.
That's a big need. That's a big need for Texas right there.
It is. You're right. But, if I'm the offensive lineman, yeah, bring it.
Well, I'm good with the offensive line. I mean, I haven't talked to you even about the spring game. I'm good with the offensive line. I didn't see enough in the spring game because Sark wasn't spending any time running the ball. He knew what he had. Those guys were trying to – dadgum guys are coaching on both sides. Were just crushing that secondary, and we already knew that was bad. They made us all feel bad. They made the secondary feel bad. The fans felt bad. We already knew they were bad. Don't expose them.
They didn't feel bad. The fans felt great. The fans were watching Trey Owens and Arch Manning be like, the future is here. Nobody cares about defense. Let's just outscore everybody. If we score 55 a game, we'll give up 30. I'm cool with that.
No, that's not like the head coach attack. That's not like this guy. He generally doesn't expose you like that, but he let everybody expose that group. We already knew they were bad. He let us all. He let his own team see how bad they were. You can get a job in the secondary there. You can get a cornerback job if you need it because they can't cover anybody.
Yo, Terrence Brooks is gone. Austin Jordan is gone.
Yes.
I still like what they got. We didn't see John.
Don't even start. Please don't start that with me.
I got to start with you. It's real. I like what we got. Yeah, we could have used that Arizona DB that's 6'5" or 6'4" Takario Davis. He decided.
What is it that you like besides Manny Mohammed back there? There's nothing. Oh, of course you like the transfer kid, of course.
Yeah, Andrew Makuba. I like him. I think you can move him around. Jalen Gilbo, high on him. Jahdae Barron, love him. I think Gavin Holmes is going to surprise us.
Who?
Gavin Holmes.
The kid that came from Wake Forest?
Yes, from New Orleans, coming from Wake Forest. Yeah, he going to surprise us. I'm telling you. There's a reason why Terrence Brooks left. They chose Gavin Holmes over Terrence Brooks, and Arch Manning didn't help either.
Yeah, I was starting to think Terrence Brooks left because of the fact that he knew that at this level of football, this was a little too much for him. I need to get out of here. That's why he left. Some of those guys, for some of these people that think that some of these guys leave for money, some of them leave because they go, damn. Some of them want to play in the SEC, but some of them understand that that's a lot on me.
Yo, Terrence Brooks was tied for interceptions last year with 3, with Jaron Thompson and Mookie Taft, your boy Mookie, which you realize I didn't say his name, right?
But he didn't want to come back here and compete for he just about had the job. Why was he running out of here?
Oh, Chip says he came in a little bit too big for their liking.
Oh yeah, that's the other thing. Don't be overweight here now.
Come on. His weight looked good. Yo, he could have blew up Isaiah Bond on a play, and he decided not to because we're all teammates here. But
you can't hurt your own guys.
You can't hurt your own guy. We couldn't see the real Terrence Brooks, and that's a hard-hitting, physical cornerback, especially coming into this year. Now we'll never see it. Especially
quarterbacks can't weigh 20 pounds over. They can't be 20 overweight, 20 over the pound they're supposed to be. You can't come in here at 180 and then come back at 205 and then in the springtime and say, okay, no, you're overweight. That's too much. And
if you don't lose them hips, if you don't lose that speed, why not?
Dude, he was barely covering guys when he was 180. That's the problem. See, that's the thing. Y'all acting like they were all Dion when they were never that good anyway. So you can't be overweight.
The only reason why, and I realize this too, I've been a big time Terrence Brooks criticizer. I've criticized him a lot, but the only games that he struggled in are the ones that he lost, are the ones that the Horns lost. So that's why you remember so much. Like Oklahoma game during that 5-play, 75-yard drive that Dylan Gabriel put on at the end, the pass interference call, that was T. Brooks. In the Sugar Bowl, the first drive that Michael Penix and those boys had, where Polk goes for like 60-something yards, that was T. Brooks. So you remember the bad he did, but he was honorable mention Big 12. Again, tied for first with 3 guys for 3 interceptions. So there were a lot of good things he did too. It's just, you're right. I don't think he wanted to compete with Gavin Holmes. Like they would be, interchanging when it comes to minutes and reps.
Well,
Come on, be nasty. Brooks was not ass cheeks, man.
Let me just say this. If you don't want to compete, bye. Gone. Bye. Get on. Get on with it.
That is weak.
That's pretty weak to be in a place like Texas. And you've been a starter at a time, and now you're going into a year where they need you at the cornerback position, and you decide to bail. Bye. Go on. Bye. Scoot.
I'm not saying Terrence Brooks is going to be Champ Bailey, but
I know that
they could have used him somewhere. Somewhere.
That's what I'm saying. Why did that guy leave this place? Yeah, they could have used him somewhere. Even if he was the backup, even if he wasn't the starter, he would be getting time in games because the other guy's going to get toasted anyway. It's not like they're not going to get toasted. They're all going to get toasted. They don't have a standout secondary, a guy at cornerback. They don't have one that you can just say, here you go. Manny Muhammad, they're praying that guy is the guy. He played a lot as a freshman. They're hoping that he is. But they don't have one that they can say, that's a shutdown dude right there. That's DBU guy right there. He's going to be just fine, and we'll get a little solid backup behind him to give him a blow. They don't have one of those. This is wishful thinking by all those guys over there in that the secondary room, the defensive coaches. They're just wishing they had a guy like that.
I think that with the production that Manny Muhammad showed in 2013 as a freshman,
yes,
it makes sense to believe that he's going to take that next step here in 2024 and put himself in that Terrion Arnold, Kool-Aid McKinstry first-round category. Like I think he has that in him, especially with all the measurements. He's over 6 foot. He has a great, head on his shoulders.
You buy what I'm saying, that you don't need just a guy. You need, going into the SEC now, whether they're throwing it or not throwing it, they've got some unbelievable athletes. You can't just have a guy and then have a backup and say, oh, these two together make a pretty good one guy. You need to have that guy at cornerback, right?
Yeah.
And this is their best look right here with Manny Muhammad is right now as close to the guy as all of them.
Yes, 100%.
And he's a sophomore. Okay.
Yeah. And that's it. That's why you think about where are they going to put Jahdae Barron, especially if they don't get anybody in the portal. They're still looking, but they have to find the right fit. And
you need to leave him right where he is. And the kid that just got here from Clemson, that guy right there can play cornerback, safety. He can play wide receiver. He is a great athlete. You can put him, he will compete. He will compete and he will play.
Yeah.
And if you put him at cornerback, he'll play too.
So you think he could be an outside corner, even though he didn't do that much.
But you saw him in high school. You saw what kind of player that guy is, what kind of athlete he is. I still think he has the ability to do that if need be. But once again, at this level, you shouldn't be moving a guy who's a natural at his position to make up for something that you don't have. But they just don't have it. They don't. That's what I'm saying. They don't have that guy.
Yeah. One of those three, Jalen Gilbo, Andrew Makuba, Jahdae Barron, is going to have to help being with the outside. I know they're all slot guys, and you could put them at that safety spot depending on the formation or what the offense is throwing at you. But one of those three that I just named is going to have to play a little bit of the outside.
Well, the linebacker last year, I thought, spent so much time turning his head back, looking into the secondary, trying to line up guys, that he didn't play the role that he could have played as a senior. Now, he's still going to play in the NFL. He still should have been.
Talking about Jalen Ford?
Yeah, should have been the
Yeah.
defensive player of the year before. But he spent his senior year, his last year, looking around and directing traffic to a bunch of guys back there that didn't know what they were doing. That hurt him. I thought that's what hurt him so much last year. You know how he was such a natural the year before and he should have been defensive player of the year in the Big 12 and he wasn't? Well, last year he spent his time being player coach on the field, so he couldn't be himself. And so they have to fix that. That stuff has to be fixed in that secondary.
Yeah, Jalen Ford, he was still solid, but he looked tired at times last year, specifically that Oklahoma game where he played every single snap.
Yeah, he got tired of telling them where to line up. That's what he did.
Yeah.
You need to line up over there. I'm tired of telling you where to. I just thought he couldn't be himself. The year before, he was very good. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
do you think Anthony Hill could do that? Do you think Anthony Hill's going to have difficulty with that because now he has more responsibility being that Mike linebacker?
No, I think he's going to play his natural. He's going to be his natural self this year. I think you're going to see a lot from him where he's just going to play. Now he's been at the college level for a year. He's just going to run around. He's going to put it on the coaches to have somebody else that's going to have to do that.
But he's the Mike linebacker. What are you talking about? You're literally, your job is to make those calls and change the formation.
He's also going to be the guy that they're going to bring him on blitzes from the inside this year too. They're not going to sit him outside wide. That's where Collins and the rest of those guys should be.
Why are you rolling your eyes at that? What does that mean?
That's where those big guys have to make. They're going to use him inside. They're going to put him on running backs that have to block him. Good luck being a running back blocking that dude.
Oh yeah,
yeah. That's a problem for a running back. You better have 3-step drop and let the ball go and have some quick reads because if you're going to take your single back, I don't care if it's a fullback or a halfback, and try to block that kid, 6 or 7 times during the course of a game, somebody's coming out of there with a busted shoulder, and it's probably not going to be the linebacker.
Yeah, the hits that Anthony Hill was putting on these dudes his freshman year, absolutely unbelievable. Like he was doing wrestling moves on guys, suplexes and body slams and shit. Like he doesn't give a damn, which that's the scariest thing with me about Anthony Hill. Just after the whistle's blown, it'll be a little bit too physical because you can't touch nobody no more. You push the quarterback too hard, that gives you 15 yards in the first down. So he had a couple of those this past season. Hopefully he could, peel it back just a tad to where he doesn't get that flag on him. But you're right. Like when it comes to physicality, Ant Hill, he sets the tone. And it makes me nervous with all the responsibility that
he's going to have
and, Johnny Nansen are going to put on him because I don't want him thinking that much. Like you just said, like if Jalen Ford, who all the experience he had, being a big time player, if he could deal with it in a negative way, Ant Hill, I know he has a lot more talent than Jalen Ford, but I just don't want that put on him. And it's up to guys.
You don't want to slow him up from his being.
Yeah. I thought David Benda had a chance to be that Mike linebacker just due to his experience, like 6 years. You should know what the defense is doing, but he's going to be that weak side guy. So
and I thought he made some great progress last year. I was really excited about for a big guy the way he ran and the way he found the lanes. I thought he took really good angles. He took a big step last year. Can he take another? I'm just wondering if he's is he going to take another step, or even if he was the same way he was last year, I'm okay.
Right.
Because before that, you were thinking that kid's never going to get on the field here at Texas.
Mm-hmm.
He's just going to be a big guy that's not going to. And he got on the field and he did some really nice things for the Horns last year. And if he can do the same things, that's fine with me.
Yeah, I mean, last year you were able to take advantage of that COVID year and stuff.
Yes,
he's taking advantage of it.
Oh yeah, I have Sorrells and the rest of those guys. Those guys will have to make. And I'm not saying big strides, but they will have to get better, and they should. They've got the body types. Some of those guys are ready to go. Those defensive guys are ready to go. I just know that you're going to miss those two big monsters inside. You just can't lose. You don't lose 2 guys like that and then say, "Oh, we got guys." We got Broughton and the guy. I'm like, what? Are you kidding me?
The dude that is wedded during the spring game.
Yeah, I mean, he played a lot. Well, okay. Well, he didn't start a lot, and then when he played, he was backing up. Now he'll be the starter. What are they like as starters? How long do they last? You know what I'm saying? Till you get to that second guy. You can't get to that second guy in the second series of a football game. That starter got to be playing. I don't give a shit how hot it is. I don't care who you're playing against, and you're going to be against great competition. So I'm not looking to be guys bailing out series number 2, you know?
Yeah.
I'm looking at a guy that's, series number 4 saying, okay, come and give me a little bit of a blow. That's fine. And even Sweat last year was not a guy who wanted out in football games. You never saw that guy on one knee or begging to come out of games. He never tapped out. I've seen guys tap out on this defense before. That big son of a gun at 380 never tapped out. He kept playing. You know what I mean? And now he may have not been at his best when he didn't, when he should have probably come off for some substitutions, but he still kept playing. And that's a big deal to me, to keep on going. For a big guy not to tap out as hot as it was here last year, and the summer that those kids went through, and he got into the games and he didn't tap out against some of the competition that he played against, I thought he was fantastic. I don't care if he was 400 pounds. The guy played really, really hard. And he didn't never ask to come out of games. They just knew that they probably should bring him out for a blow here or there, you know?
Yeah.
So
look, the Dominic Williams thing, it hurts, but I think the money that he was asking for wasn't worth it. Like OU, they need him more than the Horns do. I think that too. And I don't think he's trying to, mix in reps with other guys. We know that's what Pete Kwiatkowski and
so he's going to be a starter there. He's going to be that guy.
Who? Dominic Williams?
Yeah, he's going to be.
Oh, yeah. The money that he was asking for up in 6 figures, 700,000. Shit.
Really?
Yes, that was what's rumored, what was going around. Yes, that's what that fool was asking for. Dog, are you Chris Jones?
Sorry, yeah, you're not Chris Jones.
Like, you ain't Chris Jones, bro.
No.
Like, we could get you a nice car and all, but you asking for a lot, man.
Yeah, you got to be first team all everything.
Right, and that's why, like, this NIL thing, make as much as you can, but you don't want it to be a cancer to your team because a guy's out here making money that hasn't been around, hasn't put in the grind with y'all at spring camp and stuff, and he might come in just with the wrong mindset, So if you're Steve Sarkisian, yes, you could have used that guy, but you don't need that toxic energy around, something like that. So yeah,
the college football is asking for that to happen anyway. I mean, guys are just, as you say, guys are leaving for the money. They're coming in for the money. So your teammates around you better understand that guy's here because he's making a lot of money. He's trying to make even more money to get to the next level. And he ain't sometimes going to be the greatest teammate you've ever seen. So, I mean, coaches got to understand that's a part of it too. Guys aren't coming in to be buddies with the guy next to him or a guy who's competing with him. They're coming in to make money. They're also coming in to make more money, So they're here to get along. I'm not saying they're here to cause problem. But you got to understand what you're bringing in.
Mm-hmm.
You're not bringing in some kid from high school that just wants to come to your college because his dad went to your college and he's there just for there's some of them that do that, but there's not a lot of them to do that anymore. This whole game has changed. We've changed the game, or we've let the game change to a guy's coming here for the cash. He's trying to make cash in a year. Yes, he wants to better himself so that he can make more cash at the next level because they all come here to play in the NFL. 99% of the guys that go play college football, basketball, baseball, that's what they say. We're going to the next level. They don't say that, I'm here so I get a good education, so I get a nice job. They all think they're professional players. And now that the money's here, they really think they're professional players. You mean you're going to pay me $80,000 to come here for a year? And now you're talking about guys wanting $700,000? Shit, do you think that guy cares about being a good teammate? That ain't even on his mind.
But it should be. You know what I'm saying? Like if I'm pulling yours,
playing for you, you're paying him to play for you.
You're right, but you gotta still be a good teammate. And if you're bringing in that toxic energy because you think you're hot shit and you're making all 6 figures and stuff, and the guy next to you is barely making foe, that's a bad look. Like you gotta split it out a little bit.
If I'm good and I'm making 7, and I don't want to be a great teammate. I just want to make my 7 and move on to the NFL. Are people gonna be mad at him? Because
yes, people, hell yeah, people.
But you're going to get those guys on your team. you're going to get a few guys like that. If that's the way it's going, you're going to get guys that are here strictly for money.
And I need guys as much as possible to hide that shit to where it doesn't show. I keep it internal. It can't be, you can't showcase it. You can't showcase being a bad teammate. Like, again, if I'm Quinn Ewers right now, everybody gets to get on the jet. Oh, what? You want to take your girl to Bora Bora or Cancun or something? Cool. Hit the keys. Hit the keys. Hit up so-and-so. Pilot. He'll be ready. Like, just like that. If I'm Quinn Ewers, that's being a good teammate because everybody knows Quinn Ewers is making buku dough. So Quinn Ewers, he better carry himself, especially as the quarterback.
He depends on a lot of others that are around him. One slip of the block and he gets it right in the ear hole. And he's a little bit different from a defensive lineman. You know what I'm saying?
Very, very true.
That guy goes drop back and pass. And the left tackle says, "Oops, I slipped. Sorry about that. Remember that ride? Remember that ride I needed the other day?" Yeah, it's a little different when you're the defensive end trying to get to the next level. And
that's what the racist guard did on Remember the Titans. He let the black quarterback get blown up.
Well, we got it where we got it to that point now with this money and stuff that, like I said, I'm not expecting everybody to be a good teammate. I'm expecting a guy to come in here and be a good person and do their job. And if you want to collect $700,000, then do your work.
No.
But you don't have to go to all the kumbaya meetings and, because we're having little get-togethers for pizza. You don't have to come to the pizza party. I don't give a shit if you show up at the pizza party. Are you making tackles on Saturday? That's fine with me. You coming to the pizza party, I don't care. You flashing your car, you driving your Porsche and all that stuff, I don't care. Just tackle those guys. Just sack the quarterback. Because we've made it that way. Now, they don't have to be bad people. They can be cordial, and all that stuff. But they don't have to show up to, like I said, they don't have to show up to the kumbaya meetings. They don't have to show up to the Fellowship of Christian Athletes meet. They don't have to do that, do they? No.
Yeah.
No, they don't.
Yes, you do.
No, that's not what you're asking for when you're paying these guys. You're not asking for them to do that stuff.
You're asking for it all. Anything that helps the team. Camaraderie means something. That means something to know that, this dude has my back. He's not just here for the money. Like
that dude got my back because there's another check coming his way. That's why that guy got my back, and that's fine. If that's the way it is, yeah.
I want to know if I'm under a big ass dog pile and it's hard for me to get up. Dominic Williams is gonna have his hand there, being like, "Get up, Zay. Get up, bruh." I need that. I don't know if that would have been the case.
No, Zay, get your ass up. I'm back in the huddle. Get your ass up. That's what he's going to say. He's not going to say, "Here's my hand." He's going to say, "You know what? I got something to do later on. I got to make another tackle here. You get up out of the pile. I don't have time for all this." That's what he's all about. Folks, let me tell you about a company right here in Austin, Texas that is really making a difference. It's called Clean Cause. Now, you've heard about Clean Cause. They're giving 50% of the profits to support individuals in recovery from drugs and alcohol. And I love the things that they've been doing. Clean Cause drinks are organic, sparkling yerba mate flavors like cherry lime, orange ginger, and they get you going each and every day with 160 milligrams of better caffeine. And they're not going to cause the jitters that you get with the coffee. Believe me, I know, because I'm a coffee drinking fool. But I love it. And you just find them at 7-Elevens, H-E-B's, Whole Foods. They're all over the place in the state of Texas. Down at the beach, you'll find them. But the folks at Clean Cause do great things for a lot of people that really, really need it, Zay. And once again, our friends at Leaf Landscape Supply Services, Monterey Oaks down south here in 290, and Pond Springs Road up north. If you're looking for a great, healthy lawn and great landscape, then talk to the folks over at Leaf for sure. They can get it done. I've been going to Leaf for over 25 years now. And yes, I try to do this myself out here, which I've had some failures and mostly failures, but I go to the experts there. And if you want to have a contractor come and do your landscape, the folks at Leaf can point you in the right direction. But if you do want to do it yourself, if you do want to spend that money on flowers that don't last here in the state of Texas, like I do, then they'll point you in the right direction with the right fertilizers and the right type of plants that may survive here. But folks, love the folks at Leaf Landscaping and Supply Company. Love those folks. But yeah, man, how about the rest of these guys? What about Jonathan Brooks? You surprised that Jonathan Brooks went. I was waiting for the Cowboys on that, Zay. What took the Cowboys so long? All that chirping about, oh, if Brooks is there, we're going to take him. They didn't do crap. They brought Zeke back. Really? I think you got your mute on.
Yeah, my bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they were waiting for him. They probably didn't think that Carolina was going to jump up and get him.
Well, they didn't have to move very far to get him. They could have got him.
Yeah, they could have. Could have, would have, should have. But
yeah,
Jerry Jones is worried about the Arkansas basketball team. He ain't worried about Dallas Cowboys. He's worried about John Calipari going crazy.
That's right. He's got a new partner now.
Yeah, man.
Wow. I didn't even think about that. Damn it. Now he's a basketball guy. Now Jerry's a basketball guy.
Yeah, now Jerry's a basketball guy. But Jonathan Brooks, another steal. Like,
oh yes,
he's gonna be ready by training camp. Then he should be RB1 coming into the first game. You don't play him preseason. I wouldn't play him preseason. What's the point?
No, I wouldn't be playing him to about game number 3 or 4. So
really?
I know things are different in the way they treat ACLs and all that stuff now. That's too valuable a cat right there. He really is. That's you're getting a second round guy. You got a first round running back. That's what you got. And you don't want to mess with that. Especially with that team. Ugh. Wow.
But that's kind of the thing. Like you don't have any playoff aspirations. This is just Bryce Young's second year, so you just hope he gets better. Like it's already off to a horrible start, especially with how good CJ Stroud was in H-Town. But let him get acclimated. JT Sanders, I think it's a solid fit for him too. But the Cowboys, I would have went up for him. I would have thought he was worth it, but
no, they're going
to
roll with the little guy from K-State, Dowdle, and Zeke Elliott. Really, that's it.
So you should agree with me on this. Dak Prescott having his best friend, his buddy Ezekiel Elliott back. That's going to mean something. We're going to see a new motivated Dak. This ain't going to be the same Dak we've seen these last few years. This is a new Dak, contract year. This is a contract year for him. He's a father now. Dak Prescott is going to come in with a new mentality that we haven't seen before because life has changed. He's looking at it from a new perspective. So Dak Prescott is going to be locked in.
Oh, he was locked in last year. That guy should have been the MVP. But that running back room is not locked in. Zeke Elliott is locked in too, to being old and slow. He's locked in. Once again, if you told me you brought Zeke Elliott in for not $3 million, but for $2 million, and you wanted him to be your goal line and third down guy for a first down, he's got a nose for that. He is fantastic. He's one of the best. Oh, he's not there to be he's going to be a starter. Everything ain't going to be third. Everything ain't going to be third and one. Who's going to start?
You can't start him. Dowdle.
Little short guy.
Rico Dowdle.
I liked him. I did like him last year. I'm not even going to pretend like that would be goofy of me to all of a sudden start bad-mouthing that guy because I liked the way that big dude played last year. I thought he was how long can he be the starter, except for those downs that we were talking about? Because Tony Pollard they spent too much money on that dude. He never came back.
The problem was the offensive line, though. The offensive line was gutted, trash. They're old. Cooper Beebe, Tyler Guyton, those are solid picks. Solid picks. It might take them a little bit just because every rookie, has their own path. But
dude, Zeke Elliott has not picked up a step. Okay, that's not happening. That guy is not picked up. He's not gone from 4.7 now to all of a sudden he's 4.4. He's not that guy. Those days are gone. He's not coming back.
As you said, if they have him for goal line situations, short yard situations, he could finesse his way on being a big part of the team. It's just, a lot of people you got to pay. Mike Zimmer coming in is a big deal. Like Dan Quinn, I know we give him a lot of praise, but Dan Quinn, everybody and their mama knew this was his last year. And that defense, they had a real good connection with Dan Quinn. So if you're Micah Parsons and Deron Bland and all of those guys, and your coach after this year is on his way out, I get you're getting paid millions, but you're still a human being. It's a little hard to focus. You know, you develop that type of connection and you know your guy's going to be gone. It's a little hard to block out all the distractions because you're naive. You think that he's going to be here forever. You think that, oh, I'm playing my best football with this guy.
Yeah.
But all the rumors that we're hearing is that when jobs open up, he's going to take it, which is true because now he's in DC. So I think Zimmer coming in, who's a really good coach and demands a lot. And if he could grow on these guys and they could trust him and they could buy into what he throws out there for his defensive schemes, I think they could have even bigger success than they had with Dan Quinn. As good as everybody was last year.
Micah Parsons has his head. If his head is on correct and his family's not in his business and he's not worried about his next contract, which they need to start figuring out what they're going to do because he can't leave.
No.
He can't ever leave. So he's gonna be there no matter what the family situation is. If his brother wants to talk or his mom or his uncle or whatever, if they want to talk, they're allowed to talk. So that's just going to happen because they got to pay him. He's not going anywhere.
Yeah, he's an interesting guy, man, because
he just does a lot of talking for a guy who plays a position where they look to probably want to take you out. You know what I'm saying?
That's it. That's the thing. Like, he has his podcast. I always see him, you know, talking and saying outlandish things. And, you know, he wants to be a part of the media, which is cool. A lot of guys are doing it and making a good living and sound really good talking media and also, you know, being in their professional sport. But you hear rumors, which I don't know if they could be like Adonai Mitchell, they could be completely fictional, but you hear rumors about him just being a guy that people could get tired of around the facilities just because he does say some odd things.
Sure, he does.
He has that, like, yeah, we're all alphas in the NFL, but he has just the aura sometimes of like, damn, dog, you haven't been here that long, but you think you know it all. Like, you really think you know everything. And yes, you're a top 5 defensive player, but you still have a lot to learn, young fella.
Sure.
And if you're not willing to take some of that and run with it, and you think, you know, your shit don't stink because you're one of the best in the league, for some people, that's not going to fly.
Yeah, because I wonder how much he listens. You know, he seems to, I mean, he gets it done his way, and he's having great success at doing it. But what is he really soaking in? Is he really listening? Like, when you talk to him, is he listening to you, or does he already have presumed that he's already got it made? I got it all set. You know, what you're saying, you know, I already know about that. I already know how to do that stuff. That's what I wonder with him. I don't wonder. There's nothing about him that strikes me any different, but the fact that I think that he comes across as a guy who, I've already got this. You know, there's not much you're going to be able to teach me. You know what I mean? So and he displays that, and he'll let you know. It seems like he'll let you know that. You know, I'll listen to you, but I'm really not listening to you because I already got it down.
Right.
Do you see the moves I make? Do you see what I do on the field kind of guy? So that's why they can talk shit about, you know, that's why all these little things come out about people, you know, because they think they have already got it. I'm already Lawrence Taylor. What do you mean, Lawrence Taylor? I hear you guys compare me to Lawrence Taylor. I'm already Lawrence Taylor. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he comes across a guy like that, you know, I hear you guys talking about these great defensive guys, the great defensive ends that sack people and stuff. I'm already that guy. You know, I'm the new brand of that guy. When no, you just got here. You're not that guy. That guy was devastated. That guy was a man eater. I mean, that's what he was. You're not that guy yet. But he comes across as a guy who thinks he's already there. You know?
Yeah, Lawrence Taylor was the greatest defensive player of all time, and that dude was on cocaine, crack cocaine, to be exact. So yeah, you have some time, Micah, but I don't know. I hope he could humble himself a little bit.
Yeah, maybe that's more of it than I just a simple deal. He doesn't come across as a humble guy.
No, not at all. And you know, Deion Sanders,
right?
A lot of people's favorite player ever. He was the farthest from humble as it gets. Still acting.
And as a coach, he's the furthest from humble.
Oh, what he's doing now is just unacceptable. Now he's crossing the line. Before, it was fun, it was cute. You could be like, oh, it's just Deion. That's what we expect.
Yeah.
When you going after former players and stuff, and you know, having the Twitter fingers, like, come on, there's a certain professionalism that you have to carry upon yourself, Deion. Still,
and they're still young men, even though they get paid. They're young kids. They're young adults that would like to get to be older adults that'll have families, and they would love to have some respect from somebody that can help them grow up,
right,
and learn some things. Instead, you're steady breaking them down all the time. That's what bothers me. You're not willing to help raise a guy up. You're too busy. He needs to be good right now for you. You only coach him up.
Yeah.
You
got to do that.
You coach your kids up. You're supposed to be treating these other players like they're your kids. You're supposed to coach them up.
That's it, Buck. You coach your kids up. Like, right. I want to say, and yes, your kids need to come first, always.
Yes.
But not when you're the head coach and you have kids playing on your team. You got to balance it, man. You got to show those other guys that you care. And all he cares about, it seems like, is getting his sons to the NFL. And once his sons get there, I think he's gone. I don't think he's going to stick around. I don't know where he's going to go next. I think his foot is a serious issue. The fact that he only has 3 freaking toes on one foot and going through, all of that health stuff, I think that's going to hurt him from coaching, longevity wise.
His desire to do it too.
Yeah, I just, because he already doesn't take home visits. I found that out recently. Like, he's the only coach in the nation that doesn't fly to recruit kids due to his health problems. And that's a red flag for me. Like, come on, I get it. You're Deion Sanders, but shit.
You need to show up at mama's house.
Yeah, come to mama's house. Come eat her cooking. Come see where I live. Come see where I'm from. So you get like a sense of how this person became that guy that you want on your team.
That's very interesting that you say that.
Yeah, he doesn't do that. And the reason why is because he can't. It's just too much wear and tear on his body. So, yeah, just how he's carrying himself. And for Shedeur, who could be a top 5 pick in next year's draft, it doesn't look good for him either. Now, I know he could go and say, oh, yeah, I'm just trying to back up my dad and stuff, but – dude,
I said the other day, you don't need to back up your dad. He's he can take care of himself. He's been doing it forever.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
Deion never need anybody to back him up, and he definitely don't need his kids backing him up.
Yeah. Deion couldn't have been Deion if he was a quarterback. Deion was able to be Deion because playing a defensive back, you're looked at different. So Shedeur comes in with his dad's mindset, trying to be the franchise. No, buddy, you got another thing coming. Like, people talk about Cam Newton, but Chip and I had Fozzie Whitaker on last week. Fozzie went on almost like a 5-minute rant just praising Cam. You know what I'm saying? Like, Cam Newton was a good teammate. He might be a little flamboyant and a little out there, but he was still a good teammate. And I'm sure he'll mature and he'll get better and stuff. But right now, the way that he's going at kids on Twitter with his pops and stuff.
Well, he doesn't. Right now, he's not having a good example in his dad of the way his dad is handling things. And so he knows that being the quarterback, he's still a kid and he still do kid things. And if you let me go without stopping me, I'm going to continue to do it. Yeah. If he's not stopped and his dad doesn't say stop, and his dad's in charge of the whole gang of them there, the whole football team and the whole football program. Well, if my dad doesn't stop me, I mean, I must not be doing bad. This must not be wrong to tell about a guy who he didn't think was very good. I didn't even know who he was. I mean, you don't need to say that. There's no reason to say that, and for taking up for his dad. His dad doesn't need him to take. His dad doesn't need to take. You don't take up for your dad. Your dad can take care of himself. No son has to come and take up for his dad. Your dad got to where he is to be a dad like that in that old because he took care of himself and been taking care of himself for a long time. He doesn't need his kids. And as Deion said, I'm not going to follow my kids in the NFL. My kids follow me. I don't follow my kids. That's what Deion said. And that's right. That kid. That kid, he's not going to do that. Yeah, Deion's not going to follow his kids. When his kids are gone, I believe he may go do something else, but he's not following them into the NFL and trying to be on the team, trying to be a part of the organization.
No, he won't do that.
But he's not asking his sons to back him up on Twitter and say, okay, I need you to back me up. I need you to back me up. So hit the keys. His dad is going, no, you don't need to do that. I'm good. I'm fine. You do your thing. if you're going to say that, that's on you. Don't, not because you're backing me.
Yeah.
I just think that, I mean, his whole deal at Colorado, that whole deal, the way he came in there, that's going to hurt that program, I believe, for a long time.
Really?
Yes, I think it's going to hurt. I think even in this day and age of the shit we're going through with the money and everything else, you just can't treat people like that. These are still people. They're people. They're young adults. They have families. They have other people involved. All the way you treat people means a lot, no matter what. Whether you got money or whether you got millions or you ain't got a cent, the way you treat people matters. You know, and if you're not trying to bring them up and you're constantly beating them down because, you know, somebody else may have made a mistake in bringing you thinking that you are as good as they thought you were, and maybe you're not. Well, then help rise them up. Help them out. If you're that good, you should be able to rise some of these ships. You know what I mean? Yeah. Deion's not doing that. He's not even trying to do that. He wants instant first teamers.
Yeah. That's what I mean. Like that gives you the thought of he ain't going to be here long. Because if you're realistic about it, then you know it's a process. You're trying to be there for a long time so you could build your culture up, and that takes time. But if you're trying to do it at a snap of a finger, then you're going to get these weird results.
Yeah, they're a year into their program, and I don't have any clue what Colorado's. I mean, I can take a guess at some other places. I don't have a clue what Colorado's culture is. I don't know what it is.
They got former Texas O lineman Peyton Kirkland. So when he transferred, Deion scooped him up. But
yeah, they're scooping up transfers and stuff, but you don't get a chance to build when a guy's there for a year or two. I mean, eventually you're going to have to do. Eventually, some of your high school and your area people have to be at your university. You know.
Yeah.
And I'll do that corny deal. I'll say, you know, my dad went to school there. My uncle went. Sooner or later, you're going to have a few of those in your program, you know? Well, my great uncle went to Texas. My uncle's uncle went to Texas. I mean, eventually you need those as some of your foundations of your program. Everybody can't be transferred from New Mexico, you know what I'm saying? At the University of North Carolina. It doesn't build your the right way, it seems, you know?
Right. Yeah.
So
it sucks, man, because I love Deion. Like, when I was young, I used to put the bandana on and pretend I was him. I know everybody's done the dance and the high step and stuff. Like Deion, he's still a legend. But
I like him as the player. I mean, there's certain humbleness about people that I'm always looking to. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's from my mama, probably, but I'm still my mom's son, and I look for people to be in certain ways humble. They can be smart. I understand they're rich, they're smart. They're poor, they didn't have anything, but you can still be humble. And people that aren't humble, that kind of bothers me. I mean, it does. I mean, I don't have anything against them, but I can tell when they're not. I can tell when they've never had a humble bone in their body.
Well,
you know?
Well, Buck, that takes me to this clip that I'm about to show you of a guy that isn't very humble and last night was acting a complete fool. Oh. I don't think it got added. Wait a minute.
Bring it. Come on, little BK. What you doing over there?
It won't let me add it. Okay, well, I guess I'm not showing you that clip. Well, damn, what happened? We got too many clips on here? I don't know. I was going to show you Patrick Beverly throwing the ball at a fan.
Oh, I saw that. I saw it this morning.
Oh, you saw that?
I saw that this morning. Yeah.
What's wrong with your boy?
That dude should have just put his hands down, let that ball hit him in the chest, and then sued Patrick Beverly for a heart attack or something. You know what I mean? Let the ball hit him in the chest and go ahead and take him to court. He just missed his girl too there, didn't it? Was that his wife?
I don't know who that was.
He shot the ball back at him.
Some lady got nailed in the head, though.
Oh, she did originally?
Yeah. It was it was a bad look, but
was that somebody did the ball hit him and then the guy threw it over at Beverly and he fired it back at him for some reason.
Yeah. He threw it back at him. Okay, it's uploaded now. Again, sore loser. It's Patrick Beverly. He's done shit like this before.
He's a little crazy.
Yeah, he's a little nuts. All right, here we go. We're going to play it now. Okay.
Why are they just passing the basketball around? Did the guy say something and Beverly threw it to him at first like catch, and then he threw it back, and then he fired it at him?
All right, you got to watch where he is. So when the video starts, because I know they're looking at Brooke Lopez first.
Yeah.
So you got to go all the way to the right, to the end of the bench. Watch Pat Beverly, because he's the one that fires it at him first. This is all you see. I don't know how it starts. I feel like they must have been talking shit the whole game.
Okay, yes.
And knowing that they lost, Patrick Beverly's had enough. He's like,
okay,
through this, we're losing it. I'm losing it. And just watch him, because he fires the ball first, and that's where it knocks old lady out.
His teammate even looked at him and said, "Bro, what are you doing? Why are you firing balls back at people?"
No, you're right. I'm suing his ass.
Oh no, if he hit my girl in the head or hit my wife or my daughter in the head, I'm getting something.
I'm just getting something.
I'm about to drive your car out of the parking lot here tonight.
Oh my God. I can't believe he did that. But then again, it's Pat Bev. So I if anyone were to do something like that.
Pat Beverly's a little crazy, isn't he?
Oh, he's insane. A little crazy. He's flat out insane. Like, he had a press conference after the game, and he was telling the woman who was trying to interview him, she was like asking him a question, and he said, I'm not answering your question. Do you subscribe to my podcast? No. Okay, I'm not answering your question. I know he does, so I'll answer his questions. Like, he's such a sore loser. He's so petty, and he is entertaining. Like, I get it. Like, he's entertaining. There's things that he does, like him and Draymond, and he kind of has that Michael Parsons about him, to where he's just a comic guy, but just classless, man. Like, I'm suing their ass or the NBA. The NBA gonna get it. Adam Silver, this is your product. You got people throwing the ball at folks' heads in the stands, and that ticket ain't cheap either. Right behind the bench.
Sweet. Hey, guess what I just found out? I got Omar Urestes, the PGA Professional and Champions Tour player, playing in the Mullet Open next week. Now, we're not messing around. Yeah, we're not messing around. I've always said this. I said, if you can get Jack Nicklaus to play on your team, then bring Jack to the Mullet Open. Now we're getting pros playing in it. That's great. That's the best. That's the best news of all time for the Mullet Open. Hey, it's about the kids.
It's about the kids.
I always said this. Somebody said, so what kind of handicap do you have to be to play in the Mullet Open? I said, I don't care. If your team could get Jack Nicklaus, if you can get Jordan Spieth to come and play, you know what I mean? Scotty Scheffler wants to play and you're forcing him, bring him on. I don't care. If you need a trophy that bad, that's good. You get to win. So I just found out Omar is playing. Thank you, Omar, for coming and playing next week. The kids will love that. It's about the kids.
That's amazing, but
hey, better not lose, though.
Yeah, he can't lose. He better be on his game. That won't be a good look. People cheating that anyway. Over the years, I've heard some of those numbers being thrown out there, and I'm like,
it's legit. The raffle is legit. Everything is legit.
The raffle's legit. Everything's legit, but you can't control some of these folks out here lying, some of these teams out here lying and stuff.
Just remember this. I've always, everybody gets one mulligan. You get one extra shot. That's it. You don't buy, we don't give away raffle mulligans. We don't do that where you can buy 60, for $20, you can buy 60 more shots. No, we try to get out of there in 5 hours, 5.5 hours. We can't be there 9 hours playing golf. So no, everybody gets one mulligan. Now you got to be honest. Now you can't do a mulligan and then say, I haven't taken my mulligan yet. Now I know people will do that, but because you said you can't be out there. But I never had it. I used to have a group from Callaway, the club company, win every year. But hell, they deal with golf clubs. They should win.
Yeah, that's different. But there's some guys, Joe Schmoes I see out there, overweight.
They give you those numbers.
guys that haven't played in years coming out, getting third and fourth. And I'm like, all right, buddy.
What am I to say? I'm just the gatekeeper. I'm
Yeah.
not the scorer. I don't run around out there in a cart doing that. I'm shaking hands and meeting people. That's what I'm doing. But I'm excited, and we're right around the corner from it, a week away. And I got lots of stuff to do. But I know one thing I got to do. I got to talk to our people about Texas Orthopedics. If you're seeking that specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, and joint replacement. Rheumatology also. Dr. Christopher Danny, who I coached at the University of Texas, and Christopher Stockton, who I did not coach at the University of Texas, are dedicated orthopedic surgeons, and their goal is to get you back into that good health and that great quality of life that you deserve. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, folks, go to txortho.com. And, of course, our good friends, you know these folks, Sue Patrick and Jay Willems over at Sue Patrick's. Since 1975, they got an incredible selection of Texas Longhorn apparel, collectibles, and accessories. And, folks, they've got tons of Texas-themed gifts and items over there, a wide variety of men's and women's clothing. They offer free shipping on online orders over $49 and free curbside pickup. Plus, there's plenty of parking at Sue Patrick's, 5222 Burnett Road. That's where you find our good friends, Sue Patrick. Love the folks at Sue Patrick. I'm afraid to go over there today because if I go over there, I'm anything less than 250. I've not done a good job when I go in there. That's just the way I go because I got to get stuff. My grandkids love all the stuff I get in there. I love all the stuff that's in my closet, as my wife says, that you never use, that is sitting in there with all that Texas stuff on. Because you're ever going to get to all this? I'm like, eventually I will.
Yeah, I love Sue Patrick. Got a few really nice jackets from there. I know everybody talks about the white puffy jacket.
Oh, yeah, man.
In New Orleans.
Oh, yeah.
Where'd that come from? Sue Patrick.
Yeah, nice man.
Jacket, I'm telling you.
How are you liking the big hat, the big hat company, the cans and stuff?
Oh, I love it.
Do you? I drink that mocktail, and it is delicious. I got 2 cases for the Mullet Open for people. I know people are going to say, where's the alcohol at? Let me tell you, when you taste that mocktail with that ginger in it that doesn't have that alcohol, it is delicious. It's got all the ingredients that'll help you with your gut health. But the other stuff, it's got a little kick to it, does it? The ranch water.
Yeah. Do you use the salt packets that come with it? Do you use that?
No, I don't play that game.
Oh, okay. Yo, that takes it to a whole new level.
Does it really?
Yes, man. That's why Big Hat separates itself from the other companies because usually you have to go get your lime and get your salt and put it all together. It already comes with it in Big Hat, and they give you 2 different flavors. Yes, that's what makes it worth your while. So
you'll see them out. They'll be out at the Mullet Open. The Big Hat group will be out there.
Yeah, I'll still get them.
I love it. I love the non-alcohol drink that they have, and I've turned a couple people on. I know a guy out at a golf course who decided he wanted to try to get to be alcohol free for a while. And so he tried that mocktail. He said, man, is that delicious over ice? I said, yeah, man. I said, I used to, when I was drinking back 20 some years ago, I used to say, why put ice in this Jack Daniels? You're wasting the ice. Just pour the Jack Daniels in the glass and drink it up. I said, the mocktail, just get it cold. You don't have to put it over ice. Don't waste the ice. Let the ice go to somebody else that needs that ice, you know?
Yeah.
Ooh, Zay, you didn't know me when I was getting drink.
I sure didn't.
Wow.
I sure didn't. It's probably for the best, though.
Ooh, man, that was bad times.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to be able to, I said I was a lot more fun, but I was in some stupid fun. And I'm now I'll be coming up in August on 24 years.
Wow, man.
24 years.
It's amazing.
That's hard to believe when you grew up in it. I mean, yeah. I grew up in it. I grew up on the school bus drinking potato mash. I go to class on the high school bus, drinking homemade potato mash. Woo!
Homemade?
Oh, yeah. Potato mash. Oh, yeah. In a little canning jar. Bang.
All right, you're going to have to break that down for me because, I'm a millennial. I don't know any of that type of shit.
That's the stuff that they put in the alcohol. That is the heart of that is. It's almost like pure grain alcohol. It is. That was hard stuff.
Where were these kids getting it from?
Oh, they'd make it. They get it downstairs. Somebody would have it in their basement. Daddy would have it, you know. They pour it into one of those little canning jars and keep it down there. And the longer it sat, the harder it got, brother. There's only one thing I couldn't drink in my lifetime. I couldn't drink the Johnny Walker stuff, whatever that stuff, but scotch. I can't even smell
stuff that Jerry drinks.
I can't. If I smell scotch, I get sick.
Oh,
if you put an open scotch bottle around me or a glass around me and I smell it, I'll start throwing up.
Ugh.
Yeah, because that was my first intake into alcohol was scotch, Johnny Walker. I was, my friend and I took a bottle of his dad's stuff, and we drank like a half a bottle of that stuff. And I was probably in about 5th or 6th grade, and I got so sick, and the smell of it was so awful. I stayed sick for days. I mean, not only did I do that, that's when my first intake was alcohol and cigarettes at the same time. That's when I, got
both.
Oh yeah, I would do. I'd be sitting around corners waiting for the old people in the neighborhood to flick their thing away, and they'd be done. I remember get that last few hits on that damn thing.
Yo, that's junky shit.
Oh yeah. Oh, dude, it was awful. And then my friend's dad, he would smoke one after another. We'd be sitting over there on the porch, and he would wait for him to flick it out. We'd come from behind the house, grab it, and then we got a whole pack of his deals. The same time I drank that Johnny Walker, it was awful.
Wow,
it was awful. And I spent, growing up in the steel mills, drinking. And I drank Jack Daniels. I didn't like those other drinks too much. You put Coke and stuff. I like, what do I need this for? This is awful. I never got to drink. As Tito said to me, all these years, Bucky, you have never, ever tried my product, have you? I said, nope. I said, I came to Tito when Tito, had five charities, and now Tito has over 10,000 charities around the world. So when I did this stuff 23 years ago with Tito's, I would go over and the bottles had the labels were sideways, upside down on his bottles of Tito's. They were like licking it and stamping it on from his little brewery. And, I said to him, no, I've never tried this. He goes, that is so unbelievable. All these years. And I said, well, now, Tito, I'm sober for 23 years. And I think he's like 24 years old in his business. And I said, but I heard $10 billion to you tells me it's pretty good. And you know what he said? It's the best in the world.
It is, man.
He said, it's the best in the world. I said, 10 billion tells me that, yes, it's really, really good. He said, yep, it's the best. And I have to thank them. They've been wonderful to me for the last 23 years because they're into this tournament, $30,000, $40,000 in product alone. And he has a special love for these boys out in Driftwood, out at the Burke Center for Youth. 32 young boys that have had some things happen to them in their lives, and now they're kind of wards of the state. When they're 18, they have to leave. They're done. When they hit 18 and graduate, they got to go. But the Burke Center has done such great things for those kids, and Tito Beverage, throughout all of this, and Brown Distributing, and the people that I'll be involved with next week. I just can't thank AB Consultations, Tom, and folks, if you need that TV, get to AB Consultations. They make it easy for you. They are the smart guys that don't make you feel dumb, for sure. Tom's giving away a 100-inch screen TV for the Mullet Open. 100-inch with all the fixings, Zay. He's got it all. It's coming. The surround sound. So that last prize, somebody's getting the surround sound just on a raffle ticket.
There we go.
And it's going to be an awful lot of fun, but it's for a great cause. It's for some, as I said, I met one of these young guys. I was at the old Trudy's, and he was what they call a bar back. He was helping get all the stuff, all the empties and stuff. And he said, Coach, I remember you. He said, I'm one of the Burke Center boys. He said, this is a great job. That kid thought that was the greatest job in the world coming from that, because not all those kids go on to the next level of college. Some of them just need to they become laborers or, skilled workers, or they want to be plumbers. And so the folks that have been involved with me will hire them, Tractor Supply, places like that, Academy. They can't wait to get young guys like that want a second or third chance. And it's not even those kids' fault. The things that have happened to them, some of them sexually abused by family members. And that's why you don't see me with those kids out there, because I can't take pictures with them. I can't show them, they can't, because they're wards of the state. You can't have a bunch of hookums and stuff with me showing their pictures. You can't do it. So got to take care of them in a lot of different ways. And once again, Tito Beverage, and to all the folks that have been sponsors of the Mullet Open, whether it's Big Hats, which Comfort Center, all the same people that are doing stuff with us, Jones and Sprout, audio, visual, all the people that have been involved with doing what we do in Texas Sports Unfiltered are a big part of what the Mullet Open is all about. But I do welcome people to come out and have some food, and that will be some good barbecue, Zay, and good chicken too now.
Oh, yeah. I can't wait.
I'm looking forward to that. And one of the other things I needed to talk to you about is some of these incoming transfers for basketball. I know I wanted to get to that with you. We talked NBA, we've talked some NFL, we've talked college football. But Rodney Terry and some of the guys that he's gathering right now, you like this the look of this squad? I'm noticing some guys, Zay, that are some 6'6" guys, some long arm guys, and guys that can score. Not just coming with, big body guys, but big body guys that can handle the ball. Not only handle the point, but handle the forward position, but that are scorers. So that they're not depending on one or two guys in this basketball team next year. I mean, I love some of the incoming guys. Plus, you got, the great freshman that's coming in. But these guys you got from Indiana State, they're good players.
Yeah, they are. You think about Kent and, Julian, both of those guys are tough.
Yes.
Think about Jordan Pope coming from Oregon State, Tremont Mark coming in, or Tremont Mark coming in. Like, they got a lot of good weapons that's going to make them a little bit more versatile than what we've seen this past year. Love Mac.
Nice scoring options, huh?
Yeah, really nice scoring options. At least guys that can, get shots on their own. We all love Kendall Weaver, but he's really going to have to improve his shot-making ability coming into 2025.
But that dude is playing.
Hell yeah. There's not many guys that have that type of motor. He's an old-school type of player. So, again, Pope, Larry, Kent, Mark, all those are big gets.
Is the centerpiece still going to be the high school kid? Will he be the centerpiece? Is he that good?
No, I think he's just going to be a part of the mix. I don't know who that number one guy is going to be. It could be Jordan Pope, just because, 17 points a game in a very underrated Pac-12. Pac-12 was pretty good this year. They had a few teams in the tournament that did some good things. But, yeah, Pope, around 18 points a game, he could fill it up. And Larry's more of a traditional point coming from Indiana State. Tremont Mark, he scored around 16 points a game for Eric Musselman in Arkansas last year, so he's capable too. They got a few guys that you'll be able to rely on. The thing I'm concerned about, Buck, is the front court. Like, they need another big. Garrison going to Kentucky, the Oklahoma State transfer, that was huge because you thought that Texas had a legit chance. And I didn't mention Malik Presley coming from Vanderbilt. He went to San Marcos High School. He's the newest transfer in. He only averaged around 2 points. So
he was a big scorer there, though.
Yeah, he has a lot of potential, and he was solid coming out of high school. It's just with all of those fifth-year guys that you have on the court, and you think about Trey Johnson, as you mentioned, being a McDonald's All-American, top 5 player in the nation, it'll be hard for Presley to see some action, but they need another big. Caden Shedrick, I like him, but
I like the way his offense he's starting to get his offense going a little bit.
A little bit, and I just thought with the injuries that he had, it was hard for him to be consistent, and plus we had Dylan Vasu, but they're still looking for that big, I think. I don't know what Zirek Oyema is doing. I feel like he's staying. You just haven't heard much from him, but he was very underachieving this year with his production. He wasn't very good for the Horns.
Well, he and Horton. I mean,
yeah, Horton. Whew.
Intramural, I am Horton. I mean, those guys, they just weren't overwhelming. They didn't do much for you.
No.
This whole team relied on the little kid at guard. They were hoping every game you're hoping for Hunter to do something special. You get it once or twice a year, and that's about it. They didn't have any consistent, guard play. So, like you said, these guards now, these are more like swing guys. These 6'4", 6'5", 6'6" guys, they're gonna help you in a lot of ways. They're gonna be able to defend at least too.
Yeah.
And, with Kendall Weaver getting in games, that guy can defend. You know, I know he doesn't have the greatest of shots, but that guy is a defensive, you know, and he's the ever-ready bunny that's going to make guys around him want to defend. He just is. And if those other guys can score, if they can take, because other teams are going to have small guards every once in a while too. Now it looks like Texas may be the team that has guys with length that can take some small guards down in the paint. But as you said, they still need another big because you can't rely on the one guy. He's always hurt.
Yeah, and I don't know.
Not always hurt, not through his own fault. He just got a hurt body, you know?
Right. Yeah, I don't know what big in the portal is worth going after. I
Not a lot
mean,
of 6'10", 6'11" guys sitting out there anymore.
no, great Osabar from Utah State. If you look at 24/7 Sports and their transfer rating, they got him 7th in the transfer portal. He's a center. That's somebody that you could possibly look at.
Yep.
Clifford, Orimari. I'm botching that name. Sorry, Clifford, but both of those dudes look like African brothers. And I tell Chip all the time, go to Africa, damn it. Go get you one of them Kunta-looking brothers that are 7 foot, that might have a language barrier, but wants a better life and will play hard, and that's long and will get you rebounds. Like, not everybody.
UConn is going to go there.
Yeah, UConn will go there.
Yes,
easy. They had that 2 years ago with Sanogo. So, yeah, just like you just need bodies sometimes. Like Kelvin Sampson does a hell of a job of just getting real athletic, physical guys. They might not be the tallest guys, but they always have crazy wingspans, and he somehow makes it work with them. Like Rodney Terry, you got to do that, man, and make it blend in with the guards that you have. But their guards, their wings, solid. I like where they're at there. Petraeus, yeah. I always mention that movie CB, Air Up There, Kevin Bacon. When he went over to Africa and he was wearing all the tribal stuff and yeah, that's a classic. That's a classic. That's what we need from RT. We need you to go Kevin Bacon, dog. So
RT ain't going nowhere. RT ain't getting on no flight to Africa. That dude is not. He ain't going to Zimbabwe.
Get those shots. You need about 20 shots just to go to Africa.
That dude is going down to San Marcos. That's it. He ain't going no further. He ain't going to Zimbabwe.
He needs to if he wants to be great. Hey, he needs to. So,
what do you think? What do you think of the SEC basketball wise? It's up and coming, moving pretty quickly.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough, man, because the coaches in this conference are incredible. They're the best coaches in the nation. You think about Chris Beard staying with Ole Miss. John Calipari just goes down to Fayetteville. Mark Pope's now at Kentucky. Rick Barnes is still at Tennessee. Nate Oates might be a top 5 coach in the nation with Alabama. They're loaded, man. It's loaded with great coaching, which means
surprised that Kentucky got the dude from BYU. Except for he was a player. He's a former player.
Yeah, he was a player. I mean, all the guys that they wanted weren't available. So this was kind of like their F choice, you know. A was gone, B was gone, C was gone. So you get all the way down to Mark Pope, and at least he's one of us. If you're a Kentucky person, like he was a part of one of the greatest Kentucky teams of all time, that 96 team, which he's been a genius in embracing like that and embracing being a Wildcat alum. Because
it wasn't like he wasn't doing a good job at BYU either.
No. I mean, they did lose in the first round to Duquesne, and I had them losing that game. And I thought their team should have been a lot better. That was a Sweet 16 caliber team. But again, Kentucky, it was slim pickings, you know. So picking up Mark Pope, which he's done a hell of a job in the portal. Like all the gets that he's got, solid. So they might not be that same Kentucky team with Calipari that has all the first round picks and stuff and freshmen, but they're going to be tough.
They'll play some good team ball.
Yeah, they're going to be competitive just because he's bringing in 5th-year guys, 4-year guys that are going to embrace the basketball culture in Lexington. And, yeah, with the resources that you have, and it's still Kentucky. I get Calipari's in Arkansas, and they're doing well with their recruitment and transfer portal, but it's still Kentucky. Guys are going to want to play there because they care about basketball that much.
Yeah, I mean, I got to believe Rick Barnes is still, after the year that they had this year, is still going to have a pretty good team, and people are going to want to come play for him at Tennessee too, because that had to be one of the best defensive teams in the nation this season, if not the best defensive team. So I got to believe he's going to be pretty good. Alabama, as you said, Kentucky, South Carolina.
Yeah.
Even South Carolina, Auburn at times.
Bruce Pearl, Auburn. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, the SEC is picking up its basketball game. We know what they're going to be like in baseball. The hardest. That's going to be the hardest. That's going to be something else. And hopefully, the baseball team playing. They got a big series this weekend, starting tonight, I believe, against Oklahoma State. It's still against Oklahoma, is it not? It's not against Oklahoma State. It's against Oklahoma State. You're right. They need this. They need this series. We need 3 games out of this deal tonight. Oklahoma's in first place.
Yeah.
Got to have this weekend.
Yeah, and hey, after that horrific loss to UT Rio Grande, they've had a pretty good run since then.
They've got 3 in a row. I think they've won 3 in a row, 3 games in a row. So let's go. Let's get them all this weekend. So we'll be right there. They've got to get to. I think they have to win the Big 12. They got to be either in the championship game or win the championship, because David Pierce has got a lot on his plate right now. Him trying to be the full-time manager and the pitching coach. Sometimes that's good, and sometimes that backfires. And their pitching is struggling.
It's bad, but hey, he said it the other day. Chicks dig the long ball, so
they're doing that now.
If they can outscore teams like they've been doing, then just the pitching has to be okay enough.
Yeah, but you can't be walking 7, 8 guys. You know what I'm saying, in a game. You can't give up though. You can't give up those free passes like they've been giving up.
Right.
They're just telling guys going down the first because I'm gonna just go. They can't keep walking guys. They got to straighten that out. Yeah,
LeBaron Johnson, I thought he'd have a better season. It's been a tough go for him, but I don't know if they could again just keep these bats alive, and hopefully the pitching could get better to mix with these good bats. They can make a run. Like, they're still a scary team. It's still tight.
I mean, they're in 3rd or 4th place, and everybody's just a couple games away. I mean, you have to win. At one point in the next 3 series that they have, they're going to have to sweep a series.
Yeah.
Where they can't even afford to lose one. Where they're done, and they're done with Tuesday games, so you don't have to worry about that madness anymore. It's just the weekend series that they need to get. They need to get one of these where they win all 3 of them, and it would be nice to be this weekend.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that works out.
Yeah, man.
What you got? What's your plans for the weekend, bud?
Just chilling, man. Just relaxing, hanging out with wifey, enjoying the playoffs.
There you go.
Hey, let me show you what Patrick Beverly said to homegirl in this presser, because it was so ignorant and out of line. Like, Pat Bev, you're the most unserious individual anybody has came across.
That's a selfish dude right there.
Yeah. Listen to this crap.
Here.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Before I finish.
Yeah.
You subscribe to my pod?
Do I subscribe to you? I do not.
So you can't interview me then. No
Okay,
disrespect.
Well, Jamal is here.
You subscribe? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Again, there were a couple times within a bucket or two. In previous games, y'all have been able to kind of get over that hump, or maybe.
Wipe out my face, please? Yeah, thanks.
Was it anything they did in particular, or was it just one of those where the bucket didn't go down, there wasn't the stop, they made one? What kind of prevented that you all from being able to get over, kind of like you have in the past?
You'll move that mic, please, or just get out the circle, please, for me, please, ma'am. If you're not subscribed to my pod, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh my God. I mean, what's the organization? They're gonna be going, dude, shut up. Don't even bring that guy to the mic.
Dude, she's doing her job, man. She's doing her job.
He said, get that mic out of my face.
What is wrong with this dude?
Get out of the circle. He said, get out of the circle.
You throw the ball at the freaking fan. They are telling her to get out the circle. She's just trying to do her job. She doesn't subscribe to the pod because you're ignorant as hell. That's why. That's why. Like, I'm ignorant too, so I'll subscribe to the pod and watch it every once in a while because it's funny. He just says such outlandish shit that you gotta.
Does he say some outlandish stuff? Is he?
Oh yeah, that dude. He has no sense.
Now is he still a pretty good defender now?
No, not really. He's kind of washed up. Like he's just dirty. He's just kind of dirty. That's kind of his niche. Like he just kind of just a dirty guy that holds and pulls and
He used to be a pretty good defender at one time, right?
yeah, he did.
And now he's old and slow, so now he's grabbing on the guys and trying to get.
Now he's grabbing on the guys, throwing balls at folks in the fans, which I got to show that to the people again. If you didn't see Patrick Beverly nail a woman in the head and then
So he's having a discussion with this dude throughout. This guy's on him all game. That's
somebody's been on them all game and he's lost it and they had to pay. Check it out, people. I've never seen that before.
You ain't getting that bad. You wouldn't have got that basketball back the first time.
I've never seen that before. I can't believe that.
That dude is. That dude is.
Look at Wags down there. Yeah. See, that's just. I gotta bring on my chaos theory brothers.
Let me tell you something. If that's me and that guy throws that ball and hits somebody beside me, my beer's coming at him next.
Yo,
when that dude, he was asking for the ball. I mean, he's like, "Give me the ball," because he wanted to throw it back. What an asshole, man!
I know, isn't that just ridiculous?
Yeah,
I would have. If I'd had a can of beer, I would have thrown that right at Patrick Beverly's head.
You know what I'd have said if I was that reporter when he said about the pod and all that? I'd have said,
"Excuse me, bitch."
No, it's Pat Bev's lost his mind. It appears that he is just his fabric of society is completely ripped. The entire cloth is just completely ripped.
Cloth is gone, is it?
Well, I mean, that's like I don't know if he's just trying to get just a rise out of people now, or just if he's trying to do this to claim complete 100% craziness.
Well, he wants you to listen to his pod. This is the kind of stuff that gets you listening to his podcast.
Yeah. I mean,
that's true. That's true.
That's what it does. I mean, he could know that his game could be coming to an end on the court, and he's trying to make a transition. You've seen him interact with Barstool frequently, right? And they're like, "Hey, man, let's get some views, let's get some listeners, man." You throw a ball at somebody in the stands, yeah, that's going to arouse some controversy, right? And then at the end of the game in the presser, you're just like, "Oh no, I'm dismissing every question that's thrown at me to make everything about my podcast." The lady wasn't even in his space. He was just saying podcast. This is the promotional podcast tour of Pat Beverly. That's all it is.
He's probably thinking it's over with. I mean, when I got out of coaching, I didn't then go and sit down and shit on 6th Street just so I can get ready for my next event. I mean, really,
at least not where they could see you. At least not where they could see you. Yeah,
not on purpose. Yeah, I mean, that guy. This is all about him knowing that the end is near, and now I need to sell my podcast because I'm crazy. Because you can come and listen to my podcast, and you get to see this maniac kind of stuff every day from me.
Yo,
bad marketing, but it's still marketing.
Yes, it is.
Man. That's facts. Yo, the way that the ball hit the lady in the head the first time he threw it,
I'm suing somebody.
Yeah,
I'm suing somebody. That's concussion protocol.
Like right in the wrong spot, man. It's I was glad that she kind of bounced back and was looking around. I mean, that brain got rattled around in that noggin. I can promise you that shit.
I saw Pat Beverly throw a bowling ball at somebody. I've also seen somebody at a basketball. I've also seen somebody this week at a bowling ball or at a bowling alley throw a bowling ball at another person. So
I saw that too.
Yeah, we're getting a little wild in our society, man. We got to dial it back a little bit. We're
taking away people's ability to shoot somebody. So now we got to get the bowling balls and swords and things like that. Come on, man.
It was a heave too. It was like a 7-pound bowling ball or some shit, and it hit the lady in the back of her head.
That's a light. Wasn't a 16-pound, so that's okay. That's okay. Hey, Buck, before you go, I know you always do. You're laying down units. You got the Derby tomorrow, the Run for the Roses, Fierceness plus 250. What are you laying down on this one, my man?
I may be headed down to Retama right now to get it done before the madness starts because it's going to get crowded down there tomorrow. I've got to go see my granddaughter play her final soccer game tomorrow.
That's legit.
I will not. Yes, I can't miss that game.
Well, the race is not till 5. They don't race till like 5.
You don't know about these soccer events, Rodney. They last all damn day.
That's true. I do remember that. One of my kids did it for 1 year. And my kid's like out there picking daisies and shit while the game's going on. And I'm like, I ain't paying for this anymore.
Ladybugs and butterflies.
Soccer is the sport that never ends. It just keeps always. It just retorting. It goes, and then there's a summer soccer. There's the fall. There's the winter, the spring. It never goes away. That's why
almost as bad as basketball.
Raised all these communists. These communist kids playing soccer. Now my grandkids are communists too.
No,
what you got going on this weekend, man?
Hey, happy Miami Formula One race, right? Is it Miami this weekend?
It is Miami. I'm going to throw some units on Max Verstappen, and I'm going to lose my ass.
Oh, really?
He's going to win like
you get $5 out of that win?
Yeah, well, the whole thing is, it's like Verstappen, or not Verstappen. So Lewis Hamilton's going to Ferrari next year. So the whole talk down there is Hamilton talking about how he wants the guy that's leaving Red Bull to come be his engineer. Nobody's even talking about the race, Buck. It's like, all right, whatever.
All right, listen, boys, have a good one. Be safe, y'all. Thanks, Zay.
Be good.
Take care, my man.
No problem, Buck.
Have a great morning, man. There they go. Zay and Bucky getting you started off on this awesome Sunday or awesome Friday. Jesus, I said Sunday. I'm already past the weekend. I'm actually heading out towards the desert after this show, man. I'm going to stuff some cactuses up my ass.
Oh man, that sounds.
No, I'm not really going to do that, but I'm going to have some fun out in the desert, though.
That sounds like a shitty situation.
A couple of buddies of mine from EA. We're going to go check it out. Check out some scenes and some vibes in the desert there, and go drink a little bit of peyote.
Yeah, absolutely. Daryl G, you called it right there. Newey's on his way out, and Lewis Hamilton is lobbying for him to head over to Ferrari. I don't know if they can recreate that magic. And somebody asked Verstappen, so what are you thinking with Newey leaving? Verstappen's like, I'm not going to comment on my future. I mean, why would he leave that dynasty? Jeez Louise, crying out loud.
Why would anybody leave Red Bull?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's a stupid question to ask. I mean, let it tail back and then maybe ask that question. Wags, I'm supposed to go. So you tell me. We should have asked Buck this. I'm supposed to go call stock car races in Houston this weekend, and I called the promoter this morning because everything that I see, I've got a weather friend over there in Houston. I called her up and I said, "How's the weather?" And she's like, "Oh, it's flooding over there at the racetrack." I'm like, "Okay." I guess
so. So you guys might not even have a damn race then, huh?
Maybe not. So anyway,
what you guys get into yesterday? Huh? Anything good?
Well, I had a racing show last night. I did kind of check in there to see the Bucks go down. In the Knicks. The Knicks advance.
So what's this do for Doc Rivers? Is Doc Rivers out?
That's what I was wondering.
Are they going to have a knee-jerk reaction and search for another coach for the Milwaukee Bucks?
I mean, in my opinion, it seems like to me, I mean, it's really hard. I mean, I heard Glenn Rivers talking in his presser. It's really hard to win games when your two dudes are down, or you got dudes that are banged
up. It's not just two dudes. It's right. Two of the best dudes in the NBA.
Exactly. So, I mean, I was never the biggest fan, Wags. We've talked about this endlessly here about I wouldn't have made the coaching change in the first place. Not 32 games in, for crying out loud.
Right.
But I mean, what are they going to do? I mean, here's kind of the pattern right here. And I saw some folks this morning talking about, well, the pattern is the Bucks can't advance. Well, the pattern is the Bucks players get hurt and they can't advance. It's really hard to advance without your horses. Kentucky Derby term right there.
No, I'm with you. So what? Yeah, that's like 3 or 4 phrases that you've already spun up about the good old Derby race here. You got some money on the ponies?
Not yet.
No,
not yet. I'm checking the odds right now. I'm trying to figure out one of my. You
got a favorite horse?
Trying to figure out some of these names right here. I mean, you've got Fierceness. That's a favorite at plus 250. Then you've got Sierra Leone at 300.
I like that name. Sierra Leone.
That's pretty cool, right? Then you've got Just a Touch.
That's a country, is it not?
Yeah.
Sierra Leone.
I think that's a country in Africa.
No, it's a. I don't think it's a country. I actually think it's a region.
A suburb.
No, not a suburb, like a region.
And then how about these names? Track Phantom. That sounds like a good horse. You would think. Resilience. That sounds like a good name.
Little resilience. Little resilience around the track. Yeah. I can go with that.
T.O. Password. Is that Terrence or is that Terrell Owens?
Terrell Owens Password, where he's just doing sit-ups. Money, baby. Money.
Domestic Product. How about that? And then the horse with the least odds to win at plus 5,000, my man Wags, Epic Ride. You would think that would be the one with the best odds to win. Epic Ride. Run for the roses. I don't know.
Yeah, just keep running for those roses, my pony.
Here we go.
I don't have any money on them, right? Sierra Leone is a country? Is it?
Yeah.
I thought it was just a region. They actually consider that a country?
Yeah, I think so. It's like, it's like all my friends.
Jake, double check on that, Jake. Double check on that.
It's like when people always talk to me about, Texas, and they're like, why don't you just go to El Paso? I'm like, that's 800 miles away, dude. I'm like, that's 4 states for you people. So it's not quite that easy for us. West Africa.
Rodney, did you see that the Steelers are flirting with the notion of putting Justin Fields as a kickoff returner?
Yeah, man.
Have you seen this? This is what we're on the Feel Good Friday. This is where we're at here on the Fantasy Football Feel Good Friday here, because your boy's got Justin Fields. I got him in both of my dynasty leagues, right? So now I'm kind of like, all right. I thought I was in a really good situation. I thought a fantastic situation had just seamlessly fallen into my lap, right? Thought maybe, it doesn't matter where he goes. If he goes to Atlanta, he's going to be fantastic. If he stays in Chicago, he's going to be fantastic. Shipped to Pittsburgh, where he's got to sit behind Russell Wilson for a handful of games, maybe until Russell Wilson shows that he doesn't have anything in his tank anymore. And then Tomlin might say, all right, here you go. Here's the ball. Fields. Show us what you got. But not only that, you have to endure a little bit of kickoff returning for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Now, look, I know that this dude can carve up the field or whatnot, but that's also coming down off of extension of plays and broken down plays. It's not off of a set up kickoff return. And I know the rules are changing, kickoff return and whatnot too. So that could, take the chances of him being injured down a little bit, or it could reduce the risk of him being injured a little bit. But still, I don't want to see the potential franchise quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers. And this has to be just like a little bit of attention for an attention grab for the Pittsburgh Steelers, right? Like, there's no way in hell that you would flirt having your franchise quarterback go out there to get hurt. There's just no way you would do that. Or if there is, I don't know. I don't get it. I don't understand it.
Yeah, I saw that yesterday, Wags, and I was going back to the kickoff rules. I'm like, okay, well, that'll modify that just a little bit. But yeah, man, and if you're Justin Fields, does he know this?
He knows this. He knows this.
Man, it's got to be like, man, this is not why I came here. But I here's something else that I wanted to ask you yesterday, and I'm glad that you brought this up.
What, Sierra Leone?
No, well,
the
diamonds. So the whole thing with the Steelers, I saw a way too early mock draft that was out, I think on ESPN. No, it may have been The Athletic. I don't know where it was, but it was a mock draft for 2025, and it had Pittsburgh picking at number 12, and it had them taking the man himself, the man that advertises the fours, Quinn Ewers.
I thought you were going to say the other guy. 444. That guy.
Quinn does those commercials. Have you seen him on those commercials?
I have not. Are you serious?
That's one of Quinn's NIL deals. Is he sits there across from that guy, and they go back and forth. And Quinn said, "I have my ideas about the fours," and he starts doing this. And now that other goofball.
I got to pull that commercial up. I haven't seen that commercial. I'll look at it after. I'll look at it after the show.
You got to find it.
When I'm on the road. Hey, speaking of which, I don't know if you guys have seen the news about the new college football video game, but our golden boy Quinn Ewers is going to be on the cover. You got a Texas Longhorn Quinn Ewers.
Is that definite?
Huh? That's definite. Yeah.
Nice.
So Shedeur Sanders is going to be on the cover. Is going to be on one cover, and then there's going to be a Quinn Ewers Texas Longhorn edition for the cover as well. So yeah, I mean, I kind of figured, like, I didn't know who they would put out as the poster boy or the player for NCAA football. I felt like they would go with a committee with it, just because there isn't really a standout. Well, it was Caleb Williams, right? But since Caleb Williams is no longer there, like, who carries the torch next for college football? And Quinn Ewers is one of the names that's touted out there, but also it's coming from the biggest brand in college football, which is Texas. $2.1 billion in revenue is what Texas generates. So, and the next club to that is Alabama, and that's they're what, $1 million or $1 billion behind, rather, with 1.1 billion. Or I think it's million. It's not billion. It's million. I got it wrong. But yeah, 2.1 million and 1.1 million. That's Texas and Bama. That's 1 and 2 in terms of revenue bringing in a year. So yeah, like, it makes sense to have somebody from Texas as one of the covers for college football, but also, like, probably with Shedeur Sanders being in the limelight I mean, hell, within three games, I think he had almost 1,500 yards or like 1,200 yards. I mean, I might be a little bit over the top with that, but he had one hell of an impressive start to the season. So that could be why, like, a couple of people from his camp or whatnot was just like, hey, you got to get Shedeur on here too. And plus, it's going to sell copies. It just will.
Yeah, that's the whole thing, and it sounds like what they're doing with this is going to be like they do with Dave Campbell's Texas football, to where, depending where you are, I mean, there's different covers and all that, and I saw that, to where it was like Shedeur Sanders and Quinn Ewers who's going to be on the cover, and I'm like, I'm not sure if I want that to be Quinn, just because of video game cover lore and what that may cause. But think about this, Wags. We just went through the draft, and think about everybody that's gone. And I mean, look at it right now. Carson Beck, I mean, would be somebody that I would look at. Maybe.
Carson Beck, he's another guy that's one of the covers too.
Okay, yeah, but
so I think the three people that are on the cover, there might be more than 4, but I think from what I've read and what I've confirmed, Shedeur Sanders is one, Quinn Ewers is another, and Carson Beck is the other quarterback.
Nice.
Which, I mean, I don't even know if I'm, like, on board with Carson Beck as, like, one of the top quarterbacks still. I think he's again, and this could be like a JJ McCarthy deal where he's just got nothing but talent and loads of talent around him, to where he doesn't really have to do much or showcase much, right? Like, I don't know, the dude, and I'm not trying to take anything away. Like, the dude can make some throws. He's made all the throws that you need to make. It just, he doesn't really have to make those throws. And I mean, hell, when you got a coach that's getting $13 million a year.
How about that?
I mean, my God, I don't know if you guys saw that news last night or yesterday, but yeah, Kirby Smart, 2-year extension with Georgia, $13 million per year.
That's
worth it.
A lot of money. I mean, you got to look at the resume, dude. I mean, that's a lot of money. I mean, I've never made that kind of money in a year in my life, probably. But
I'll never see that money. I'll never see that amount of money in my life.
Absolutely. But I mean, you got to look at what he's done. I mean, look at this run that Georgia's been on. I mean, it's really hard to dispute that he is, the undisputed best coach in college football right now. And I think that's where this is so cool to me, Wags, with the move, Texas going to the SEC. Well, with the whole shift, with OU, everybody. And by the way, Texas misses out on a dude yesterday, but that's okay. It'd have been nice to have that defensive tackle there. But I think the whole thing is with Texas making the move right now, here is where the seismic shift can come in for the Longhorns, to where they can, I mean, you go in that game against Georgia here, man, that's going to be an SEC, hopefully the battle for the SEC lead at that point. But man, Texas wins that game. That's where you go off. You knocked off Alabama. You put Nick Saban into retirement. You take Steve Sarkisian. Now you're going to get Georgia at home on Formula One weekend, by the way. God, that's going to be a mess. You knock Georgia off after Kirby Smart's getting this kind of money, and I think you're getting Georgia at a good time. I think we're getting Georgia at a terrible time, honestly.
You think? Yeah, they're pissed off that they did. I mean, they're coming off a year where they got snubbed out of a damn bowl game, or going, not just a bowl game, but going out to the damn to the college national playoff. I think that's going to sit in the back of their mind all season long. I think that they are going to want to make Texas as a doormat to SEC, because we're the new, or we're one of the new teams coming in. And I think it when it comes down to, you just talked about it, one of the best coaches in the nation, or arguably the best coach in the nation, Sarkisian is starting to get into that conversation. That's a little over the top. I won't say that Sarkisian's in the conversation for best coach in the nation, but he's starting to prove a lot of his doubters wrong. Just with the 3 years that he's had, or the run that he's had here at Texas. Now, look, before Texas, it was a little shaky, it was a little rocky. He had to, find his, find his feet again, get his feet wet again, with the coordinator positions. But look, it looks like he has found his groove, man, and you can't argue that he's one of the best play callers in college football right now, or probably one of the best play callers in all of football, honestly, in terms of schemes. I would say in a few years, if they stay on this trajectory, I think we have the conversation of Steve Sarkisian as one of the best college football coach, or one of the best coaches in college football. Right now, it's undisputedly Kirby Smart.
Yeah,
in my opinion, and he deserves every bit of that money. It's a lot of money. But yeah, when you're almost pulling off a three-peat in college football, and it's basically down to the hearts and minds of a committee to get you in, when you know damn well that you were probably better than 2 of the 3 teams that got in. So, or
That's
2 of the 4
exactly
teams rather that got in.
That's exactly right. And I think really the thing is with Sarkisian is what I'm so impressed with is that the program is finally, the whole program. And again, we've talked about this in detail, to where the program's going in the right direction. You got a good president, you got a good AD. They're all working in unison with their head coach. And that's been what has been lacking so much in the past. I mean, you look back in the days of DeLoss Dodds, and whether
it also felt like the players weren't buying in completely, right?
Yeah.
And now it feels like it is that cliche family type of vibe now on the 40 that Herman tried to preach and get there, but he still I felt like he had that militaristic, authoritarian type of rule, right? It did. Yeah. It felt like all the stuff that he would say, it felt like I was hearing from a captain or a general in the military. I really did. I didn't know how well the Longhorns would respond to that. It appeared it was kind of a little bit of an adverse response, but yeah, to your point, Rodney, it looks like Sark's got it firing.
And I think Wags, to me, Tom Herman to me was always kind of the like if you have a job and you have a boss that is, like, in your words, kind of militaristic, just kind of the company guy that is trying to make himself do the right thing, trying to look really good in front of the executives or the CEO, whatever. He seemed like that guy. But at the same time, he kind of seemed like that guy where if you ran into him at like 9 p.m., at a beer joint or a club or something, that he was going to be just a regular dude, and he's going to want to sit there and bullshit and get hammered with you. Is kind of what Tom Herman seemed like to me. I mean, it was just not a good fit. The entire program was not a good fit at this time, or at that time. But what it really seems like, and I think a lot of this can go to Chris Del Conte. It's good hires. I mean, Jay Hartzell, what they have done here, and you look at this, and I saw something when I was reading about Kirby Smart getting all this money. When you look at the what is it, the governor? What do we call that thing again? Where the Governor's Cup or whatever it is for all athletics. Whatever that thing's called. Georgia's number 20. Texas has finally, with football, put themselves in the mix right there. We're going to drive ourselves crazy over that shit again.
I can't think of the damn name.
I can't think of what it's called. But I think Sarkisian is on Director's Cup.
Thank you.
Definitely on the right path right here. But I mean, it's hard to say that Kirby Smart does not deserve that money, because he has done a hell of a lot in the best conference in football.
So Jake brings up a good line here. Is this where you guys have this is the top 3 quarter? You don't even have Sark as a top 3, huh? You got DeBauer, Kirby, and Dabo. I don't even know. I don't see. I had Dabo out with Sarkisian in. I had DeBauer in there. But I also, I had Sarkisian in there over Dabo Sweeney. I felt like the magic has just kind of left Dabo. Now Dabo had one hell of a run. Yeah. And I don't know if I can solidify that Clemson's run is completely over and finished, right? There might be a second life or a second breath for Clemson in their program, but I don't know if I have Dabo in the top 3 anymore, Jake. He absolutely was there, but I feel like with Saban merging and exiting stage right. It left room for Sark to get in there, especially with the kind of shortcomings that Clemson has had in the past 2 years, in the past few seasons. But yeah, I mean, I did have Dabo in the 3 at a time, but he's fallen out. He's fallen out.
Yeah, and it really seems like I mean what Steve Sarkisian has done well, not only with the support system and everything that we were talking about before, but he's worked the portal, he's worked the NIL. They have worked that extremely well, and of course, a lot of that is Texas resources. That's donors. That's all of that. The one thing with Nick Saban, and now that he's out of coaching, we're really starting to get Nick's thoughts on what he really thinks of this system.
Oh, we were getting thoughts about that system 2 years ago.
And it really seems like Dabo hasn't embraced that, or doesn't want to embrace that. Maybe that's what it is, and I totally get that. As an old football, coach,
say that again. I missed the first part of it. Dabo doesn't want to.
He doesn't want to embrace. He's not a fan of this. He's not a fan of NIL and the transfer portal. He doesn't like the system, which I totally get it, because it's not traditional college football, so they say. But this is how you remain relevant right now. You have to work these systems. And I think that's where Clemson has struggled a little bit, is that they haven't been as active or aggressive as some of these other schools.
I don't know. I mean, I hadn't really been paying too much attention to how active Dabo is in the transfer portal. I know I would feel like it depends on the program, or how good the program is doing at the time, for people to want to transfer into that program, right?
Yeah.
I'm not sure how much that falls on the coaches to go in there and try and recruit kids in the transfer portal. I think if kids are entering the transfer portal, they kind of have an idea of where they want to go in the first place, right?
Yeah.
Or am I or just seeing that a little bit wrong? Like I would think if I'm a student athlete, and I had a chance to start at linebacker, and it just didn't, that window of opportunity fell short, and I have 2 years of eligibility left, and now, since I want instant gratification, I'm in the transfer portal, and I'm already sizing up where I want to go. You know what I mean? Like, oh, well, they just lost a linebacker, and that's a pretty damn good school. Maybe I can get in there. I had a couple of looks from them before I committed here. Maybe I can go over there and try and transfer in. That's kind of the mindset that I think student athletes have going into the transfer portal. I feel like coaches, I don't know how this is done, or I don't even know how, the actions of the transfer portal work.
Yeah.
I feel like coaches are kind of just in the reception mode of, here we're receiving whoever wants to come here, and whoever wants to, say, hey, I'm interested in your program. I don't know how active coaches can be in the transfer portal to be like, hey, you're a pretty damn good looking recruit. Let's get you over here, to come to this organization, or to come to this institution, since you no longer want to be in that institution, or the window of opportunity has minimized over there at your school.
Yeah. And I think that's where it's so different now for coaches that have been in the coaching game for so long, because before we had NIL and the transfer portal, that's where we would bitch, or I would bitch. I'm not going to speak for everybody else, but that's where I would bitch, where a coach would sign a massive contract, recruit all these kids in, get them in, promise the moon, go sit on mama's couch and tell them everything that's going to happen. And then boom, hey, the USC job is free. I'm not singling out Lincoln Riley, but the USC job is free. I'll see you later. And they're gone, and the kids are there. So the kids, like they're 10, but I think that's where it's different now, to where it does seem like all the leverage and all of that is in the hands of the players right now. I mean, look at Savion Red, for example, that went into the portal for Texas. I mean, he's got to be looking at that running back room and thinking, okay, well, I'll get to do the wild red or red cat.
Yeah,
or whatever.
That's to my point. Like when your window of opportunity closes, it's I don't know. Like, I feel like you're not getting that supplement, or the supplementary like running back, to where they've been waiting in the wings for a couple of years or 2 years now, and now since that running back has just kind of messed up his groin or whatnot, and now he's not going to be able to play for 2 games. Now you don't get to see the supplementary back come in. You know what I mean? Or I guess the surprise coveted piece that we usually have, or keep waiting in the wings for a surprise attack that you don't really get to see until senior year, because it's just it's stuck and stockpiled behind so much talent. Right now, all that talent's gone, because people with like I mentioned, they want instant gratification to where they want to play immediately. Again, you're not seeing, and to your point where we first started talking about this, I think that's why Saban kind of exited stage, right? Like the stockpile that he used to be able to build up is not, it's diminishing because, you know, people want to play instantly and right away. So
absolutely.
that's
and
my
like
little spiel on NIL. But
no, dude. And I
how did we get on NIL?
I don't know how that came up.
That's not even on my paper today. NIL.
I don't know how that came up, but and the whole thing is kind of to bookend that whole thought right there. Is that's where, I mean, I'm sorry. I know that we're here in the Austin area. I know here with Texas and the resources, facilities, everything that's going on in Austin, you know, people are like, oh, it's great to go to Austin. I'm like, well, live here. It ain't all that great sometimes. Traffic and other things can kind of jack you up. But when you're in Tuscaloosa or you're in,
I'm not big on stepping over homeless people. I don't like that.
No shit.
I don't like that. I don't like seeing shit on my sidewalk either. So
exactly. And I don't need all the other bullshit that goes on. And I don't want to sit in traffic for all this time. That's why I'm like, come live it for a little bit. It's
well,
like,
you're gonna sit in traffic everywhere now, Rodney. That's everywhere.
That's true. That's true. But it's like, come spend a week, come spend a month. But I totally get it. Cost of living is kind of high here too, but that's okay. But that's where it gets unfair to me. Even though we are Texas Sports Unfiltered, we talk Texas sports on here all day long. By the way, is Texas, USC, UCLA, these schools, man, it's an outright advantage versus Tuscaloosa. I mean, it's easy to sell. It sells itself. And that's to me where NIL and some of the transfer portal is.
So what you think Tuscaloosa still sells itself?
No,
Okay.
I think the history of Tuscaloosa does, but now that dude's gone. So it's like, yeah, man, I grew up wanting to play for Nick Saban.
Well, that history could be vibrant again in 2 years, depending on what Caleb and company is able to do over there in Tuscaloosa. So
that's the whole thing, dude. You know, I think a lot of people are discounting Alabama, but it's like, man, if that program keeps on, you know, it's like with the Michigan thing, they're making a big deal. You got a brand new head coach. No, that fucking dude's been coaching for 2 years.
Yeah.
So
he's been the head coach for about 2 years. He really has.
He's got the program down pretty damn well. I think you're in good hands in Ann Arbor, for crying out loud.
Yeah, that's going to be one hell of a week. Week 2. Oh boy. Are you guys ready for football yet? My goodness, man. And
UFL.
Where'd this go? Somebody's a little worried about this. Where'd it go? There it is. Jake, our guy Jake. Hey, cover the curse. Or curse cover is only for Madden only. All right. So our boy Quinn's going to be standing upright all season long. Okay.
That's right.
My God.
It's the fours, my man.
It is. It's good.
I do like that. That's a good idea.
It's good to see Texas represented. It really is. Like, it's good to see. And I had a good vibe. I had a good feeling that a Texas athlete would be on the cover of EA Sports college football. I did. But yeah, somebody also brought up Dylan Gabriel too. Is Dylan Gabriel really 35? I mean, I'm of course I'm saying that tongue in cheek. Is he that old? Has he been been touring longer than Bo Nix? Is that true?
Got to be mid to late 20s. That dude. I mean, he's been around for a little bit.
He has been. I mean, so is Cam Rising. Rising has been in college longer than I was in the Marine Corps, it feels like. Yeah. I mean, Cam Rising has been on the tour, bro.
Those dudes go back to pass and they throw and there's like cobwebs under their arm. I'm like, get those cobwebs out of the way. You've been in college football for so long.
The release date should be okay. I don't know if I'm even allowed to say this.
Do we need to do the randomizer?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'll have codes for you guys for sure. But look, it's second week of July. July.
Oh, that's perfect.
I'm pretty sure I can say it. It's July 12th. I'm pretty sure it comes out July 12th. I'm pretty sure I'm allowed to say it. But from the information I have is it comes out on July 12th. So yeah, God, I hope I don't get fired for that.
It's like on Monday, Texas Sports Unfiltered is going to be Wags all day long because now this is going to be the sole thing that he's doing.
Oh my God. I'm pretty sure. I mean, I we'll find out. I'll find out Monday. Come Monday if I'm in trouble or not. But yeah, thanks. Appreciate you, Double D. Hell, July 12th is when the the title drops. But anyways, make sure, and I'll have some codes for you guys. I'm trying to get some codes. I'd love to find out what consoles and what platforms or clients is what we call them. But platforms that you guys are on, whether it's PlayStation 5, Xbox, or if you're on PC, Steam, PC or whatnot, please let me know. Tweet it out to or tweet us or hit us up in the Coda text line as well, just so I can get a count on how many codes or the type of codes that I need for you guys. I won't be able to supply everybody. Of course, we all know
here they come.
It's like the hottest commodity. Xbox, PlayStation 5, right on. Hey man, send them in. I'll try and get at least 10 for each. All right, 10 for PlayStation 5, 10 for Xbox, and 10 for Steam. And also, guys, you got to know, like, the PC ports are going to be a little bit rockier and rougher than the console ports. Like, usually the game plays a lot better at first, or the first couple of months on consoles than it does for PC for some reason. I don't know why. So, but I appreciate everybody's feedback. I love having this conversation. You guys know when it comes to tech and when it comes to football, that's really my wheelhouse, man. That's especially video games too. So, when we're talking software or whatnot, but yeah, I'll be able to help out a lot of people.
We're getting it all different ways. Coda text line, 512 number 8969. Don't forget, you guys, put your handle in here if you've already done it. And I haven't, I'll get it, or we'll get it in there. PS5, and my birthday's May 22nd. So there you go.
Nice.
You're going to get every angle.
There we go. All right. There we go. Okay. So here's the thing too, right? Like, that's the one thing about college football. Like, I love Madden, but college football, it's the pageantry, right? It's when you're looking or setting because you can set your own schedules, right? You can customize your schedules to see which teams you want to play or to strengthen your schedule a little bit so that you can entice recruits to come to you at the end of the year or to come to your school at the end of the year. And then once you get your recruits in, if you have Madden as well, you can take your players from college football and put them into the NFL draft, and then take the players that you've been working on and simulating for the past couple of seasons that you've had in college football and draft them in the Madden. And it's the same stats. Like, they've been doing that, they were doing that 10 years ago or whatnot. But remember, like, that was gaming to me. And like, I would spend years just taking stuff from college football and putting it into NFL. And then once that stopped, that's kind of when I got into shooters again. Like, first person shooters is when college football kind of left in 2014, 2015. It didn't give me any incentive to go play sports games anymore. But anyways,
so that dude, and again, I have no clue. So I had no idea that's how that worked. I thought you just turned it on and it was like, okay, I'm whoever and I'm going to play against
there's exhibitions. You can do exhibition stuff, like, or you can do old time rivalries to where you have like Stanford versus Cal or whatnot, or Florida State versus Florida, or you have Oklahoma versus Texas, or even a scenario game where is there a chance where Texas misses the kick against Texas A&M? Yeah, you can do all kinds of shit like that, man. It's crazy. Or you can see if if Herschel Walker's gonna run the greatness for the 80 Bulldogs or whatnot. Like, go play as Dan Marino at Pitt. I mean, it's fantastic, dude. Yeah, man. It's the greatest sports game for a reason. You know what I mean? And then you hear the dun 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 dun, and then you hear the fucking Texas fight too. I don't know. I don't have to tell you guys; it sells itself. You guys know that.
I guess I better start saving up for a gaming computer because I know none of this shit's gonna run it. So,
that's a expensive piece. That's a pricey piece. Gaming computers. But hey, if you're into sports and you want to watch, hockey, and you want to watch basketball and football and baseball and all kinds of that stuff, you got to do it with audiovisual consultations. They can get you set up. They can probably get your gaming room set up too, man. Everything that you need, and everything that you love, it's done right there with AV Consultations. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. For the past 35 years, they've been setting the standard in audiovisual automation, and they can be in your home in just an instant. All you got to do is make that phone call to Tom. 512-255-8678, or go to their gallery of projects that they've done on the website at avconsultations.com. You'll get an idea of what you want in your house, whether it's the 2 TVs that I have behind me, the arcade units, or the 4 TVs that BK has at his house. It's all deadly. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com.
Absolutely. And you've got Mother's Day coming up next week. So don't forget your mothers. You got to take care of all those mothers out there.
You can get your mom and you can get your wife a great TV.
There it is right there. Set them up on that kind of system. It would be great for your mothers. I promise you that. And also, if your mothers are looking for a car, truck, or SUV, new or pre-owned, or graduation's coming up, college and high school graduation, one place to go. It's our friends at covertbcave.com. How about a word from our friends at Covert Bee Cave? You guys be nice to Hayden on a Friday.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert Bee Cave.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever since 1909, my friend Wags.
I'm not pulling these up to make fun of y'all. I'm just trying to get some perspective on where y'all are at in your gaming terms and gaming situations. Rob's got a PS3, and then Jake's still playing on 360. Yeah, we need a GoFundMe for Double R to go get a gaming computer, and one for Rob for a PS5. Yeah, you guys, man. I don't think it's that bad. I think Kevin Dunn is still on a PlayStation 2.
I heard him say that. Yeah. Maybe I'll just try to find one of those.
I think BK's got a PlayStation 3 too. A PlayStation 3 as well. Yeah. We'll have to upgrade you guys. I don't know. Maybe we can do, fundraiser or whatnot. Maybe we can do like a giveaway. Or like a little, I don't know, maybe ideas. Maybe we can do a tournament.
Dude, when you said I have an idea, I knew that's what you were going to say. A pickleball tournament, right?
Pickleball would be great. Pickleball would be fantastic.
What t-shirt contest?
What t-shirt contest? Now we're starting to get around, the tip of the spear. But what if we did a Madden or a college football tournament?
Oh, I'll lose. I don't even know how to turn them on. Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. But the what t-shirt contest goes hard too. It does. It absolutely goes hard or goes soft. I don't know. I don't know the best terminology for that. But hey, nipples.
Hard.
It's Friday. Go. Let's talk about something else.
Coda text line. Sega Genesis.
Last night.
Sega Genesis on the Coda text line.
Who's got a Sega Genesis?
I'm sure they're just jacking around here. 512-2238 number. I will say I've got the Atari 2600 sitting over there.
I got you.
What
were you saying, Rodney? What you got?
I got the Atari 2600 sitting over there.
There you go. That's all you form. That's all you need right there, man. Grand Prix, just throw Grand Prix in there. Now you're getting your pixels all over the place, my guy.
Night Driver. Yeah. Asteroids.
Yeah, we got to help Rodney out for sure, man. Yeah, gaming has evolved tremendously, 100%. We also had some basketball was on last night. Did you watch any basketball?
I did, my man. I actually did. I did watch. I usually do when now, but yeah, I did. I know I mentioned the Bucks. I want
to give the Knicks a lot of credit. Like I feel like the Knicks can make a run, and maybe if they had Randall, then absolutely, I feel like they could get past Boston. But I feel like most of the work comes from their backcourt, and it has to come from the backcourt, right? Even with that, and Brunson, as soon as the fourth quarter hit, it seemed like he started just absolutely catching fire and going off. But with that, I want to err a little bit of caution there, right? Or put a little bit of pause to it. It looked like he was also still. Remember, I talked about the other night how he had a couple of just untimely turnovers against the 76ers. Well, it felt like that was coming up last night again. It felt like we were starting to relive that. But be that as it may, New York was able to escape and get out of there, and that's what it was. It felt like an escape in Philadelphia. Maxey has I didn't know if I could sit there and proclaim that Maxey has arrived or not.
Yeah.
But because you can, as long as you do it in the regular, we had this conversation. You can do it in the regular season, and that's all fine and dandy. But when you can perform like this night in and night out in postseason play, I got to give you your roses. I absolutely have to, man. Maxey was fantastic. The Sixers aren't even in that game without Maxey. And the fact that, you have Embiid dealing with what he's dealing with, all the adversity he's going through with Bell's palsy and whatnot. And the lack of performance from all the key cog players. And hell, you want to call Tobias Harris a key cog player. That's kind of a disrespect to Tobias Harris. Like you were considered a 3 when you came to Philadelphia. You were considered a focal point, right? Like something that an organization or a franchise could build off of. You're absent. You're absolutely absent. Like you're just occupying space. Your plus minus minutes are down too. What are you doing, Tobias Harris? Did Jimmy Butler, did the whole Tobias Harris over me really put you that far into a bag to where you can't get out? It's tough to watch Tobias Harris try to play basketball these days.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to mention to you, Wags, and get your thoughts on it. I mean, it seems like to me that the Philadelphia, I mean, they need the third. They need the third guy, because you look at the Knicks, dude. 3 dudes scored 110 points last night, and I mean this run right here that Brunson's been on. I mean, this 40-point average that we've watched in these the final part of the series right here. I mean, this is where you talk about this dude that's an impact player, and now they're going in. I know there's another series to go, but now you really, I think that we really have to have. I mean, and you tell me about the Philadelphia thing, because you just said it. You answered my question before I even asked it. There's a third that's missing right there for the 76ers, but I mean, for the Knicks, dude, I really think. Because they got some dudes in there, man. I think that they can go in there and kind of ruffle up Boston a little bit. I really think that they can.
Harten's, to me, like if they had Randall, would be I'm all with you. Like Hartenstein, he's just awkward, right? Yeah. He just looks. What is on my arm? Hartenstein just looks. Oh, what the hell? I just saw some. Oh, lint. My bad. Sorry, guys.
Chiggers. Oh,
startle me. Hey, man, those things hurt.
Tell me about it.
You know how to get rid of chiggers? Put nail polish on your pores or whatnot, or you put a little bit of bleach inside of a bath and put your ankles inside of the bath and see all the chiggers come to the surface. It's pretty gross, man. Anybody that lived out in North Carolina, you know what I'm talking about.
Man, when I was heavy duty real estate, I took a dude out to look at a property in Thrall, as some people say. We went out and we walked in the grass. We all got chiggers. That dude called me up 3 days later. He said, dude, I got chiggers on my balls. I'm like, that's your problem. That's not part of my real estate service.
No bueno, my guy. No bueno. But yeah, back to the next conversation. Like Hartenstein, he gives you those pivotal moments and gives you good minutes, but there's sometimes like even like his baby hooks in the paint just look awkward. It looks like he's got a shot put to get the damn thing through the backboard, but it like lacks physical power to even get to the damn rim sometimes. It just, I don't know. He plays great defense, fantastic defense. But again, if of course, if you're replacing him instead of Julius Randle, you're going to have a little bit of a downfall, or you're not going to be as active as as you would be with your starting 5 and firing on all cylinders. So yeah, that takes away from a little bit. I don't think Hartenstein's a decent matchup for Kristaps Porzingis. I think he's going to get eaten alive, as a matter of fact. But look, he played pretty damn well against Joel Embiid too. So I got to give him that credit as well. But most of their offensive production is going to be coming from the backcourt, unless they can get some slashing going on with Josh Hart and DiVincenzo.
Yeah. And again, I know the Knicks have the Pacers coming up, and the Pacers, you know what, I mean, they ran.
Look, Sal, look, I ain't beating up on your boy. I get it. He's an underappreciated Rick Smits. But how much were you appreciating Rick Smits back in the day? You being from Gotham there, Sal.
Pacers ran through that series, but I think this is going to be more, when you get the Knicks and the Pacers, I mean, this is going to be Spike Lee and all that bullshit, and Reggie Miller. I mean, it's gonna the sideshow here is gonna be something that I think is going to be something very good for TV. But I mean, I do think, man, with the Knicks and for Brunson, I mean, I'll go back to that right there for the Knicks to take in Brunson, or not to take in, but to make the move right there and have Jalen Brunson on their squad right there, and Thibodeau with his job that he's done. I mean, it's a potent team, dude. It's a potent team, and I know there's work to do here, and there's work to do yet for Boston, and I think Boston's in a good place because they can rest.
When's Indiana and New York start? Let me check this out.
That's Monday. That's Monday. I think Monday evening at 7:30, 6 or 7:30. Yeah, is when that one starts off. So, yeah, little Monday night treat.
Little Monday night action. We got about 10 minutes to go until we got to get out of here. I actually got to leave like right at 11 so I can go catch my flight, Rodney. So
that's right. That's right. You're
taking
going
to the desert, my guy. Going out to the desert. Going to drink some peyote.
Nice.
So hey, all right. So we got to get into our futures, our Friday futures picks. All right. We got to talk about the weekend. Like, what do we think the weekend's going to? What do we think is going to happen over the weekend? Give the family, the fan base, the crystal ball here, my guy. So what we got here? Give me a little bit of your breakdown over the weekend. What do you think is going to happen?
Dallas Mavericks take care of business. Move on.
I was hoping that you would lead with the Kentucky Derby.
That's number 2. That's number 2. Haven't really decided if I'm actually going to put this money on. But
I'm going with Sierra Leone because it's a country.
I'm going with the favorite. It's been a long time since a favorite has won this horse race, apparently. But
I'm the favorite.
Fierceness. I like that. Kind of reminds me.
I like resilience too. Resilience is a good name.
That's a good name. That's a good name.
That horse must be of a different color and really came up just resiliently, huh?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
A little bit of what the hell was that damn? Is Seabass? Is Seabass the damn Seabiscuit? Seabiscuit. Got to be like Seabiscuit.
Seabiscuit.
Got to be like that horse Seabass.
And Secretariat.
Secretariat.
I mean that's the 2 that I had. That's the 2 that I had.
Yeah, the Derbies this weekend. Preakness is in a couple of weeks, and then you got Belmont coming around, man. We got the Triple Crown right around the corner here.
Yeah. So
make sure you get in your hat. Make sure you get a nice hat there, Rob.
Oh, that's right.
Rob, you want to talk about the Bruins? You want to talk about the Bees?
They lost.
Talk about Nylander? Huh?
They lost.
They lost last night. Yeah, they lost last night.
I thought I thought they were going to win.
No, I mean these two teams have been they've been after it the past couple of years in the playoffs.
This has been a little feisty. This seems to be a little fierce right here with these two.
Fierce like your horse?
That's right. That's right. That's
my the Bruins took a 2-1 loss last night. Wool was fantastic. Wool basically had a shutout last night. The Bruins potted one with like 1 second left in regulation. It looked like, it looked like the Maple Leafs were going to go clean, but they got one at the last second there. But Nylander, he had both. He potted both goals for Toronto to keep them into this thing, and we're going to have a Game 7. How about that?
Hey, there's nothing wrong with a Game 7.
No,
never anything wrong.
Sexiest words in all sports. Game 7.
Isn't that right? Game 7.
Two sexiest words.
When you got a Game 7, that right there is that's a ball buster right there. So yeah, Game 7 coming up. Game 7 coming up right there.
That will be I think that's going down on Monday too, is when they're playing. I think Game 7 will be on Monday. No, excuse me, Saturday night. Saturday night will be Game 7. I'd like to say that Boston's going to take this. I really would, but I thought that they'd be able to put it away, the past couple of games. But Toronto's been clawing and making this one hell of a contest, man. We got ourselves a series, man. The first Game 7 of the playoffs here.
Good.
Let's get it in.
Glad we got one.
What's that?
I'm just glad we got one. I'm just glad we got a Game 7. That's never a bad thing. Are you going to watch Canelo? In action.
I might watch the fight. I don't really pay too much for. I paid for the Max Holloway fight. 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, and usually I only buy like 1 or 2 fights a year.
Yeah.
I don't know. I liked what I saw. I don't feel like I got gypped out of what I paid for with the last pay-per-view event. So I might watch this one. I might watch this.
Yeah. We'll see.
Do you have the line on the Canelo fight?
I don't have it, but I bet I can find it.
I bet you could. I absolutely bet you could find it. But you know what, though? Let me tell you about my friends at Pick Sports Gear real quick. while you're looking for that. All you pickleball players, get ready to gear up with all the design gear that's right here in Austin. Look no further than Pick Sports Gear. Their equipment is crafted with precision and passion right here in the heart of our city, known for its love and for sports and innovation. From top-of-the-line paddles to premium accessories, they have everything that you need to dominate the court in style like your boy Wags does. Whether you're falling down on the court or you're up in the kitchen, you can get it done with Pick Sports Gear. Plus, keep an eye out for the demo days. It's happening right here in Austin. We'll be giving you all the info and all the details that you need on their website at picksportsgear.com. That's PIXsportsgear.com. You can check out the locations and the details for all those demo days on that website as well. It's picksportsgear.com. That's PIXsportsgear.com.
Canelo Alvarez -600 as the favorite. Risk 600 to win 100.
Yeah, no.
Is what Alvarez.
No,
I ain't touching that. Yeah, it's like, why even? I mean, that's.
No, I'm all right. I'm all right. Unless I know that there's a damn fix going in.
Well, wrong fight apparently. Well, I don't know, man. You never know. That's like, it's like when people say that boxing is rigged. I'm like, boxing is hard to rig. I guess it's not. I mean, there we go back to that rigged thing again.
So with horse races, honestly, like, I don't know. I don't really bet too much on horses, right? But I do go and I usually get a little book of stats on what the horse has done on certain length of tracks or whatnot. If it's a short track or if it's a mile track or whatnot. We used to go up Charlestown, West Virginia, back where I'm from, like in the Maryland days. They have pretty good casinos and racetracks. We used to go up and bet on the ponies quite a bit. It's been a while since I've gotten out there. Hell, I think the closest. What's the closest casino to us?
Casino? What's that one over there?
It's up in Oklahoma.
Coshada.
Right?
Coshada?
Is Coshada closer to us, or is it the one up in Oklahoma?
You know
I don't
know.
What I'm talking about?
No. I'm thinking about Coshada. So what's the other one?
Where's Coshada at? How far away is Coshada?
I thought that is like just past the state line. I thought was Coshada. That's the one that Terry Bradshaw used to advertise when he was coherent. So there's Coshada.
I thought it was Windstar. I thought Windstar was up in. I thought Windstar up in Oklahoma was the closest one.
Right.
Is it not?
Windstar is like right there. I mean, it's like you cross over and boom, there it is. Yeah, Windstar is closer. Okay.
How much they got to have ponies up at Windstar, right?
I'm sure they do. I'm sure they do.
Or if not, they got a room where you can access, all the horse races or whatnot. But
yeah, if I was going to be here, or
I've never been up to Windstar. We got to go. We should go up. We should take a trip,
dude. I think that would be great. I wouldn't mind going to Retama. I wouldn't mind going to Retama and watch it, watch it there. And because they actually do live horse racing at Retama now, right there down 35 in San Antonio, right past Shirts. I mean, when I was a kid, we'd go to Manor Downs. There was like an actual pari-mutuel horse betting track here in the area, right off 290, like right where Manor High School, right across the 290 over there.
See, now I don't want to make this. I don't want to make this a political show, but I agree with Rob here. Rob needs to be. We need to vote for Rob for governor, or get him on the damn committee, or get him on the board somewhere. Rob, I'm with you, my guy. I think everybody in this show, everybody that watches this show, is with you. I would love to have legal sports booking in Texas. I think it would be fantastic. I wouldn't have to go to Arkansas or go to New Mexico to make a bet or anything like that, or have to call my cousin. Even though I love my cousin, sometimes I don't want to talk to Aunt Tammy. You know what I mean? I just want to place the damn. I just want to place the damn bet.
That's it.
I love Texas. Ain't too bad to live here. It really isn't. But I'd love the sports book, and I'd love to be able to shop marijuana. That's my one thing.
And the other part about that is, I mean, from the state standpoint, is you've got all these people that want to place a bet.
Daryl G's got me right there, Rodney. Daryl G's got me 100%. Casinos and cannabis. That's about it.
We're sending all these people to Louisiana, all their money to Louisiana.
Right?
Yeah. Right. It's like,
don't you want that revenue in Texas?
Right. And I saw the Mark Cuban comment right there with that sale. I know they're trying to. That's ironically going to be in the old location of Texas Stadium if they're able to put that together for the Mavericks.
Where can you shop the cannabis at, though? You can't. The cannabis that you're getting isn't decent. Like, what is it? Like, what's the percentage on the CBD that you're getting, or the THC that you're getting? What's the percentage?
Where's Rue?
Yeah, where is Rue? Where's Rue? I need Rue. THCA. Okay, THCA. All right, but still, like, I'm, cannabis is fantastic, but sometimes I like that Florida shit. You know what I mean? Like I like it.
Yeah. Yeah. There's one out of Oklahoma called Mood that will ship here. Although they've been having shipping problems.
I got to talk to Double D here. I definitely got to talk to Double D. If it works for you, then it probably works for me too. So I'll get your info.
Yeah. But this really is a no-brainer. I mean, why they haven't nipped this in the bud, literally, and legalized this and made this happen in Texas. I mean, because it literally, you are sending millions of dollars. It's like people that want to go to the fucking casino on the weekend. Oh, well, I'll just go to Louisiana.
Travel. We're going to get out and go to another state and give them our money.
Exactly. Yep. And it's like we're talking about right here. Oh, it's just outside the Texas state line. Why? Yeah, I don't get that. I don't get that at all.
We don't get tested. That would take away from our creativity.
If they did that, we'd be
creativity.
Yeah. If they did that, we'd be back to playing Sega.
Yeah,
from the Coda Text line. I'd be back to playing Grand Prix on the Atari 2600. If all that creativity right there, you can't come up with that shit. Sane mind and body. I mean, when I see all the inner workings that you guys do, Wags, there's no way.
Coach 420, give me your info, buddy. Yeah, you come hang out at the house. You come play video games, and I'll sit on the couch while you play video games. We'll make it happen. Jack Burton. You know what Jack Burton always says? The tribe actually pays our politicians to keep it in there.
Yeah. Well,
that's what Jack Burton always says.
Yeah.
Checks in the mail, but seriously, think about it. The money that we would spend would go into state revenue, and we could use that revenue to clean up some of the homeless, get them decent housing to where that they would, or kind of what Denver, kind of take the model that Denver did. Right now, it might smell a little skunky in Denver, but man, the streets are clean in Denver. I'll say that. Streets are clean. But hey, guys, I got to get out of here, man. I got to rock. I got to get to the airport. You guys have a great weekend. Rodney, thanks for taking the rest of the ropes for me, the rest of the show for me until it's only an hour it gets on. You guys have a great day, man. Great weekend. Tweet. I probably no Wagner Wire this Sunday because I'll be traveling still. So make sure you guys are hitting us up on social media if you got any questions for us. But also, share your information so that we can get that green stuff. Appreciate y'all. Y'all be good, man.
Here goes. All right, Wags. Travel safe, my man. There he goes. Adam Wagner, my partner right there. Chaos Theory. We do it every Monday from 10 to 11 right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. It's only an hour coming up. Kind of diving in right here to the 11 o'clock hour. And with the horse racing thing, and it's been something that I've said for a lot of years. Because like I was talking about, I mean, it was endless trips. And that's at Retama Park that I was talking about there. I think, I don't know who it was. I was asking about the horse racing, actual live parimutuel betting that you can go do at Retama Park. And it's right there, right past Shirts, right past, what was that? Selma. Like Selma back in the old days, Selma, which is right there on the cusp of San Antonio as you're going south, that used to be a speed trap. And there's actually the old jailhouse right there where, I mean, they would sit there and wait for you. I know here in the Austin area, we had Mustang Ridge, which was where you could really get into speeding ticket issues there, depending on what you were doing. But now, and it was Retama Park was actually built. I think I'd have to go back and look. I think it was the late 80s, early 90s, maybe mid 90s. Place is massive. I mean, the place is just huge. And they had gotten away from live betting and live racing and all of that, but now they've gone back to it. I mean, you've got live racing happening throughout the time happening there at Retama. And obviously it's going to be a very busy spot, a happening spot here as we get ready for the run for the Roses. Right there. That's exactly right. The Selma City Hall from back in 1985 is now a Hooters. And it sits there right there as you come out of San Antonio. If you're heading north back towards Austin, right when you get past all of that mess right there, sitting right over there on the right side is where that Hooters is now. That used to be the Selma City Hall. And that Selma City Hall, you could like see the bars. I mean, it was that kind of cryptic with that place right there, man. It was something else. And you had little pockets right there coming out of San Antonio, because in the years that my dad was racing cars in San Antonio, we would come back 35 from time to time. And you had Selma, you had Live Oak, you had Shirts, you had those little pockets right there where you never knew where the popo was waiting for you to pop you and get you a speeding ticket. and depending what else you may be doing, they're going to haul you to the clink. So, yeah, Rotama Park is the place to go if you're looking for some of that live stuff coming up this week as the Kentucky Derby gets set to go. Yeah, you got it right, Longhorn Bear. Absolutely. Got to have that radar. Fuzzbuster. Anybody else ever use a Fuzzbuster? That little thing you used to pop there on your dash, and when it sensed the radar, it would burp, burp, burp. Yep. It's before that technology. It's kind of like the Sega that I was talking about. Time to dive in. It's only an hour. Jordan, my man, speaking of, I hope you're not in Selma. Look at this guy littering over here.
No.
Come on, man.
I'll pick it up later. No.
Dude? It looks like you're out in the field, my brother.
Yeah, you want to guess? I'm at a high school. You want to guess what Austin area high school parking lot I'm currently in?
Austin area high school parking lot. I'm trying to see right there from the backside. I know where you were yesterday. So today you got to be at Westlake, right? No.
Nope. You did get the W right. Weiss.
Weiss.
Yeah.
Weiss.
So
I got to tell you, man, Weiss is one of those programs. And again, when you look at Pflugerville, we've seen it with a lot of these kind of over in Cedar Park, as those schools have started to blow up. But like with Pflugerville, when you had Pflugerville and then Hendrickson, the run that they had in 6A before they dropped, and Weiss and all of that came in, man, that's been one hell of a program since the time their feet hit the ground.
Oh yeah, Weiss got a squad, and they got they might have more prospects than just about any other school in the city. Like I'm serious, like actual FBS prospects. Obviously, I have Adrian Wilson, who wasn't even here today. He just wasn't at practice, wasn't at school. They have this 2027 kid who's a receiver named Trey Moore, and he's 6'3" already. And I saw this kid in middle school because he played with Juice as a middle schooler.
Yeah.
But for whatever reason, just stopped coming around or whatnot. Like, definitely wouldn't be a kid that we cut. But I kind of forgot about him. I hadn't seen him in a while, and then he started tagging me on some offers this fall once the season ended, and now he's got over a dozen, and has Oregon, a few other ones, a few other Power Fives, and this kid is going to have 30 plus. Like, today's my first time really sitting down and seeing and watching him, and probably over like 2 years. And like, I'm serious. Like, when you've been doing this long enough, like, you're able to just know. And like, this is a top 247 kid. I think easily. So, yeah. And not like isn't going to jump out as much as like Adrian Wilson will. I mean, Adrian Wilson is one of, if not the best, actual best athletes I've ever seen in my life. He's athletically is that special. But yeah, Trey Moore is going to be big time. He already is. In 2025, their quarterback Jax Brown, he's got a handful of G5 offers. Probably going to play somewhere in the G5. He's looking at OVs for like Marshall, Arkansas State. Stuff like that. They have a receiver who will be a senior this year who transferred in from Manor. He's actually Tyler Guyton's cousin. His name's Peyton Guyton. We call him Pepe. Mm-hmm. And his dad, I'm blanking on his dad's first name. I know the last name Guyton, but his dad also has a pretty popular turkey leg truck or food truck over on the east side that we'll bring out sometimes too. But yeah, so talk to Pepe a little bit about the Cowboys and his cousin and all that. He just got his first offer from Abilene Christian like 2 days ago, and he'll play somewhere in the G5. He should be able to. Yeah. They got an offensive lineman in 2026 who already has over, I think, 10 offers. He's going to play Power 5 ball. His name's Gerald Mays, but he goes by JJ. Yeah. Probably like about 6'2.5", 6'3", 6'3.5", in the 270s. Plays tackle in high school. He's their left tackle and has been. He started. Look, this kid has started at all 5 positions on the O-line since his freshman year and is going to be one of those rare 4-year starters at the 6A level. Yeah. Nebraska was the first offer. Makes a lot of sense. Texas hasn't offered him yet, but they've had him visit a couple times. I think he's talented enough or will one day be talented enough to play at a school like Texas, but he doesn't necessarily fit like the big human body type that Kyle Flood usually targets. So like I'm not exactly sure how that could go. But he's more than nice. And then they got DJ Dugar too, who's with Seth Alexander gone, the most productive running back in the city. Yeah. And had all the Glenn rushing records before the end of his freshman year. So he's special. He's kind of that old school, big bodied workhorse type of back. I mean, he's built like a horse, looks like a horse, and is 6'2", 205. You don't want to tackle him. And he's got OV set for Oklahoma State, Kansas State, Cal. He's also he's looking at checking out Oregon State. Is probably going to go OV out there. And he's pretty open to those 4 schools. That's kind of his top 4. And then last but not least, they've got a 2025 corner who's like 6'2", 6'3", probably about 170, 180. His name's Jason Stokes. He's got OV set for Utah, Arizona State, and Liberty. He's had kind of a really weird recruitment. Didn't really blow up till the end of his junior year, and really still didn't even blow up. I think I don't know. I think this kid's 100% like a Utah, Arizona State type talent at the minimum. The Liberty OV is kind of strange to me if, the other schools are recruiting you, but I wasn't going to say anything. And he had a really good practice today. They scrimmaged. They don't do like actual spring ball. They just do period only stuff where they're in shorts and shirts. Yeah. But he made a couple good plays today. And, I was just thinking like, it's not good, but Texas is whiffing on a lot of corner targets, like a lot of them. Like they could seriously be offering this kid this fall.
There's a lot of good homegrown talent around here. I think they need to keep their eyes on.
Yeah, and look, like Aiden Anding, Cade Phillips, Dorian Brew, Jonah Williams, all those guys. Yes, like they're better prospects than Jason Stokes, but like I think a guy like Jason Stokes could 1,000% actually end up playing at Texas, not ending up at Texas, but contributing at Texas. Yeah. I think he can be and is good enough for that. So interested to see how he's going to shake out. There's a lot of other schools that haven't offered him but are in touch and throwing him follows on Twitter, stuff like that. So he could be a senior riser. But yeah, that's pretty much it for Weiss. They opened in 2017 and have kind of always had one of the Morgans. They've had one of the Morgans as kind of their leader, either Price or Kai, Peyton, all of them. And it was weird. Like, this is the 3rd year in a row I've come to Weiss in the spring. And it's the first time without Peyton Morgan. It feels kind of weird. Like, felt like he'd never graduate.
Yeah. Weiss is the Pflugerville ISD equivalent of Cedar Ridge with Round Rock ISD. It's like, boom, immediately good. Although Cedar Ridge kind of fallen off a little bit. But anyway, welcoming in the other half of It's Only an Hour, my man, Jeff Howe. Jeff, how we doing on a Friday, man?
I'll tell you one thing that I know about Jason Stokes that nothing else, like Jordan, I'm not saying everything you said is irrelevant, but this is the one thing where if
forgot to mention Jason Stokes Jr.
Yeah. If you're a Texas fan wondering, oh man, we're going to take a corner that doesn't have any stars right now, throw all that out the window. Jason Stokes Jr. has an offer from Utah. I've said for years, as long as Kyle Whittingham and Morgan Scalley are running that defense, if a kid from the state of Texas has a Utah offer, Texas should go back on every one of those kids and see what they missed if they haven't offered them already.
Yeah. I'm with that. And now, like, there's no way this kid is 6'2 plus, and down the street at Weiss in Texas doesn't know who he is. Like, I don't have any actual, like, no one has ever told me from Texas they know who Jason Stokes is, but I just would struggle to believe they don't know who he is. Right. He's always been at Weiss too. So not like he just showed up out of nowhere. Yeah. Like some of these other kids. So
there you go. Transferred in. Guys, have a good show. I need to run. Have a great weekend. We'll see you guys on Monday. Bet on a pony, Kentucky Derby tomorrow.
All right. It's only an hour. It's Jeff, Jordan. Big thanks to Rodney. Jordan, I want to talk about the Dominic Williams fallout because it looks, well, let's just start with, before we get to what it means for Texas, let's just look at it from this standpoint. Right now, I think Texas, not because they want to be, but because they might have to be done recruiting interior defensive linemen. Our buddy Hank South, your colleague, my colleague, your partner in crime at Horns 24/7 reported this morning that it doesn't sound like anything is going to materialize between Texas and Simeon Barrow Jr., the Michigan State transfer. And already I hadn't heard anything really between Texas and Derek Harmon, the other Michigan State defensive tackle transfer. So
yeah,
it looks like they're done. You know, we talked about it yesterday, Jordan, and you and Hank haven't beat around the bush about it. I mean, this was all going to come down to NIL, and hey, at the end of the day, Texas has won their fair share of recruitments with NIL playing a factor. It's just, hey, you didn't win it. You lost it straight up to Oklahoma, and now you gotta these poor recruitments hurt the most because now you got to play against this guy this year. So
yeah,
the good news there is it should be strength on strength. You would think that Oklahoma interior D line against the Texas offensive line. I like it for Oklahoma, Jordan, because it seems like even though we heard some really good things about Jaden Jackson during the spring, his first spring as a freshman at OU, seems like a really nice bridge for Oklahoma to have a veteran guy. So that way you can, that's the right term I'm looking here, not just say, hey, Jaden Jackson, you're going to play 500 snaps this year. Like have a veteran guy in there that can play, and you can bring the freshman along slowly. And if he's good enough, he's good enough. But for OU, it's a really nice get for Oklahoma. No way to we're not going to sugarcoat that. It's a loss for Texas and a really nice pickup for OU.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure OU picked up that cat from Louisville too. Who Texas didn't show any interest in, but was kind of one of the more coveted D-line targets for the majority of Power 5 schools that needed one. As far as Williams and how much he got paid and what all went down there, the recruitment went exactly as y'all think, to where it was just like, all right, who's paying us the most? And yeah, I really don't have anything else I can tell y'all. I do know that all 4 schools thought they were getting him last night. Not because he was telling every school he was coming, but because all 4 programs just felt confident. And I mean, props to Williams for keeping a close lid on it too. It's kind of rare that ones this big don't leak out, and I mean, it did kind of. I think Hank was kind of the man on that one. He took the bull by the horns, and I was like, hey, you can have that one. So I was letting Hank kind of run it, and I know earlier in the day yesterday he reported OU was looking like the most likely option, but that it could be anyone's bet. But yeah, not great when you got to play him. But we did get a great meme of Brent Venables that I can't wait to use the next time he embarrasses himself, wearing a 52 jersey. But yeah, so I mean, I don't know. And like, as far as what he actually got paid, I don't know. I don't have anyone that's within the OU collective as a source, but this kid didn't even have like an NIL agent as a source. He had like an uncle or whoever the hell that guy everyone saw on Twitter, right? We saw it. So I'm curious what they're actually able to get the numbers to, because obviously all 4 programs, he was the number 1 portal target, is at a premium position, will probably be a day 2 pick next year. He's going to be making at least $500K easy. So I'm curious if that number is in the 600s, or if that number is 550, or if that number is in the 8s. It can get crazy sometimes, and a lot of times numbers are really different from what you think they'll be. So curious to try to dig up some info on that one.
Yeah, I tried to look at OU's. I thought they had Jermaine Lowell was the guy from Louisville that they got. That was the Louisville transfer. I thought they had gotten another interior D-line transfer, but it's those 2. But like I said, good bridge. Here's what I think it means for Texas, Jordan. I not to say, look, I would hope for Dominic Williams' sake that he ends up having a more productive career than the last TCU defensive front transfer that Texas got with sorry, y'all, my dog's having a conniption fit behind me. With O'Shawn Mathis when they lost out on him to Nebraska. But, you know, it kind of reminds you of the edge position for that 2022 season where you're like, okay, like where are you really going with this thing? And, you know, Texas actually, you look back at the 22 season, Jordan, can you filibuster for a minute? I gotta help my dog real quick. I apologize.
No, you good. You good.
That noise is yeah, just give me a sec.
Yeah, no. Dominic Williams will, I mean, it's got to be kind of hard to be more of a disappointment than O'Shawn Mathis was at Nebraska. As harsh as that sounds, like O'Shawn Mathis, man, he had everyone watching him and he's laid out a stinker. So, I mean, yeah, I don't know. Like, is he in the league? I know someone had to have like picked him up as an undrafted free agent, but I'd be curious to find out if he's actually on a roster right now. I could see him being in the CFL or something. One of y'all should look that up, please. But yeah, so with Williams off the board, the main two guys for D-line are going to be Simeon Barrow and I don't want to mess this up. I'm sorry. Hey, it's been a long day, and I've been working with him.
Okay, I'm back. My bad.
Simeon Barrow.
You got it, Jordan. The two Michigan State kids you were talking about.
Yeah. Simeon Barrow and Derek Harmon are the two cats of Michigan State. Those are pretty much like – it seems like the most likely – he's with the Rams. Okay. Thank you, Jake. Our king, our noble king.
Rex brings up something here, though, Jordan, that I think is key, and we talked about this. And this is kind of like the O'Shawn Mathis deal, and we've seen a couple like this with the collective at Texas. With these NIL deals where the recruitments where, you know, there's a couple of years where it's just about NIL. You're going to get to a certain point, and then, you know, if the dollar figures keep going back and forth with here's what so-and-so school's offering me, can you guys match this or whatever, at some point it's not cost effective. Texas just isn't, they're not going to do business that way per se. On top of the fact that you talked about it too, and Keenan and I talked about this the other day with Texas basketball. Texas doesn't, I don't know if they don't want to, or that's just kind of how they approach it. They're not going to set the market in these recruits.
Yeah.
For better or worse, that's how they're going to handle it. So what I was saying before I got interrupted, which by the way, we're having a, Jose, it's kind of like, you know, I compare it to, it's kind of like the Tom Hicks, Alex Rodriguez thing. At some point, if you're intent on setting the market, at some point you're just bidding against yourself. So take that reference from back in the day. But what I was saying before, you know, for Texas, it probably just means, and I think there's a couple of different positions like this. I talked about the edge position in 2022, where you missed out on O'Shawn Mathis, but you know, Barron Sorrell had a more productive year for Texas than O'Shawn Mathis did for Nebraska. And with Ovia Gofu and a young Ethan Burke, like you managed to get, you know, Justice Finkley played some as a true freshman. You managed to get enough snaps to where it had guys grow to where you were better. One problem with that with Texas is I don't see that young defensive line depth right now, interior D line depth like you can see it at edge. But just for this season, what it means, Jordan, is your snap totals are probably going to be more like they were for that interior D line group in 2022, which let me run down the snap totals for that group real quick. This is not this past season. This is 2022, the 8-5 season, lost to Washington in the Alamo Bowl. Tavondre Sweat led your interior D line group with 464. Next was Keandre Coburn with 414. Byron Murphy with 392. Moro Ajomo 376. Alfred Collins 259. And Vernon Broughton 243. So let's go ahead and round Broughton's up. You basically had 6 guys that played 250 plus snaps, which that's a pretty wide distribution. And they were able to mix and match, probably not as much as I wanted them to, but they were able to mix and match, and they still had one of the best run defenses in the country. And overall, a defense that was light years better in 22 than it was in 21 in PK's first year. So I think between Collins, Broughton, Savea, Norton, Probably throw, Sadir Mitchell's going to get some snaps in there somewhere, and the rest of that group. I think it's going to be more like that, Jordan, where there's probably going to be your top 4 or 5 guys that are sharing those snaps, as opposed to like last year. I'll pull it up. Last year, where we knew who got the lion's share of the snaps at interior D line, it was Let me see if I can. I'm trying to sort PFF on the fly here.
No,
yeah. So last year, Tavondre Sweat 503, Byron Murphy 438, and then there was almost a 100 snap difference between Murphy at 2 and Alfred Collins at 3, with 357, 335 for Vernon Broughton, and then 246 for Trill Carter. So I just think you're at the money ball it a little bit with your interior D line.
Trill Carter played a lot more than I actually thought.
Yeah. I mean, he played all 14 games.
Yeah. I mean, look, like I agree with what you said. There's no way they're not going back to committee. They just they don't have the talent they had last year. They don't. Byron Murphy and Sweat, you can give those guys a line share, like you said.
Yeah.
They don't have 2 guys on this roster who have proven they're deserving of that. They just don't. They have some guys who could prove they're deserving of that. Hell yeah. Alfred Collins, Vernon Broughton, they could be those guys. Are they right now? No. We're still in wait-and-see mode with Alfred Collins and Vernon Broughton. He's never going to be the flashiest player on defense, but he's like one of the most consistent players in the program.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they're going to have to do it by committee until guys emerge as, being so good that they got to keep them on the field. So,
and that's kind of what happened 2 years ago with Coburn and Ajomo, because I mean, we saw how bad that defense was PK's first year, Jordan. And at that point, going into the next spring, it's like, okay, none of y'all have earned the right to say you're going to be a 450 to 500 snap guy. And go back to the Alabama game, man. Like Sweat and Byron Murphy played a lot early on, and then at some point, it seemed like we saw more of Coburn and Ajomo throughout the year as those guys became more reliable. And Sweat and Murphy proved how good they were, but you still had to get some work for Collins. I don't think we're, at least my line of thinking, they're not in that different of a position, Jordan, than they were even before they added Bill Norton. Just from the standpoint of Jere Bledsoe is a guy that I think is going to have to give them in the neighborhood of 200 to 250 snaps, kind of be in that 220 range, because he's one of your guys that can be a difference maker. He can be a penetrator, a disruptor. You need to get something out of Jere Bledsoe, and you're probably going to need to get, a handful of snaps per game from Alex January.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's without question that Alfred Collins is the X factor, at least the front seven, if not the entire or whole defense. And after him in that D line group, Jere Bledsoe, he's an X factor in my opinion. I'm not worried about Vernon Broughton. I know what Vernon Broughton has done at Texas and what he's going to do next year. I'm not worried about that. Alfred Collins, on the other hand, I don't know which Alfred Collins is going to show up. Because none of us know. So. I mean, yeah, and with Norton, I'd love for him to emerge as a steady guy on the D line. He's the vet. Him and Collins are the true vets. So, yeah, I don't know.
I do like the fact. I feel better that I saw that Tia Savea had a presence, a little bit of a presence in the spring game, which was nice to see. Because the spring stuff that we saw with him, Jordan. You're watching interior D linemen running around in jersey tops and shorts. You can't really tell a whole lot with that group, other than Kenny Baker not being too happy with Sadir Mitchell on day one. But I digress. You just can't tell a whole lot. But to watch the spring game and you see Savea flash a little bit, you see Alex January flash a little bit, and it gives you hope that, okay, all right, Savea is not just a body, right? He can play some productive snaps for you. I think that's going to be the same for Bill Norton. I don't think either one of those guys should be expected to come in and, if they give you a little bit more than what Trill Carter gave Texas last year, that's kind of my expectation for those guys. because like Trill Carter didn't make a ton of plays. I think we can agree on that. But he, like we just said, he played almost 250 snaps. There were times where you couldn't tell that he was on the field, and that's not a bad thing. It's just he was just doing his job. He was just being a body that could occupy blockers and let Jalen Ford and Anthony Hill kind of run free and Benda and those other guys. So it's just going to take a different approach. And I think I'd like to think defensively the approach is going to be kind of more of a money ball approach at some positions, because other than, your edge positions, which it's amazing how 2 years ago we were talking about that as a complete question mark and maybe the biggest weakness on defense. Now it might be your biggest strength with Burke and Sorrell and Trey Moore. Linebacker, I think, with Ant Hill first and foremost, and then whether it's Benda, Blackwell, LaFowl, whoever's playing next to him, I think we feel pretty good about linebacker. Safety is one of those positions where with Makuba, Derek Williams, probably Jalen Gilbo at the star, or Jadae Barron if Jadae's at corner. I think corner's another one of those where you're going to have to see kind of on a game-by-game basis. All right, Manny Muhammad can play pretty much against any receiver. He's very skilled, going to be an NFL draft pick. I think the other corner is going to be kind of scheme-dependent, opponent-dependent. Maybe it's Gavin Holmes. Maybe you need Jadae Barron out there. Maybe you need a bigger corner. Maybe Kobe Black needs to play more reps. I think corner and interior D-line are going to be those two position groups where week to week, opponent to opponent, you're going to have to adjust the snaps for different guys and figure out, all right, we're playing a team that's, if you're playing a team that likes to throw the ball a lot more, like let's say you're playing Jeff Lebby in Mississippi State, you're probably going to want to have, that's more of an Alfred Collins, Jere Bledsoe, maybe Tia Savea kind of week. Whereas like when you play Kentucky, that's probably going to be a heavy Vernon Broughton, Bill Norton, Sadir Mitchell kind of game.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. And I mean, before we, really get away from the D-line topic, like they're going to need a lot more out of Bill Norton than they needed out of Trill Carter. Trill Carter was not necessary. Like they would have been fine without Trill Carter on the roster last year. I'm sorry if that offends anyone.
No, I mean, it's
like I remember when Hudson called me, Hudson Standish, because I wasn't covering Texas then when they got him in. When Hudson Standish called me to tell me that Texas got this guy, and I was like, who? And I looked him up, and then we started going through his PFF. I was like, what? They don't need this guy. Like, what? Yeah. Like, give Aaron Bryant or someone else a chance. I don't know. But
I think
can't complain.
I think the writing was on the wall at that point, that's at that point a year ago, that's how they felt about Aaron Bryant, and probably to an extent because Jere Bledsoe hadn't played football in 2 years at that point, right? So they didn't still, and at that point, Jere's body was still at a point where it's like, all right, is he a 3 tech? Is he more of a 5 tech type guy? Can he play on the edge? I think that's a little more settled now.
Another thing with Jere that's important to remember, not only did not play football for 2 years, and was maybe a 3 tech and this stuff, he's playing 2A football.
Yeah.
2A. A very, 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 very interesting prospect. I liked him a lot out of high school. I know a lot of us did at 24/7. So
he was a guy that if I'm not misremembering, he was a guy that I think it was going to be a Texas A&M battle, and if I remember right, again I could be misremembering. I've slept since then. I think A&M kind of backed off because there were major academic concerns at one point with Jere. And I think it was just, I don't think it was his grades. I think it's okay. He's transferred so much. Like, where is he at credit wise? And is he going to have to do, summer school or whatever? Well, it ended up being Texas took the gamble, and the gamble paid off because not only did he end up having enough credits, he had enough credits to graduate early and be a spring enrollee.
Yeah. So I don't necessarily remember because I didn't start going on our site every single day till the end of his recruiting process, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But he so he was at Marlin, which is 2A. He was also at Bremond, and he ended up at Marlin, and it's because his home in Bremond, I forgot what happened. some sort of natural disaster or something happened where the home him and his family were living in was destroyed. And so they moved in with family over in Marlin. When that happened and the disaster like wiped out, their home, he didn't go to school. He just didn't for a couple of weeks and all that. And it put him behind and his grades weren't great already, so it didn't help. And yeah, it is true. A&M did back off some because academics. I know also we'd be lying if we also don't acknowledge A&M filled up in the great 2022 class. That was part of it as well. So where they were able to recruit other guys because they landed other guys that year. And yeah, I mean, props to Jure. Mike and Nick and Hudson and Horns 24/7 did a really good job of giving him his flowers. But yeah, he was going to do summer school after his senior year to graduate to be able to show up at Texas that fall. But he got so ahead and knocked so much of it out and focused so much on it that he could early enroll in January. I've never heard of anything like that. It is a crazy situation. And, I'd be super proud of myself if I was in his shoes for that. So
no doubt. But yeah, that's where I'm at on the D line. I think, you probably, and even, if they landed Williams would probably, I'd be probably singing a little bit of a different tune. Cause then you say, okay, that's probably your top, probably your top four, your top five would have been Broughton, Collins, Norton, Savea, and Williams. It probably would have been a top six with Bledsoe. And you probably at that point don't really, whatever Alex January gives you is, that's just extra gravy on the side. But like you said, I do agree with you. That's a good take, though, that, Texas took Trill Carter. Trill Carter was basically like the defensive version of Tariq Milton from the year before. He's an insurance policy. If Jordan Whittington gets hurt, we need to cash this insurance policy in. Well, Jordan Whittington stayed healthy in 22. You didn't need Tariq Milton. So Tariq Milton got a year of grad school paid for I think that pass against Tech from Hudson Card to set up that Burt Auburn field goal to send it to overtime, that might have been the only ball Tariq Milton caught all year.
Yeah.
But, you didn't need Tariq Milton much. Trill Carter, D-line's different where you need a good rotation. But, yeah, Bill Norton needs to give Texas more than what they got from Trill Carter last year.
Oh, yeah. Want to talk a little LBJ, if you're cool with that.
Hey, they got Sean Mitchell's picture on the wall in there. I saw you tweeting out pictures on the wall. They still got a picture of Sean Mitchell hanging in there?
I don't know. Let's see. They need to get LaTravion McCutcheon and Noah Baker and John Bragg's photos up in there. They only got Seth Alexander from 2023. Have we given up on Sadir Mitchell? I haven't. I don't know about y'all. I haven't. I still think there's a lot to work with there. He could be something, but that won't change unless he wants it to change. And nothing changes until nothing changes. So
I think the deal with Sadir at this point, and I think this can be tough for some young guys.
Mm-hmm.
The guy that recruited him and the guy that he played for his freshman year, he's not there anymore. He's a Bo Davis guy. And Kenny Baker comes in, everybody's pretty much got a clean slate. That's the gift and the curse of a position coach change. Everybody's got a clean slate. So there are no preconceived notions, no biases. So, and based on what we heard from behind the scenes, I know Chips reported a little bit. We talked about it here. We read about it on the site. Sadir Mitchell didn't necessarily get off on the right foot with Kenny Baker. It got better as the spring went on, but I think Jordan just put it perfectly. It's kind of like, different types of players, but it's no different than what we were talking about with Alfred Collins the last couple of years. The only thing stopping Alfred Collins has been Alfred Collins. The only person that's really going to get in Sadir Mitchell's way is Sadir Mitchell.
Yeah. No, exactly. Yes, CB, they do. And they got his jersey. They got some other memorabilia from his pro and college career in Detroit and in Arkansas. And fun fact, his cousin, he's a younger cousin named Camarion, goes by KJ. He's Camarion Houston Jr. Damn. Voice cracks are back, I guess. He's a 2025 corner they got. His only offer is Campbell. I think should play G5 ball. I'm not sure if he's going to end up getting some G5 offers, but I think he can play G5 ball. And he runs track too. He's on a lot of their relay teams. He's not on all three, but I'm almost positive he's on at least I know he's at least on one, but I'm pretty sure two. And he ran like 22:07 or some crazy shit in the 200 in April. So that track time should help him. A lot of people who listen to the show know about LBJ pretty well, underfunded inner city school on the east side. And they got screwed by Austin ISD for having to play in that weak-ass Austin ISD district because Austin ISD doesn't want to give them bus drivers. But, you move, and now they're going to be in a different district this upcoming realignment. But, I mean, still, like, the amount of BS that those coaches and kids go through over there, because every college coach that's watching film is like, oh, well, he's playing whoever, you know what I mean? Like, that's not any of their faults. They can't do it. And that shit infuriates me. Like, it actually infuriates me. But yeah, they got KJ Houston. I like him a lot. He could crack 22 seconds in the 200 by next spring, next track season. But man, the main guy when I think of LBJ, the main cat they got over there, Yaheem Riley, goes by Miami, 2026 safety. I'm the leader of the fan club. This is the best defensive back in Austin. I don't care. Regardless of class, this is the best defensive back prospect in Austin. And he has two offers from Marshall and I think Campbell. Or no, UNT and Campbell. I mixed up Marshall with the other green school. But yeah, he was their leading tackler as a sophomore last year. He also had 4 picks. 2 of them were pick sixes. One of them was a 99-yard pick six. Also went both ways. Played offense, like was really just kind of an emergency receiver where it's like, oh shit, we need a third down, put Miami in. Like he had 7 catches for 175 yards and 3 or 4 touchdowns. Yeah. So look, I love this kid. I've been banging on the table for this kid since the first time I saw him in action as a freshman. He's a Power 5 safety. It's honestly mind-blowing he doesn't have more offers by now. Like, I don't know what the hell some of these personnel departments are doing. Because again, like when you've done this long enough, you can be really confident in your opinion. And I am so effing confident that this kid is a Power 5 safety. And hey, I spent a lot of time talking to Coach Rawls, Coach Williams, all them guys at OBJ yesterday in their office. He is going to get comparisons to him eventually. And while he isn't Drew Makuba, you shouldn't draw comps like that to a kid like that. There are a lot of similarities there. And I'm not saying he can't go play at a school like Clemson or a school like Texas. Like, he's pretty damn talented. But, I don't want to give him that comp yet. Let him figure it out himself. So, yeah. Hey, Sandman, I get what you're saying. But I can't wait to come back a year from now and he's got 30 of them bitches. He's a 2026. So yeah, and like again, I don't know what else this kid needs to do to get recruited. He also comes off the bench for the varsity basketball team and has since his freshman year. He started in football on varsity since his freshman year at safety. This year he's going to go full-time both ways, not just emergency offense, but full-time. We'll probably have over 500 yards receiving. And he also runs track. He's on a 4x1, 4x2, and runs the open 200 as well, has a few other open times. But, yeah, and it just like, I don't know. I got a special feeling for the kids at LBJ and their program over there. So whenever they're kind of not taking care of it, it pisses me off.
Hey, I'm just telling you right now.
And he's 6 foot, like verified 6 foot too, and is 180, well put together. And if you told me he's 6'1", I believe you too. Like, he could be 6'1". And hey, like UNT and Campbell, those are the offers for now. That's going to change. Like that's how you got to think.
If you're talking about the who's the GOAT at LBJ, I think there's 3 guys in the discussion. With all due respect to DJ Grant and Drew Makuba and the other guys.
This is the baby GOAT. Acknowledge him. Miami Riley.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think there's three guys in the discussion, and old school Austin people, I think, will have a hard time disagreeing with me on this. I think the three guys in the discussion for the GOAT at LBJ are Chris Houston, without question. I think Cedric Shaw, back in the day, went and played at running back, went and played at Iowa, and then was drafted by the Patriots, played a couple years in the league. But you had to have been. Now, I was a young kid, but you had to have been watching high school football, Friday night highlight shows and picking up that Statesman on Saturday morning to understand the impact, just how good Sean Mitchell was at LBJ back in the early 90s. Just a freaking tremendous player. Ended up going JUCO, wound up back at Texas, ended up in the league for a little bit, had a couple 1,000-yard seasons at Texas. I think Sean, if you're asking me who the GOAT at LBJ is, I'm going to go ahead and say it's Sean Mitchell.
Yep. Can't argue with that. Fun fact, any of y'all are looking for a home, Chris Houston is actually a licensed realtor now.
Is he really?
So, yeah, I follow him on Instagram. And I just see you post realtor stuff now. I actually talked with some of the coaches about that yesterday. But yeah, and then in 2027, they got two cats that are already kind of emerging. They got one named Joshua Covington. I'm a little worried about him long term because he is 6 foot, 200 pounds right now, but he's a linebacker. He's a third leading returning tackler and started all 12 of their games as a freshman on varsity last year, which is pretty damn impressive. So yeah, he doesn't have multi-sport to play the other sports. And he obviously has some things he needs to work on. He's just a little baby freshman, but he's going to be one to watch. And then they also have a 2027 named Marquise Murray, who had like 50 catches for 500 yards and like 2 tuds last year, but he was at Westwood last year. But still varsity 6A experience. And, we're going to take that. So 10 games of action, if you're having 500 yards and 2 touchdowns, pretty damn good production. He got his first offer from UNT like 2 or 3 days ago, and just eyeing him up and down, watching this film, like a lot more on the way. So
yeah, Jordan,
I don't know if you mentioned already, but with those, I think the Carter Buck kid 1,000% you can say yes, he will be. There's a lot to like about him. He's a much safer bet than the other kid. The other kid is Ben Duncombe, who's still a great prospect and will be a good prospect, but he's not as easy to look at and be like, yes, can be a Texas level talent. Where the other kid, Carter Buck, like it's very easy for me to look at him and be like, yes, that is a body type, that is an athlete, that is the type of prospect Texas offers and recruits. So yeah, but still a lot to like about Duncombe. He's gonna play Power 5 ball. So
yeah, I'm trying to look. I'm actually pulled up. I found this online. I just Googled it. There's an LBJ Athletic Hall of Fame. If there's anybody on the football side that I probably shorted, probably gonna be Kerry Hyder, who's
with the Bay.
Yeah, probably gonna be Kerry Hyder. But let's be honest, man. If we're talking about all sports, like who is on that LBJ Mount Rushmore, dude.
Yeah, Ray Jackson.
Ray Jackson's on. There's no question.
Yeah.
He's at words right out of my mouth.
Yeah, and I've probably been to, I don't know, probably over 10 LBJ games the last few years. I've been to their signing days before. I've been to in spring ball and fall camp, a ton of training sessions. Bam will train out there sometimes. I have never, ever pulled up to LBJ or an LBJ event and not seen Ray Jackson there.
Let me tell you, man.
Like, truly one of the best people on that side of town. It is an awesome person in that community.
The first time I saw him out in Gen Pop, you got to understand, growing up, I'm in like the 2nd, 3rd grade. I'm all about the Fab Five. Like, the Fab Five is part of my life at that point.
Hey, Mom, I need some black Nikes.
I'm wearing black socks and baggy shorts and Michigan t-shirts to school. I'm all about the Fab Five. So I go to an LBJ San Antonio Brennan basketball playoff game. This is when Derek Roberson was a senior at Brennan, and he played on the basketball team. And it's at New Braunfels Canyon. So I'll roll up, I get in the gym, and you can tell everybody that's around my age, the minute he walks in the gym, we're all like, dude, that's Ray Jackson from the Fab Five. And like you said, just a normal dude, nicest guy in the world. Actually, I ended up talking to him for a story I did one time when Jarrett Allen was coming out of Texas, because I don't think they do anymore, but they did it was a Syntex All-Star game. And why Jarrett Allen was playing in this game, I don't know. But
I mean, he went to St. Stephen's.
He did, but it's like dude was in the McDonald's game and like he's just playing in like random Syntex All-Star game. And Chris Clack and Ray Jackson were the coaches for both teams. It was at the HEB Center. And I remember I talked to Ray Jackson for a story about just being around Jarrett Allen and Austin basketball. We must talk for about a half hour, and I didn't use 90% of that stuff for the story, but it was just me and Ray Jackson shooting the breeze. So it's, like you said, nicest guy in the world. Couldn't have been nicer. Couldn't be nicer. Just down to earth guy. You can tell LBJ means a lot to him. The east side of Austin means a lot to him. So that's a guy in our Fairburg that doesn't get enough love for what he does for the community, what he means to the community.
Yeah, no, the kids appreciate that when you can be at every game on the sideline and you're the loudest person in the stadium, outside of Ricky McCutcheon. So
the Fab Five Jordan is one of those deals, man. You can watch the Jalen Rose documentary, which is actually pretty good, but you had to have been alive in that moment in time to understand the impact that it had. I mean, the cultural phenomenon that was the Fab Five. The only person I think that might have had a bigger cultural impact on basketball, and I don't say this facetiously. I mean, you look, Michael Jordan obviously had a big impact, but I'd put the Fab Five right up there. And honestly, man, maybe Allen Iverson.
Yeah.
It's a pretty dang short list. And yeah, Jake is right. Jimmy King.
Yeah, he was one of the Plano schools, right? Which one?
Jimmy King was at Plano.
Plano High.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No. Man, I was probably in like the 4th or 5th grade. When I discovered what ESPN Plus was, or no, it wasn't even that.
Plano East. Jimmy King was Plano East.
Okay. I didn't discover ESPN Plus because I wasn't even a thing yet then. What I meant to say, it's ESPN Plus how you watch it. But back then, when I was in elementary, however many years ago, they had every single, or it felt like every single, 30 for 30 on Netflix. And I remember I watched like all of them, and the Fab Five one was always my favorite one. And I love how now that clip is viral where they're talking about Christian Laettner, and then it's like a goofy, a pretty boy, and Jimmy King's like a bitch. And it's like that clip is now one of the most like viral memes that's used every time.
But you remember how Jimmy King followed it up, right? He goes, Christian Laettner was a bitch. And Grant Hill was a bitch. Grant Hill was the only reason. Grant Hill was one of my favorite players ever, and one of the only reasons I've tolerated Duke over the years.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's good stuff, man.
Yeah, I've seen Marquez Uini in person once. Well, actually, I've seen him in person twice. One was walking into the junior day in 2022. Wow. Wait. No, that would have been 2023. Am I tripping? Yeah, no, 2023. He was walking into the junior day with his older brother, Michael Uini, who ended up at Georgia. And then he showed up to the National Combine in January in San Antonio. And I'll be honest, wasn't an amazing O-line group. Like, it was kind of probably the worst position group there, but he was easily one of the better performers there. I know he holds an offer too. He got him like in the 8th grade though, when those schools were recruiting his brothers, that type of deal. I'm pretty sure, but I mean 6'4" and he's probably 280 plus already. That doesn't grow on trees. So, and I mean his brother, like you can't pull up his brother's tape and tell me like if like that kid at any school, I don't think could start day one. Like he was always going to be an upside guy long term. I mean, he was 6'8", like 350, his older brother. So, That's kind of how I view Marquez as a prospect. Is like he's so far from even being done growing, and he's going to be one of those humongous humans. That's why Texas was after his brother bad. So. Yeah.
So real quick, so CB, so Michigan and Chris Webber, the 10-year disassociation that ended in 2000, I want to say 2014, for 15. So yeah, Michigan does acknowledge him now. As a matter of fact, two things on that, and this leads into something Jake posted in the chat. Jim Harbaugh, it was one game last year. Jim Harbaugh invited Chris Webber back to be honorary captain for a football game. Which I thought was cool. And then this year, which, yes, Jake, there was a huge beef for a long time between Jalen Rose and Chris Webber. They actually squashed that beef about 3 or 4 years ago. And when Michigan played Ohio State in basketball in Chrysler this year, I think that was either January or February, Jalen Rose was sitting next to Chris Webber courtside with Jimmy King and Ray Jackson during that Michigan-Ohio State games. Obviously, the only one who wasn't with him was Juwan Howard, just because he was coaching at the time. No longer Michigan's head coach. Yeah, it was good to see. It did my heart good to see all 5 of those guys back together, and specifically Chris Webber and Jalen Rose together. And I'm pretty. You should feel worse for Chris Webber, not about the timeout, but about that rigged 2002 Western Conference Finals.
Yeah, I was still in my mother's stomach when that was going on. So,
in Chris Webber's defense, the Kings might have had a chance in Game 7 if Doug Christie didn't just start, firing mortar shots at the backboard,
shaving points.
It sure as hell seemed like it, man. He just, gosh, man, like,
yeah,
the Doug Christie story, right? The underbelly Doug Christie. I think he had cheated. I don't know if he had cheated on his wife at one point or was kind of promiscuous before he met his wife, but when he went on a road trip, she would weigh his berries and then weigh them when he got back to see if they weighed the same. So that way nothing excess came out, if you know what I mean. She traveled with him when she couldn't travel with him on road trips and stuff, and she was at all the games, and he had these hand signs that he would do to her after he made a free throw or whatever. He would do these different hand signs. Man, he was communicating with his wife. Yeah, it was kind of Doug Christie.
Hell no, I ain't draft. You are out of your mind if I'm GM and you think I'm drafting that. You're okay with this, and we're not okay with that. So
those Kings teams were sick, though, man. Chris Webber, Vlade, Mike Bibby, Bobby Jackson, Peja Stojakovic, Hedo Turkoglu.
Yeah. The guy from Gilmer running the 10-4, I'm blanking on his name.
Chris Boyd?
No. No. What is his name? He was their senior, if I'm not mistaken, their senior running back this year. Will Henderson, I think is his name.
Yeah.
I might be wrong. But senior running back, ran for a bajillion yards, has gone sub-11 like every time he's touched the track in high school. But he's like 5'8", 5'7", like he's itty-bitty. He's tiny. And he plays out in East Texas, behind the pine curtain too. So, yeah. So he's kind of had a slower recruitment than I think, most people expected. I'm pretty sure he's got UTSA from, those connections with Traylor, but, he's still unsigned and uncommitted and is a 2024 prospect. So, like, school's ending this month. And, that obviously means that UTSA is out the window. So,
he won the state for the 4A 100-meter dash last year with a 10.28.
Yeah, no, he him. Don't get it twisted. He was awesome and was great at state this year, and even that would have been his sophomore year. No, that would have been his junior year. The day before Texas beat OU 49-0, I went out to Texarkana Pleasant Grove to go see Pleasant Grove host Gilmer. Because, that's kind of – it's not really a rivalry because Gilmer – I mean, it is one. Never mind. I don't want to offend anyone. But I went out there to go interview. The Pleasant Grove had like 6 kids with Baylor offers. So I went out there just to go interview all of them. It was easy content, and I wanted to go out to see them play in that stadium and those two East Texas teams. I like going to see historical programs and matchups and kind of stadiums like that. I'll go out of my way to go do those things. And, that's when I started developing my relationship with Lance Jackson and ended up working out. But Gilmer kind of beat him like a drum the second half. And it's because Caden Tennyson, their quarterback, who's really fun, and that running back, Will Henderson, were just great. They kept killing them. So,
man, some of those East Texas rivalries are really good. Like, just from a traditional standpoint, like Marshall Longview is probably one that, when they hook up, probably need to get to. One of the best times I've had at a high school game, and my brother actually went with me, and he still talks about this game, how fun it was. I went to Lufkin Longview one year in Lufkin, and I parked. Dude, I got there. When I'm on recruiting, I like to get there like 90 minutes early at least, so that, because especially if it's in the fall, that way picture technology, Jordan, wasn't then what it is now. So like if I can get there, get the photos I need before the game starts, while there's still sun up, and then just kind of enjoy the game from there, and I'm good. Man, I had to park like a mile and a half away in some church parking lot because the lots by the stadium were already full. And I'm in the stadium, and like Jaworski Lane and all these guys that had played at Lufkin were there. They showed up just for the Longview game. And I was like, man, I didn't realize, I'm like, this is a huge freaking deal. And that was a fun game. I went to that one because that was when Kiki Kuti at the time was committed to Texas. So that gave me an excuse to go to Lufkin Longview.
Yeah, I might have to get out there if
no, wait, was that might have been Carrington Bindum, I think. I think that was when Carrington Bindum was at Lufkin. I saw Kiki Kuti play a different game.
Might have to get out to see that game this year if Texas can end up with Zion Williams. I know Longview's kind of been beating them like a drum lately in that rivalry, but I don't know.
Man,
any other good East Texas rivalries you saw before we bring the guys in?
No, I mean I forget what they're called now, but like a John Tyler, I guess Tyler High and Lee, or Legacy, what used to be Tyler Lee. That would be one. That'd be one to get to.
Chapel Hill and Kilgore has had a bunch of banger games the last few years. I'm actually probably going to try to see Ricky play.
Kilgore Carthage is another one.
Yeah.
That means something. I just like going to games in East Texas. East Texas is.
Have you been to the Tomato Bowl before?
I've not. No, and that's one I want to get to. I really want to get to a game there. I want to. There are two stadiums in this state that are honestly on my bucket list, or I think just two at this point. The Tomato Bowl's one, and I have never seen a game at the Sun Bowl. So whether it's a high school game or whatever, it could be a UTEP game. I don't care. I want to see a game at the Sun Bowl. The Tomato Bowl and the Sun Bowl are the two.
What is the Tomato Bowl for those who don't know?
In Jacksonville, it's what year was that stadium built? It's just a cool looking stadium. Keenan.
Yeah.
I didn't even know football.
Oh yeah.
Always. Well, we all know the real rivalry in the state of Texas is Dallas Jesuit versus Strake Jesuit. Okay, that's number one.
Yeah, man.
I know it's not like really truly what I'm about to say, but like I'm one of the biggest private school high school football haters in the state.
That's fine. I didn't play. I don't care.
Like I've been out on the road full time since probably like the 2021 season was when I really started getting out full time. Dog, I've seen one singular private school play, and it was one team, and it's because they were playing LBJ. It's Parish Episcopal. So,
oh my God, I know a few of them. I know a few dudes from Parish. Yeah, they shouldn't be playing against LBJ, probably, huh?
So,
go ahead. Sorry.
The Tomato Bowl, Keenan, was built in 1940, and they renovated it like probably 2021, somewhere around there. And it's just a cool looking high school stadium. Like the other stadium, Alamo Stadium in San Antonio is another one of those that it's just the old school, public works facility, the rock pile. I like going there. Jordan, I know.
Are we talking about the same stadium? Is this the one that's like right off 35?
Yeah. It's right off. No, it's right off of 37. 37.
Yeah, that's what I meant. That's what I meant. I'm like, are we thinking about the same stadium? Hold up. Let me make sure.
Yeah, I like Alamo Stadium is one. I'll tell you.
Where CB, if Reagan was your rival, where did you go to high school?
CB went to Lanier.
Lanier, okay.
Don't dare tell him he went to Navarro.
Yeah, bro, Jeff, you're out of your mind. Alamo Stadium sucks. Like, it's horrible. It's right next. It's right next to the road. It's run down. It's San Antonio ISD. So, like, who the hell's even playing in it? And two, well, not two, like really like 4 or 0.4 or 0.5. Like, I remember Lake Travis for like a 2-year stretch felt like we were playing in this stadium like once a year in the playoffs. And I remember that is the stadium where Lake Travis took down Katy in 2017 in the state semis in the rain to go on to state to lose to Allen. So
Jason comes on here thinking he's going to talk sports, talking to me and Jordan arguing about high school football.
I'll tell you what, as somebody who's not from Texas and went to private school, I couldn't feel like more of a fish out of water here.
Yeah. Catch all these strays.
Keenan, I'll give you, and I'm not saying some of these stadiums are like works of architecture. I'll give you one kind of from your old stomping grounds that I think it's a great venue for high school football.
Yeah.
The freaking Boneyard at Lake Highlands.
Wow, wow. Okay,
yeah.
That
I don't,
awesome. Their hoops program has been on fire too, man.
It's not like I said, it doesn't have all the bells and whistles that some stadiums have, and it's not anything that like blows you away aesthetically. But like you get in there, you get in the Boneyard on a Friday night when it's packed on both sides, and it can be actually one of the better games I saw there was actually a Jesuit game. It was Jake Oliver's senior year at Jesuit.
That's right, I remember Jake.
They're playing Lake Highlands because Kent Perkins was at Lake Highlands, so that's why I was there. It's like, two Texas commit.
Do you remember a kid named Chase Walling who played left tackle for Lake Highlands? Big dude, went to SMU.
No.
3-star. He was one of my friends from high school. He was like a fairly big football recruit. He's a 3-star. You got like Kansas State, North Texas offers, and a few like just schools like that in that kind of range of schools. But he ended up just doing school instead when he got to college. But
I like the Boneyard. And then Rex brings up my favorite now defunct stadium,
Old Burkle.
The old Burklebach Field in Georgetown. When that stadium was in San Gabriel Park, that one, because I really like high school football stadiums. And see, this is another one Jordan will probably turn his nose up on because it's not new age. If it's a high school football stadium that does not have a track, but Burklebach was one, it was an old school stadium where there was no track, but the stands, you literally got like 2 feet between the stands and the boundary on the field. So the sidelines are tiny. The crowd's right on top of you. All that separates you is a chain link fence. Dude.
It was bad.
I loved it. There was like shrubbery all around the old Burklebach. Loved that stadium.
The closest sideline to I don't know, stadium, I guess, or stands I've ever experienced in person. The stadium that Geyer and Ryan play in, there's 2 Denton ISD stadiums. That one's called C.H. Collins Athletics Complex.
Yeah.
But it feels like there's 3 feet between the bench. Like you have to like nudge shoulders with the coach who's like coaching on a clipboard to like go down the other side of the field when possession changes. But no, I like the stadiums without tracks too. Because I also will do a lot of work from the press box, and if there's a track, you're going to be further from the field. For example, I've never felt further from the field than in the Lancaster track or press box, and it's because Lancaster is really a track school, and they have like a 12-lane track. So,
Jake, no, Stillwater, Boone Pickens, like you take one step from the wall and you're on the field. Like it is.
Yeah,
I've been to that stadium before. It's really tight. It's really tight. Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
What is the worst experience you've ever had at a high school stadium, Jeff? This will be our departing gift for fall start.
That's a
I'm
good
actually
question.
very interested to hear this.
Are you talking about like from? Because I have two different.
It could just be like, yeah, share both of them. It could be, worse for whatever reasons.
Okay, from just a pure facility standpoint, and I would think the press box on that side has been repaired. I'll cover the game at House Park one time. This is probably
Once you said facilities, I'm like, I know what he's about to say.
I love House Park. I mentioned the Boneyard before they put skyscrapers up. You got a view of the Austin skyline. Like House Park is my favorite place to watch a game.
Yeah.
But I was in the press box one time and like put my foot down and realized like there was just like a really thin piece of plywood. I'm like, there's almost a hole in the floor, and I'm sitting in a chair that like is on its last leg. So I have to be like, I feel like I have to be perfectly still. I gave up about 5 minutes in the game. I was like, I'm just gonna watch the rest of the game standing up on the sideline. Like I'm done with this press box. So it was that, and probably there's a lot of stadiums in the San Antonio area where, especially at the time, they didn't really take too kindly to high school football media coming in to cover games. And there was just some stadiums that just quite frankly just wouldn't let me in. Even like tried calling ahead of time and whatnot. Probably the most frustrating one though was I went to, I believe it was in New Braunfels. Yeah, it was New Braunfels High. I called ahead, got in a pass, and they had told me it was New Braunfels and Madison when Aaron Green was running back at Madison. And they had told me, yeah, well, we've issued too many sideline passes, so you can sit in the auxiliary seating. The auxiliary seating was like on the track. And I'm like, no, I think I'll just go home and not cover the game today. So, yeah, the way they treat you in San, I think it's changed. I would hope it's changed, but some of those stadiums in the San Antonio area, man, just did not get it.
Yeah, hey, check out Rod from the House Park.
Man.
Yeah, no, I love House Park, but I've looked at the press box multiple times and been like, you're out of your mind if you think I'm going in there.
Man, Craig Way's broadcast games last night. Rodney has Craig talking about getting up on the roof at House Park and how dicey it could be. There's always, Keenan, I'll say this in the park. Craig told me his favorite story was he was doing high school football games in the Dallas area. This was in the early 90s, like when the Cowboys were really rolling.
Yeah.
And Craig covered the Cowboys, and he was doing a show there or something. Anyway, Nate Newton overheard him talking about high school football, and Nate's like, "Hey, you guys," he's like, "You call high school football games?" And Craig's like, "Yeah, we're gonna be," and they were actually gonna be the Lake Highlands game. Craig's like, "We'll be at the Boneyard. We'll be here," and Nate's like, "All right, I'll come out." Well, Craig didn't think anything about it. Lo and behold, like Nate Newton shows up, and at the time to get
was
on,
Trey a recruit at the time?
No, this was like in the early 90s, like
early 90s. My bad. Sorry.
So Craig is up there. He's broadcasting on the roof, and the only way you could get up there was like this rickety old ladder at the Boneyard press box. And Nate at probably 3:30 at the time, he's climbing up this ladder. And Craig said, the whole time I'm thinking, this would be perfect. Like all I need is Jimmy Johnson to berate me because I made his 330-pound all-pro guard climb up a rickety ladder, and he fell off this press box and severely injured himself. So Greg said he's never been more nervous than just watching Nate Newton kind of shimmy and maneuver his way up this rickety old ladder at the bottom.
That rules, dude.
But he said Nate just sat there, stayed the whole game, and just loved high school football. So
yeah.
All right. Keenan, what you and Jason got going on today?
We are talking Texas hoops, a little Texas football, and at the end, a little Texas baseball. So we're mixing it up today. We're talking about a lot of stuff.
All right.
He's my resident basketball guy, so we're going to definitely talk a lot of hoops.
Nice.
Gonna be a good time.
You guys have a good show. Everybody enjoy your weekend, and Jordan and I will be back to do it on Monday. You guys take care.
Yes, sir.
Peace, Jordan. Peace, Jeff. Okay, what is up? False start, baby. Dude, Jason, what's going on, my guy? How are you?
Life is good. I turned in my last college assignment yesterday, and so graduating from Moody a week from today.
Congrats, man.
Tomorrow. Thank you. And then hopefully we'll know what's next soon after that. So happy to be here today. How are you doing, Keenan?
Dude, I'm great, man. You were one of the first people I hit up. I was like, all right, I need somebody we can talk hoops with. I knew you would be the guy. Jason, go ahead and plug a couple of your outlets.
Yeah, so I guess the only relevant one right now would be I co-host Hook 'em Hoops podcast at the Field of 68. And so we do shows during the season every week, twice a week when there are games going on. A little slower during the off season, but as we're about to talk about, as soon as Texas has some more news in the transfer portal, we'll have another show for y'all. So go out and follow the Field of 68, myself at Jason Conander on Twitter. And yeah, happy to be here today, Keenan.
Hell yeah, man. Well, we're glad to have you. Let's get into transfer portal stuff. Let's just get off the bat and let's address the elephant in the room, which is who's going to play center for this team next year? Who's going to play backup center for this team next year? Who's going to play center in general?
Probably Caden Shedrick. In the best case of scenarios, it's going to be Caden Shedrick backing up whoever they add in this last leg of the portal. Maybe it's Coleman Hawkins if they're willing to bid for him after the NBA draft process. Mm-hmm. Right now, it's looking like JT Toppin is probably the most realistic option. He's a Dallas kid coming off of a first team or all Mountain West freshman of the year in the Mountain West for New Mexico. He's a future NBA guy, in my opinion. So if Texas can haul him in, he would be their top transfer, in my opinion. I don't know how you feel about that, but, you know, I like the Jordan Pope pickup. I like the Tremont Mark pickup. I like the 2 Indiana State pickups. But I think that if they could reel in JT Toppin, that would be the real big fish because I love his NBA potential.
Yeah, 100%, man. And my fear with JT is that he's just going to get drafted. But
what you do?
I mean, he's you know, my friend is his agent, so like I can't talk too much about like specific details, but like yeah, he's a baller. I mean, he might have been the best player on New Mexico last year. New Mexico is pretty good. New Mexico is a legit team. They had Jamal Mashburn Jr. on that team. Had a couple of other guys. So, and also, have you noticed like New Mexico and New Mexico State have both been like putting dudes into the league? Like, yeah. I mean, shoot, Serge Rice is a New Mexico State transfer. Pascal Siakam, he played for New Mexico State. Like, that state has had some good coaches. Chris Jans was there. I think he's at Mississippi State now. But, yeah, I think if they grab Toppin, that would absolutely, I agree with you, that would be the number one piece. He's not going to be cheap because he is a very legitimate NBA prospect, as you said. I've seen boards where he is in the top 34, 35 picks. I've seen boards where he's in the top 25 picks. So we'll see. But was he an early entry guy?
I think so.
Yeah.
From what I read, when he hit the portal, from what I read, every college-centered site was writing with the tone that he's going to play college basketball next year. And so I kind of expect that as well, just because if he has a good year at a Power 5 conference now in college basketball school, then he's a surefire first-round pick in a stronger draft class, probably a top 20 guy. I think he eventually goes to the college game. Another name to keep an eye on, though, and I don't know how Texas fans will feel about this one, Arthur Kaluma from Kansas State. I really do think they'll have some interest in. The guy can really shoot. He is an interesting player to watch. He doesn't always make the best decisions when he has the ball in his hands. Sometimes he's good for a bad foul or two every game, but he has the talent that this Texas basketball team needs. He was on an Elite Eight team at Creighton. He was the second best player at Kansas State last season. He fits the bill for what Texas needs from a size and talent standpoint, in my opinion.
Definitely, and Kaluma sort of plays that combo forward role where he'll play on the perimeter a little bit too. He's not just big, but what I like about the Toppin thing is you can play Toppin 4 or 5. I mean, I think he's 6'9", so he's not 7 feet tall, but he's so strong, man. That's the thing I noticed when I watched JT Toppin. He finishes through contact. He gets the ball down low. He can put moves on you. He's strong. He's really athletic. He averaged I don't remember what he averaged last year, but he had a really impressive. I think he averaged like 9 rebounds a game or something.
12 and 9, yeah.
Yeah, 12 and 9, yeah. So for a freshman, that's crazy. He's a Dallas kid. I think he played for Faith Family in Oak Cliff, I believe. But yeah, no, that would honestly be. That would launch them into top 10 category status, I think, if they were to land him. I think, well, I don't know. I was going to ask you another just kind of a general college basketball question if you're down for it. And this is a fun one I've been asking all my friends who are scouts. since you're a hoops guy, you would know. Who do you think is better next year, Arkansas or USC? Because I got an interesting answer.
Right now, with the guys on the with the rosters at the state that they are currently filled, it's USC, because USC has a nice combination of guys who have scored at the high major level. I really like the Desmond Claude pickup yesterday from Xavier. He could be their best player next year. And so that's a team that I'm excited to watch. And I think that we have a better idea of what they're actually going to look like next year. Now, for Arkansas, John Calipari was very open when he took that job, like, hey, we still need to build a team. And he's going to take his time building this team. If John L. Davis plays college basketball next year, I'm going with Arkansas, because I think that he is a player of the year candidate, a first-team All-American type player in John Calipari's system at Arkansas. He's the type of veteran guy. Like Antonio Reeves just averaged 20 points on a similarly structured team. And so I could envision John L. Davis doing the same, if not better, and vaulting himself into NBA draft conversation next season. I've always been a big fan of Nelly Davis's game, and I'm really excited to watch him at the high major level. Texas pursued him a little bit, but he was always going to be out of their price range. And so I'm looking forward to watching both teams play. Right now, I'll go with USC, but I think by the end of the offseason, when the dust is settled, I'm going to go with Arkansas.
That's a great way to put it. I would say USC too. The only problem I have with USC is there is a log jam at the wing position, right? They have who is a top 5 guy. I do my own transfer portal rankings. They're not based on science. They're literally based on eye test, who I think is the best.
I like that. That's how it should be done.
Yeah, so I don't have like a system or a model or something, but I can tell you St. Thomas was a top 10 transfer for me. Northern Colorado kid, transferred from Loyola Chicago, went to Northern Colorado, but absolutely balled out at Northern Colorado. I think he averaged like 18, 10, and 3 or something like that. Just great defender, just big wing prospect, strong guy. And I think he probably could have gone pro, but I think it's smarter of him to go play for USC. And then, but they also have Terrence Edward. Who's the Michigan wing they got?
Terrence Williams.
Yeah. I know. I mean, here's what I've been saying, man. And the Arkansas fans that are listening to this, which is zero, because no, why would you listen to a Texas show if you're an Arkansas fan? I think they downgraded with coaching.
I think they downgraded with coaching, but I think that they have a better chance of winning a national championship next year.
I think Musselman is like one of the best in the game. I think last year was a problem. He brought in I think he made mistakes last year that he figured out.
They worked too fast. They filled too many scholarships within the first 2 weeks of the portal opening.
That's true, but also he brought in a lot of guys with like toxic reputations. I'm not going to say any names, but like a lot of guys that just didn't mesh well together from a personality standpoint. So I think at USC, it seems like he's getting guys with better attitudes to go. Like St. Thomas is a guy that has a very good reputation. So I think maybe he learned like we got to find guys that mesh together. But like what I was comparing this USC team to is sort of like, do you remember Texas Tech's team in Chris Beard's first year at Texas? How they just had like 5 dudes who were 6'6", and they could
and then he never had a team like that ever again.
So that's what that USC team looks like, though. They got like a bunch of wings and bigs. Like I don't know what it's going to look like, but I feel like their defense is going to be crazy next year.
I pulled up my scholarship tracker here on Google Sheets.
Oh, good call.
USC. I didn't realize that USC's basically done this offseason. I mean, Musk got that bus filled pretty quickly. I like, the one thing that I don't necessarily know when looking at the roster is like who's their lead scorer. And, St. Thomas will probably be my pick. We'll keep it more Texas based, but I'm excited to watch that team. That's such a great question. I'm going to start using that one too, because USC and Arkansas, and honestly, Kentucky and Arkansas is a good debate too. Kentucky and Louisville is a great debate.
Good, dude.
Like, both of those teams have really stocked up. And so as we continue to talk about Texas in the portal and what this roster is going to look like by the end of the offseason, like the musical chairs in college basketball, I will never complain about, because I was somebody who was always so sad when the season ended, when the tournament ended. Like the adrenaline is just sucked out of you. And now it's like It still is to a certain extent, but I have a lot to look forward to because I love seeing players move around, and it's like the NBA offseason equivalent for college basketball, and it's just as active, but it's dragged out for like a month. And so how can you not love this? Like, people who complain about it just don't like doing their job, because this is great and it gives us content.
I totally agree with you, man. I have so much fun with this portal stuff. Like, yes, there are drawbacks, of course, there always are, but it's pro player. I'm pro player, so I mean, it works out well. Let's get into a little bit of SEC basketball, though, because this is another question I wanted to ask you. Let's kind of tier the teams in SEC basketball next year. What we think, maybe tier 1, tier 2. Let's say tier 1 is Elite 8, Final 4, national championship type of contenders. Okay. And then you say tier 2 is get out of the first weekend, maybe contenders. And then the third tier is maybe won't make the tournament type of deal. Right? Is that cool?
Yeah, let's do it. So cool. The first tier, you have to lead off with Alabama. I think
Alabama,
they're a preseason top 5 for me next year.
Same.
Especially with, Mark Sears coming back, Grant Nelson coming back. Those are 2 All-American type players if they're playing at their highest level every night. And they, stocked up in the portal. They got better in the portal. They lost guys and got better. They added Chris Youngblood, and they added Aiden Holloway and Houston Mallett, and they did a lot of really good things in the portal. I don't know how you feel about that team, but with Nate Oates fully buying in, giving that program the full vote of confidence, with the Kentucky job opening up and other jobs opening up this past cycle, and he signed the long extension. Was like, no, we're going to win here. We just made a Final Four here. That's the team that I'm really going to have my eyes on next season.
It's a great call. I would say they're probably my favorite to win the SEC next year. I'd say them and Tennessee is my other team that I think is up there. Tennessee got Felix Akpara from Ohio State. He was their top target all offseason. That's who they wanted. Got him. So that's a huge pickup. I mean, obviously Tennessee's going to lose guys and reload every year. Just they kind of run it like they bring in a lot of guys that play for 1 or 2 years and then leave. It's not as bad as Kentucky where it's a bunch of one and dones, but they bring in a lot of guys who are NBA dudes who leave quick.
That's how Julian does it. That's how he does it.
Yeah, 100%. That's Rick Barnes. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So I think Tennessee and Alabama are probably the 2 scariest teams, followed by, do you have Arkansas and Kentucky next? Where would you have them?
So I actually, this is going to be a take on this show, but in my top tier, I've got Alabama, and then there's a little drop off, but I have to have Tennessee in that tier as well. And then I'm actually going to put Texas A&M there too. Just with Wade Taylor being back, I keep saying it, but he's an All-American caliber player, really, especially if you see what he did in the postseason. And Henry Coleman's back. Anderson Garcia's back. Manny Obiseki's back. They just added Zurich Phelps and C.J. Wilcher out of the portal, and Pharrell Payne. They have done just as well, arguably, in the portal as Texas has, and they didn't lose as much. And so I've got A&M in my top tier, and I don't know if that's a hot take, and I don't know if they're going to come out slow like they did to start last season, but I think that, things are looking good for Aggieland next year in basketball. I think that they ended the season on about as good of a note as you can end, given that they lost in overtime of an NCAA tournament game.
Yeah, I agree. I was, we love to poke fun at our friends in College Station, but Buzz Williams is a good coach, man. And I know he's underachieved so far at A&M. I think that's pretty fair to say, but I love this team that he's built. Zurich Phelps is a baller. That guy is, I tweeted out right when he committed, I said, this is a big fish, man. This is one of the biggest fish in the pond. A&M landed him, man, and he's. Who would you compare him to? I'll give you my comp. I want to hear what you think about Zurich Phelps too, though. Who would you compare him to? What kind of player do you think he is?
You start. I want to hear because you're so eager
about scoring guard. He's like a scoring guard. So it's role wise, he's kind of similar to Pope, kind of. He facilitates more, but he can score too.
It's an interesting addition for me because Tyrese Radford was a take to the rim. No, he's back. He's gone. He's out of eligibility. So he's going to slot in for Radford. And Radford very quick with the ball. Phelps is pretty quick with the ball too. But he can shoot and a little bit. He's a bigger guard, isn't he? He's 6'4".
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so that that's good for Texas A&M. I don't necessarily have a player comp for him right now. I admittedly I haven't watched as much of his tape because Texas didn't pursue him. I thought that they should have, but they didn't have they had already filled that spot. Let me hear yours though.
Yeah, no, I think he's sort of similar to, he's like a little bit bigger version of Pope kind of. He passes more. He's less of a scoring guard versus a guy like Pope, who's like a shoot first point guard, right? Like that's his entire role. He shoots the damn ball. That's his thing. He gets like 3 assists a game, but like I'm talking about Pope, sorry, but yeah, I like the placement of A&M in the top tier. I think that is very legitimate, and I think it's fair, and I think it's unbiased, even though this is Texas Sports Unfiltered. Good take. I think a couple of sleeper teams I have. I think Florida has a great roster.
I like them a lot.
I think Florida's a dark horse to really compete in that conference this year.
Walter Clayton and Elijah Martin is right there. Just first of all, a fantastic guard combo to watch.
Oh my God, so fun!
And they're going to win a lot of games on the back of that guard combo. Alex Condon, though, the big man, I believe he's Australian. He was a freshman last year. Yeah, he's Australian. He was a freshman last year. He started playing a lot more down the stretch. Actually took Micah Hamlockton's starting spot towards the end of the season. I'm really excited to see what he does in a full-time starting role for Florida. And I mean, Will Reichard's back, but Walter Clayton Jr., man, he's the real player to watch. That's the guy who they're going to be buying tickets to watch for Florida next year.
100%. And I think also, man, I don't understand the Kugel transfer to Kansas because they are so loaded at guard right now. They have too many. It's kind of like Texas football with wide receiver. It's like, who's going to start? Like,
They're going to spread the love. They're going to spread the love.
Yeah,
I like Zeke Mayo the most out of all of their guard ads, actually.
Over Ryland?
Yeah, actually over Griffin and Storr, just because Texas pursued Storr and Griffin. I didn't like the idea of AJ Storr, aside from him being at like 9 schools in 6 years or whatever it was. I know that's an exaggeration, but
not really.
I just don't think that he fits, their culture great. He doesn't play hard defense. He's a me first, not team first type of player from everything that I've read, everything that I've heard from my folks at Wisconsin. Yep. And I don't know if that's going to bode great at Kansas. As for Ryland Griffin, I think his best year at Kansas is going to be in 2 years. I don't think it's going to be next year. I think that he's going to take his game to another level next year. And then I think that he'll stay one last year at Kansas, and I think that he'll be, a fantastic player. But Zeke Mayo, in his last year of eligibility, he'll be their lead guard most likely. He's a great shooter. He has NCAA tournament experience as the best player on an NCAA tournament team.
Yep.
And he's from Lawrence. He grew up going to games. That's a great story for the Jayhawks. I know I'll be rooting for Zeke Mayo next year. Yeah, they're loaded, but they're loaded.
Dude, here's a fun, interesting tidbit. So, first of all, I say this all the time, and I mean it. Dallas-Fort Worth might be is the best area for young basketball talent in America. It has produced Ron Holland, Anthony. This is the last 3-4 years. Anthony Black, Ron Holland, Jacoby Walter, Keontae George, Arterio Morris.
Jordan Walsh.
Jordan Walsh. I'm just trying to think of other guys who played on those. Oh, yeah. The kid who plays for, I had this list memorized like 2 weeks ago. But the point is, Dallas-Fort Worth is incredible for this kind of talent. And it's just really cool that they finally kind of got a guy, Trey Johnson, from that area. But the Ryland Griffin thing, he played in the same high school backcourt as Cason Wallace, right? So they played at Richardson together.
Wow.
And they're the same year. And when Trey Johnson at Lake Highlands was a sophomore, he played against Richardson, against Griffin, and against Cason Wallace. And as a 15-year-old, he scored 37 points.
Wow. I didn't know any of that. I mean, I need to up my game a little bit when it comes to high school hoops.
That's Dallas basketball. That's why I know it.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty legit. I'm so excited to watch Trey next year.
That put him on the map, really, because like people knew about him from grassroots, but like that was like where he like burst onto the scene, man. Hell yeah, Jack Burton. That's where I went to school. That's where my mom went to school too. My mom's a Lake Highlands grad, so shouts out.
On the topic of Trey Johnson, really quick,
Yeah.
I've been telling everyone who's been willing to listen that, you know, the staff really does have high expectations for him next year. And they really do think, from what I have heard, they really do think that he could be a Kevin Durant type of freshman player for Texas next year. Not necessarily, and I'm not comparing him to Kevin Durant. They're completely different players. And Trey Johnson's most likely not going to go second overall in the draft next year, even if he has the best season that he possibly can. But Texas is totally okay going into next season with the freshman being their alpha potentially towards the end of the season, because they really do think that he's that talented.
And not only that, too, the other thing with Trey Johnson is that he is not the typical 5-star that Texas basketball fans are used to getting. He's not a Greg Brown, Dylan Mitchell type. He's not a 6'9", uber athletic, kind of raw kind of project. Like, this dude is a polished product, ready to go, get on the floor, score 16 points a game as a freshman. Like that kind of, he's like that kind of guy, especially with this backcourt, because there's a lot of mouths to feed in this backcourt, right? You got two guys who were top 10 in scoring in their previous conferences, right? Yep. Jordan Pope was 5th in the conference, and I think Tremont Mark was 10th in the SEC in scoring. So you have two top 10 scorers from two Power 5 conferences, and you have this freshman, and you still think, not you, I just mean the royal you, and people still think like Trey Johnson could be the man. That's really impressive.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And so, you know, it'll be interesting to see who they fill those last 2 scholarship spots with. While we're still on the topic of SEC basketball, one player who they've been interested in is a transfer from Arkansas, Trayvon Brazile. And I actually would be really interested to see him in a Texas uniform, because you just talked about that uber athletic 6'9", 4 who can dunk the ball over anyone and can do things that will show up on SportsCenter. That's Trayvon Brazile. And he was teammates with Tremont Mark. Obviously, if they are recruiting Trayvon Brazile, Tremont Mark is okay and like wants him on the team. And I'm totally cool with having 2 pairs of transfers who are coming from the same team, because that helps a lot of the chemistry that we saw be an issue a couple of years ago when they brought in like 8 transfers and then nobody would take the lead scoring role. It's like, yeah, because these guys were all lead scorers at their past schools, and now they're all kind of like running around like chickens with their heads cut off, not sure how to play as a team. And so this time, if they bring in guys who have literally played with each other before, and obviously they have the whole summer to mesh, I hope that Texas takes a chance on Trayvon Brazile if they don't end up with JT Toppin or Arthur Kaluma. And so that's just my one other transfer portal aside while we're talking about the SEC.
No, that's interesting. That's a good point. Also, another guy I forgot to mention, Jalen Tyson. He's from DFW. Liam McNeely, 5-star, going to UConn. He's from DFW.
Yep.
Max Asmus is from DFW. Alexander Mekwe is from DFW. Like, there's just so many dudes come from those high schools and ball out. And, you know, it's cool that the SEC or that Texas is in the SEC, because it's definitely a recruiting thing. Like, I think that was part of the reason it sold Trey. I think Trey wanted to play in the SEC. I really do. I think I heard that he was interested in, like, you know, because it's like the Big 12 is probably better top to bottom. Well, it is, but the SEC has a lot of storied history. It's a sexy conference in basketball, man. Kentucky, Arkansas, Tennessee, Alabama, Florida. I mean, those are all fun. Those are going to be good rivalries, man. It's going to be a lot of fun next year. I'm really excited for these rivalries to really fire up, you know?
Yeah, there are a lot more teams that we're going to be excited to like specifically tune in and watch Texas face them. Like the level of competition won't be what it was like in the Big 12, because like, I mean, just flipping through the SEC right now, like there are a couple teams that Texas will steamroll next year. But at the same time, like, we're going to get Texas against Texas A&M in basketball. We're going to get Texas against Arkansas, Texas against LSU, Texas against Florida, Texas against Bama, Texas against Georgia. Like, these are all going to be good games and fun matchups to watch. And I'm excited about the SEC basketball move for Texas. You know, some of these other teams that I'm looking at, you brought up Tennessee. If they can add the kid out of North Florida, Chaz Lanier, then I'll add them to my top tier of SEC teams because I think that he can be their Dalton Connect. They also added Darlin Stone Dubar from Hofstra, and he was a guy played at Hofstra by way of Iowa State. And so he's played at the high major level before. He'll probably slot into the starting spot at Tennessee. That'll be a great matchup against Texas. Also, we are likely going to get Texas against Chris Beard next year, which is going to be fascinating. It's going to be I hope that game's in Austin. I hope it's in Austin.
He's going to need security. He thought he needed security in Lubbock, man.
It's going to be interesting. It's going to be uncomfortable, to be honest with you, because like, obviously things ended the way that they did, and what he did was very wrong, but this is his alma mater, and he wasn't a bad coach here. Like, by the time they play here, half the students in the crowd weren't students when he coached here. I'm going to be really interested to see. I just think it's going to be an uncomfortable environment when they come to play in Austin. I don't know really what to expect. I know I'll be tuned into that one. But that's another one where it's like, that's a storyline that we're going to get next year in the SEC. That's going to be, you know, maybe not the most positive storyline, but it's going to give us another reason to watch, and amen to that.
Yeah, man. It's a weird situation, dude. And like with him in particular, like just the relationship between him and Rodney Terry is going to be at play in this whole thing. And another team that I forgot to mention that I like. Let's start with the second tier now. The guys that could maybe get out of the first weekend, but probably not further than that, or win their first tournament game. I think Georgia is one of those teams with the class they're bringing in. I really like their front court of Santos Cyril and Asa Newell. That's really a really athletic front court, fast, strong. Asa Newell is a top 10 talent in the draft, maybe. And the 2025 draft class, as I'm sure you know, it's really loaded, as opposed to the 24 draft class, which is very weak. So 25 draft class is insane. You got Cooper Flagg, you got DeBance is 26, but
you got Ace Bailey, Dylan Harper, Jamon Malak, VJ Edgecombe, so many good names.
Yeah, it's a crazy draft. I mean, I think that Ace Bailey might end up being one of the best players. I know he's second in the class. I don't think he's better than Cooper Flagg, but I think he's close.
Cooper Flagg's going to have a Zion type of year next year at Duke, and I'm so excited to see. Like, we haven't been talking about enough collectively as a college basketball community, like the effect that he is going to have on college basketball next year. It's going to be like Zion, where when Duke plays, that's going to be the lead story on SportsCenter because he makes 3 or 4 plays where everyone's like, what the heck? How did he make that play? And I'm so excited for that because for all the whining that happened down the stretch of the season, college basketball doesn't have any marketable stars. And yeah, that is true to an extent. Now they are getting a few marketable stars in this freshman class, and the most marketable star that they've had since Zion Williamson in Cooper Flagg. And so I'm really excited to watch him at Duke. I am happy that Texas won't have to face him in conference play because they do not have an answer for him on their roster.
No. unless Tremone Mark plays defense like he did at U of H his sophomore year.
Yeah.
So interesting question about Cooper Flagg too, and we're just jumping all over the place because you're my hoops guy, and typically we're talking football, and I want to talk hoops.
Oh yeah.
So, Cooper Flagg, I have an interesting player comp for him. I want your take on it because my main beat is NBA draft. I write for Sports Illustrated's Fan Nation. I cover NBA draft for them.
Yep.
And then I do podcasts about them and stuff too. So Cooper Flagg to me reminds me of Jason Tatum. That's my comp for Cooper Flagg. Just this like hyper athletic combo forward. He can shoot. He can put the ball on the deck. He can defend. He can pass. That's who he reminds me of. That's just who kind of came to mind as I watched a couple of his games at Montverde.
He affects the game similarly to Giannis, in my opinion.
Oh, that's good.
I think that's the closest thing I've seen to Giannis since Giannis has become what he is.
Yeah.
He's probably a better shooter than Giannis. He doesn't have, the unicorn build, and he's not. They're similar. They're freak athletes for different reasons, but they affect the game in very similar ways. They can do everything. They're hyper athletic. They can score at the rim. They can swat a shot into the 15th row of the stands. They can facilitate, rebound on both ends. I mean, what's there not to like about Cooper Flagg? I hadn't even thought about that too, because for talents like Cooper Flagg, like when Zion came into college basketball, I never thought of like what his college player or what his player count was, and like aggressively it should have been Blake Griffin. Like he was so clearly Blake Griffin in college, but I just didn't think about that because I was like, whoa, generational talent. And like I kind of have that similar idea with Cooper Flagg. Like I don't want Cooper Flagg to be the next anyone. I want him to be like the next Cooper Flagg because we have the first Victor Wembanyama now in the NBA and the first Luka Doncic, guys who you can't really compare anyone to. And so I want another version of that in Cooper Flagg, and I think that he can be like that. I really do.
Yeah, no, I think his play style is really exciting and interesting. He affects the game on both sides so much. He's not, the typical big who just can't shoot or whatever. He can do everything. He really is a super versatile player. Let's talk a little NBA playoffs if you don't mind. Actually, one more thing, and then we'll jump to NBA playoffs. So I would say South Carolina is going to be in that middle tier probably.
Okay.
With bringing back Colin Murray-Boyles if he comes back. Did he early entry or did he?
No, he's back. I'll tell you what.
Because that guy's great.
Quickly on South Carolina, they need to use that last scholarship spot wisely. I like Murray-Boyles as a lead type of guy next year, as like a best player. Maybe they don't have a guy who can go out and get them buckets. Like that's not going to be Cam Scott next year. Michi Johnson is gone. Michi Johnson and Talon Cooper, he's gone as well. Those two from their guard play saved them in a lot of games last year. And I just don't see the same guys on the roster who are going to make a similar impact. Now, that said, I really like their bigs, Nick Pringle and Murray-Boyles. Like, I think that that's a really good court. But, I like, South Carolina. Ole Miss is another team that I like. I like what they did with Mikal Brown-Jones, Dre Davis. Those were two really high-level lads. Sean Padula, too. I mean, they ripped him from Oklahoma's hands, and that was a big win for Chris.
Very funny. That was Chris Beard looking out for Texas.
Yeah. Kentucky obviously is in that next tier. Arkansas.
LSU?
Kentucky, again, they're another team who needs a lead dog. They have a lot of very good players on their team. I don't see a single great player on their team. And that's not like Kentucky. And so, maybe Coleman Hawkins isn't a great player, but he'd be their best player on their team, in my opinion. Maybe that's somebody who they look at towards the end of the draft process. Georgia, you mentioned, I like. Auburn is a team. They have 8 seniors. A lot of them have played for Auburn in the past. I'm really excited to watch them play. And LSU, I don't necessarily agree on. I think that the Matt McMahon experiment has kind of failed there.
Oh, and, I was saying they're bottom tier.
Oh yeah, it's tournament or bust for them, and it's not going to happen. Unfortunately.
Yeah, I agree. I think Mississippi State's in trouble. I think Vandy's in trouble. I think LSU's in trouble.
One team, my last SEC basketball point here, and I think that we will have officially touched all the bases, other than Vanderbilt, and they're basically not even in the conference. Missouri, I think, has a chance to go from winless in conference play last year to a fringe NCAA tournament team this year. I really like what they did in the portal. They have a really good freshman class coming in. Peyton Marshall is a dude. And I think that he is going to be a real disturbance down low for Missouri next year. I like what they did in the portal. They got a pair of grad transfers at guard in Tony Perkins and Marquise Warwick. Both those guys have played in the NCAA tournament. Both of those guys have shown that they're able to score, facilitate. That's what last year's Missouri team didn't have. And so Dennis Gates got to win now. He loves to post those, cute little gifs whenever Missouri has he was the one who popularized that, by the way. Like, he was the first guy to tweet out like the get gifs, right before like a player commits, and the coach will like tweet out a gif, and all the fans are like, "Oh, who's coming? Who's coming?" Like, Dennis Gates was the first guy to do that. He started doing that last offseason. And it all went to nothing because they didn't win a single game in SEC play. But I am going to put my faith in Dennis Gates and say that Missouri's in my second tier. I think they can make the tournament. That's my hot take.
Wow.
Yeah,
that is a hot take because I wonder what the rate is on teams that go winless in conference play, how they typically do the next year. I'm trying to think of like common examples.
Iowa State wasn't that bad. They made the tournament the next year, actually. They went winless in conference play, and then that was when Tyrese Hunter was a freshman.
You're totally right, because it's so much easier to quickly rebuild a roster in basketball. Like, if your football roster sucks, you're going to have 2 or 3 years where you got to clean out the rot, kind of, where you got to move.
Sure.
I mean, it's easier now with the portal, of course, but, with basketball, you can completely flip a roster in 1 year.
And that's what they did that year. I mean, it was Tyrese Hunter, and they had Isaiah Brockington, and there was Lindell Wigington. No, he was from a couple years before.
I forgot about Brockington. That guy was amazing.
There was one other guy, transfer or freshman, who didn't spend very long at Iowa State, where it was like, you're right. They retooled really quickly. And that was, one of the first of those teams that was like the first offseason where you could retool really quickly. Texas Chris Beard.
Yeah, that's right. Because they brought in, that was my first week on the beat was when Trey Mitchell committed. Trey Mitchell's commitment was my first story. I remember that.
That's crazy. My first interview, actually, my first press conference I ever went to in college, because everything was online my freshman year from COVID. My first press conference I ever covered was, I'm sure you remember, they did like the Texas basketball where like Chris Beard would, after practice one day, he would do a press conference with one of the musicians.
Did those.
And mine was the Trey Mitchell one. That was the first one that I ever went to. And I just remember how quiet he was. And it was interesting. The first person I ever interviewed in sports media was Chris Beard, and a little bit more of a polarizing name at UT. And pretty interesting.
That is interesting. I remember because we're trying to get Dylan Dessou on the show because he's a friend of mine. Kind of over the years on the beat, we sort of just became friends, and he's just a great guy. And I truly think he's going to play in the NBA, Dessou, because he's such a good shooter. He's a 6'9" guy that shoots over 49% from three for the season. I mean, 37%.
First off, I like Dylan a lot too. He's a great guy, super generous with his time. Anytime I've been with him, around him, covering the team, especially in Kansas City for the Big 12 tournament.
Yeah,
I agree that he can play in the NBA, but he needs to get more physical. That's the one thing on both ends of the court. Like, when you talked about JT Toppin earlier, how he gets a lot of his baskets right at the rim and he's, bodying guys, that was what we didn't, really ever see out of Dylan Dessou. He was more of a face-up shooter at the 4 position. And I think Texas will benefit from having a guy like that. And I think Dylan Dessou will benefit in his professional career from developing into more of a guy like that. For me, he's a surefire G League guy. Like, he will definitely be playing in the summer league. And I'm excited to see where he can go from there. Especially with like 35 guys playing for the Memphis Grizzlies this past year, and all love to Timmy Allen, I thought he had a better chance of making the NBA when he first stepped on campus than when he left campus.
Mm-hmm.
And so if Timmy Allen made the NBA, I like Dylan Dessou's odds too. I'm going to go with you on that.
I love to hear that. Yeah, because like I talk to scouts all the time, and I had a friend of mine. Actually, his name is Rich at Mavs Draft on Twitter. He's super good follow if you're a basketball head. He's my guy. He texted me and was like, "Why is Dylan Dessou not a consensus second rounder?" And I was like, "I'm telling you, dude, he can shoot." He's like, "He could shoot. So exciting stuff. We got about 8 minutes. Let's jump into NBA playoffs real quick. Big game tonight for your boy, Dallas Mavericks. Los Angeles Clip Show, Game 6, Dallas, Texas. It's going down. Who you got?
I've got Dallas.
Okay.
It's crazy to think where things were after Kawhi and the Raptors won the finals in 2019, like you would have thought that that was going to be the first of many for him. And I really think that if the Clippers don't win tonight and they don't win in Game 7, like I don't think that he'll win another championship in his NBA career. I don't think Paul George will win a championship. I don't think James Harden will win a championship. That's what makes this game so big. Is there are a lot of legacies at stake. Russell Westbrook. There are a lot of legacies at stake tonight, and potentially in 3 nights, if the series extends. I've got the Mavs. They blew them out in the last game. Luka Doncic is one of the best players in the world. I think P.J. Washington is my X factor. He does a lot of things good, has his moments, but, Luka, Kyrie, I'm going to go with the Mavs. And I'll tell you what, you're a Dallas guy. You've been to this arena before. I went to the American Airlines Center for the first time for the Sweet 16 and Elite 8, and I loved it. It was nothing like any pro arena I had ever been to. It was so cool. I loved it.
Yeah, it's cool because it's downtown and you can just take the train and you just get to walk to the bars after. It's so fun.
Yep, it's a great environment outside. It's a small concourse, and it doesn't get crammed though. The games, the last 2 games for the Sweet 16 Elite 8, they were sold out, and I could get up, get something to drink, get something to eat, use the bathroom. It wasn't oh my gosh, I'm at a sold out sporting event and I can't even move. It was a comfortable experience and an awesome one in that because, the place is just compact and it's right downtown and it's a great vibe. And I've got the Mavs tonight. I'm excited to watch the game. I really am. I'm so intrigued to see what happens the rest of the way in these Western Conference playoffs. I really am. If someone beats Denver, who wins the championship? If not Denver, who wins the championship? I want you to answer that one for me.
In the West or overall?
In the West, because if not Denver,
I was gonna say it'll be Boston probably,
yeah.
But oh man, who my I don't know if it's a hot take. I think
I know mine.
I think the Timberwolves might win.
That's mine. Yeah.
Really? Let's go, dude. Yeah, I think it might be the Timberwolves, man, because they have everything you need. You have a 4 that can stretch the floor with Cat. You have a 5 that can defend the paint and run the floor and block and get rebounds and Gobert. You have a Dowd who can get buckets and Anthony Edwards. They just have everything, man. And nobody's looking at them as a real championship contender because they sort of had the same thing that Clemson had in college football for so long, where it's just you just don't trust them to get it done when it matters, but this team is different.
True. I'm glad you just said that at the end, that this team is different, because I really wanted to say I feel like we never use this term in the NBA especially, but honestly in professional sports, and I'm going to use it here for the Timberwolves. I think that they are a team of destiny. Ooh. I really do. Just seeing their coach just blew out his knee to end their first playoff series win in however long. And it's just you can just see that being played on the montage at the championship parade. That was one of the first things I thought of. I was like, oh, that's not the end. That's not the end of this story. This guy's going to be on crutches or a scooter, whatever, all the way until the NBA finals. And outside of that, like you said, Anthony Edwards, I think, is one of the 5 best young players in the NBA. That's not a hot take. But I think in the next 3 years, he's just one of the 5 best players in the league, period. He can do anything. He's an incredibly skilled scorer. They have Rudy Gobert, future Hall of Fame defender. Karl Anthony Towns is playing the best basketball of his professional career. And so I like the Timberwolves a lot, and I'm going to go out on a limb and say one more hot take for today. The winner of that series between Minnesota and Denver, they're going to win the NBA Finals.
You heard it here first. On false start, Mr. Jason Keenan with a hot take. All right, we only got a couple minutes left, but I did want to get your thoughts on one more thing. If you're Texas basketball right now, what bigs are you going after if JT Toppin doesn't work out? Okoro was a guy I heard, but I don't think that's going to happen. But
I think that Okoro was somebody I had heard his name rumored to hit the portal months ago. And
yeah, I had to, because I
was shocked that he waited until literally the very last second. He's someone that I would love to see them go after just because he can really affect the game on both sides of the court. He has size and talent, which is something that they really need. Arthur Kaluma, I think, has to be my top pick if that doesn't work out. But honestly, and this is so unlikely because of the big dogs that will be involved in the bidding war. But when you look at what Texas needs and all the players available, like if you could pick one player to put on that team, you'd be a fool not to pick Coleman Hawkins. And so I think that's, we'll see. He's going to get over $1 million in NIL. He'll get more in NIL than he would from a two-way. Jeff Goodman did a great job of laying out the entire scenario on Twitter when it happened. Like, he said he's just saving himself because if the combine doesn't go the way that he thought it would, and he's not looking at getting drafted, he's looking at a potential two-way contract at best, he can go get more in NIL from Illinois or even more so from a program like Arkansas or, Duke, somewhere that he's a grad transfer too, so he can transfer in anywhere. And so Coleman Hawkins is my top target, but that's one with a little asterisk because he's more committed to the NBA and he's been very vocal about it.
Yeah, I wrote a piece on Coleman Hawkins a few months ago about how he's just kind of a connective piece. Like he's a very good, just kind of guy that he's a jack of all trades, kind of a master of none, but he's very good at a lot of things. He's a good defensive player. He's a good passer. He's not a playmaker, but he can pass. He can make things happen.
Really quick, he wears his heart on his sleeve, which is something that
super emotional.
We need that on this Texas team next year.
Yeah.
Losing Dessou and losing the other vets, losing Brock, Dylan Mitchell. Who is going to be the vocal leader? Like, who's going to hit the big three and then turn around to the opposing student section and yell at them? Like, I don't know who it's going to be. Coleman Hawkins would be that, and Texas needs a dude like that, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the having the dudes fired up, charged up emotionally is so important. Just for like getting fans involved too, right? Like just getting the fans to get like fired up and active and stuff. It's pretty fun, and you gotta have a guy like that. I mean, I'm trying to think. So yeah, like Dylan Dessou was kind of that guy last year, but yeah. So are there any other playoff games tonight? And we're getting out of here in a second, but let's let Chip Brown on real quick. What up, Chip?
What's going on, fellas?
We're talking a little hoops because that's what we do.
Little hoops. Keenan, to answer your question really quick, the last game tonight, or it's actually the first game tonight, is Cavs Magic, and
that's right.
For the love of God, let's just have the Cavs on that series. I saw a joke on Twitter yesterday about like all the Eastern Conference Finals are going to be Orlando and Indiana. That is the NBA's worst case scenario, regardless of how unlikely it is. If that happens, I can't even say I'd be watching. And so I'm rooting for Cleveland.
You don't want to watch Paolo? Come on now.
In 3 years when he has better pieces around him.
Paolo reminds me of LeBron James, dude.
Okay, that's a good one. I like it.
Physically, he's not the passer LeBron is, but he can do a lot of the other stuff. He's built like him. I don't know.
Similar player profile, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he's not as good as LeBron. But Chip, what you got on the slate today, brother?
Oh man, we're gonna talk to Cade Brewer, former Longhorn tight end, who is going to rookie camp with the 49ers next week.
Wow, that's so cool.
We'll talk to him. We've got John McClain at 2:00 talking NFL. And Len Gretsch Smith will join us at 2:30 to talk Kentucky Derby and Dallas Cowboys.
What's going on, fellas?
Hell of a show.
How's it going, Jeff? Gosh, you guys got a packed slate today. All the All-Stars.
Got a former CBS Austin intern on here? I would have come on earlier to heckle you if I knew that.
Great to see you, Jeff. Great to see you.
Everybody, thank Jason for coming on, filling in short notice.
Here you go, Jason.
Great job,
Keenan,
brother.
I woke up and read that message and hopped on. I responded immediately.
Yeah, I know you did. That's why I went. Well, that's why I told you. All right, guys, you guys have a great show. Jason, thanks so much for coming on, man. This has been False Start. I will be back on Monday with the usual co-host, Eric. Thanks again, Jason.
Great job, fellas.
Peace out, guys.
All right. Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice And today, happy to be on with my man Jeff Barker. Zay, of course, did the morning show. Barker, how you doing, baby?
Doing excellent. How are you doing, Chip? Good to be back. I've been bouncing around a little bit on TSU over the last couple of weeks, so good to be on for a nice little 2-hour block with you.
Well, man, I'm glad you bounced right into the midday as well. We've got a lot to talk about. We've got, as I said, Cade Brewer will join us at 1:15. It is a big weekend though for some of the other sports in Longhorn land, including the Texas men's tennis team, which is number 2 going into the NCAA championship. And this weather in Austin has pushed them indoors at Weller, which is out at UT Golf Club, and Steiner Ranch, which is just a bummer because their home crowds at the Texas Tennis Center have been unbelievable. Now they should have no problem with Sacramento State today. But if they, win and UCLA wins, then we could be talking about a Texas UCLA matchup tomorrow. So you got that going on. You got Texas baseball playing at the Dish against Oklahoma State, and Texas somehow, some way, Barker, is still only 2 games out of first place in the pathetic Big 12. But
this team is something else. So we can talk about that more in a minute, but because you said there's a big weekend overall, but that team is just, I don't know what to make of that team.
I agree. It's kind of a shoot, ready, aim, everything, you can't predict anything. They lose the first game of every series, and then they've won 5 of their last 7 series. So yeah, we'll talk about them in a second, but the bigger story is UT softball, which will play at Texas Tech tonight. I don't have any idea what the weather is in Lubbock. I have not looked. But you've got Texas has to sweep Tech, which OU and Oklahoma State did. And the reason I say that is because you've got Oklahoma. Even though Texas is the number 1 team in the nation, Oklahoma is number 2. Oklahoma is still in first place in the Big 12, but they're playing Oklahoma State. Oklahoma State's the number 4 team in the nation. They've got one of the best pitchers in the country in Lexi Kilfoyle, who started 2 games against Texas, and she won both. Now, that was in Stillwater. The Cowgirls have to go to Norman. Texas needs Oklahoma State to take at least 1 from the Sooners in Norman. And Texas needs to sweep Tech. And if that happens, Texas will have at least a share of the Big 12 regular season title for the first time in ages. I think like since 2006 or something. So lots going on in the sports that help Texas win Directors' Cups, Barker.
I would say that on the softball end of things, that's a reasonable ask.
I think it is.
Oklahoma State. I mean, it's not like they're, that's not a chump program or anything. That's another powerhouse in the sport, or at least a program that's usually really good year in and year out. So yeah, I think you could maybe not expect that, but hope for that. The one that I think Texas is going to be kicking themselves for is the loss in Houston, a month and a half ago. If they don't get that and OU ends up winning it outright, that's going to be the one they look back and go, I think, you lose to OU, take 2 of 3 at OU for the first time since against OU for the first time since 2009. And then you're like, all right, well, what else do we need to do? So yeah, that's going to be the one that's going to be a big time bummer.
Yeah. Yeah. And Texas softball, they are rolling. They've won, 13 in a row? They've won every game since they lost the opener to the Sooners.
Well, and remember, for a brief moment, they got that number 1 ranking, and I think that was when they lost to Houston. They got the number 1 ranking. Still, he had that OU series looming in the future, and then it was like, they didn't handle the success right. Which also sometimes I think we overplay that a little bit. It could have just been Houston got them on the right day, but still, they learn from that clearly, which is great. Then they come back out they take 2 or 3 from OU, like we just talked about. They get the number 1 ranking back, and now they're holding on to it. Like that's always the next step in success too. Is hey, you got to the top. Well, now we got to stay at the top. And really, they haven't gotten to the top yet because they haven't won the whole thing. But just in terms of mid-season rankings, as far as that goes.
Yeah, and you look at Oklahoma. I mean, Oklahoma has lost games plural at home this season. That has not happened in more than 4 years. They are the 3-time defending national champions, but they got beat at home by Louisiana. Louisiana, a team that Texas beat. Louisiana went into Norman and ended Oklahoma's 71-game winning streak. Like I said, that extends 4 yeers, and so it's a reasonable ask, Parker, especially Lexi Kilfoyle, who she's Oklahoma State's Cat Osterman. She'll start 2 games in a series. She'll start the Friday game. She'll start the Sunday game. And Oklahoma State will ride with her because she's that good. Now, Oklahoma has one of the best pitchers in the nation as well, who I'm going to try my best to find on short notice. Yes, here she is. Kirsten Deal. Her ERA is 1.
And you know what? That's a great name for a pitcher.
Yeah, right? Kirsten Deal. Her ERA is 1, and Lexi Kilfoyle is number 7 in the nation in ERA. Her ERA is 1.16. So they're supposed to go tonight. That game will be on FS1. So you got that going on. You got Texas softball playing on ESPN Plus tonight at 6. So what do you make of that softball team, Parker, before we get to Cade Brewer?
Yeah, I think it's great that they're finally, I just talked about the steps kind of, but I mean, Mike White was brought in with, I'm not going to feel bad for a guy that, comes in and gets arguably the best job in America, maybe besides the job at OU and a couple other places. But he comes from Oregon, and it's like, look, man, your job is to take us from really good right now to great. And that's always the toughest step to take. And it takes time too when your biggest rival in conference is Oklahoma and they're dominating at the level that they've been dominating at. I mean, even this year, they're not sure, they don't have the crazy win streak numbers and all that kind of stuff. All that's sort of been snapped, but still a really damn good team, just as we talked about with, them probably going to win the conference title, or at least a share of it if they split it with Texas. So yeah, they've been fun to watch. And I mean, they have a nice mix of those veteran players that stuck with Mike White and have helped build this culture and build the program to where they're at now, combined with some super fun to watch younger players. And obviously we're, hoping that maybe if the tennis teams can't get it done, then they'll be the next to win a national championship on the 40 acres.
Yeah. I'm into this. I'm into this softball team. I'm into this race, this Big 12 race, because unlike baseball, where the Big 12 has 2 ranked teams, Oklahoma State and OU, both, 14 and 22 respectively. Whereas the SEC has 9 teams in the top 25, I think 4 in the top 8. I think they have the top 3 teams with A&M, Arkansas, and Tennessee. The Big 12 is where the best softball is being played. So, get on board, everybody. It should be
a fun sport to watch too.
Yeah,
it moves fast, lots of action. The games go by pretty quick. You typically don't drag as much as baseball games can, so it's fun.
Yeah, come on. Yeah. So here's the deal. We've got the Kentucky Derby coming up this weekend, and my man Glenn Stretch Smith, former assistant coach for the Dallas Cowboys, he was there when they were good. He was there when Troy Aikman and Dion were on the Cowboys. He's also a big horse guy. So he's going to handicap the Kentucky Derby for us at 2:30. So you don't want to miss that. And of course, our man John McClain talking all things NFL, and he's encyclopedia for all things Houston. I mean, he'll talk Astros, Texans, Tennessee Titans, since they used to be the Houston Oilers.
The cease and desist that UH got from the NFL.
Yeah. How about that?
So stupid.
I mean, come on. Are we getting sensitive?
It would make sense to me if the team was still there. But come on. Those jerseys must be selling like hotcakes. I don't know. Otherwise, I don't know why they do that.
So we've also got reports. Of course, our man CB, the greatest volunteer producer in the history of radio. Okay, not that one. And by the way, wait till you hear the Cade Brewer story, because it's pretty darn good. But there are reports that Darvin Ham is going to be let go as the Lakers head coach. Darvin Ham, of course, played at Texas Tech. He's a native of Michigan, like myself, from Saginaw. Love me some Darvin Ham. I think he's getting roast. Now, I get it. He's maybe not the best game manager, but I think he's got the toughness and personality to help manage the guys on that Lakers team. I'm pissed at Rob Pelinka. He's the one who's made some of these moves that have left them depleted. Zay and I were talking about how he let Caruso go. Caruso could have helped defend Nikola Jokic and all the length on the Denver Nuggets. And Rob Pelinka is the one who's kind of put the Lakers in a tight spot. But we'll get to that. We'll get to.
Yeah, I've got thoughts. I've got thoughts on that for sure. One, as a Lakers fan, and two, just as a sports fan and NBA fan, with how much we see this go on with the coach being the scapegoat, maybe more than I've ever seen it before in my relatively short life as a sports fan compared to some. But yeah, it's getting a little ridiculous with the coach scapegoat stuff.
Yeah. Well, let's bring in the man, Cade Brewer.
How we doing?
Cade, I mean, I'm loving this. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thank you all for having me on.
So I told everyone that you're going to rookie camp with the 49ers next week.
That's correct.
And tell everyone how this came about, because you went to camp, you were with the Seattle Seahawks, and then we had you on, you were starting your next career, and then your agent calls.
Yeah.
Break it down for us.
Yeah. So last time I talked to y'all, I was working at New Western, this real estate group here in town.
Yeah.
So yeah, a lot has gone on since then. Yeah. So honestly, like a couple weeks after I talked to y'all, my agent calls me and he goes, "Hey, the Houston UFL team, they're interested in you. They're wondering if you're still in shape. What do you think?" And I was like, well, I mean, I haven't been like doing football, honestly. I haven't really been working out either. So at first I was kind of like, oh, I really don't want to do this. I'm kind of, checked out of football right now. But then I talked to my parents, I talked to my girlfriend, Kirsten, and we kind of just came to a conclusion. I was like, yeah, let's at least listen to what they have to say. Let's see, I told my agent I was interested and telling them I'm interested. And so kind of just went from there. Then literally like the next day, the 49ers, like assistant GM, I think, called my agent and was like, "Hey, is Cade still working out?" And then like another team, like the next day after that, I was like, wow. So it kind of just all like just came on me. And just it was crazy.
Like you're just going about your business, and then here it comes.
Yeah, the funny thing is I was switching jobs, so it was even more crazier. So I got another job with this local bank here in town. So I was literally transitioning into that job, and then this came in. So it was a lot going on.
So go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was saying, what's that conversation like when you're in the middle of trying to set up the next job that has nothing to do with football, and then you're like, "Hey guys, kind of got this, dream situation here." Does that, what were those conversations like moving forward?
Yeah. So fortunately, the president of the bank is really good family friends with my family. My dad's like really good friends with them. So he was cool with it. He was like, yeah, like if this, works out, like I'm all for it. Like this job will be here when you get back. Don't worry about that. Like you're young, go do it. You're still in shape. So I was like, they're supporting me. So that helped a lot. So then, so I got the bank job. I was still going to do that, but I was flexible enough to where I can work out still and, get in shape, do some football stuff. And, around January, didn't really hear anything from the NFL teams. And then my agent suggested me, he's like, let's go play arena football. And at first I was like, hell no. I mean, I'm not going to do that. I was just very against it at first. Then had the conversations again with my family and my agent. He was like, yeah, I've done this with 3 or 4 other clients of mine, and it's worked every time. And this is a good league as well. You'll be on a good team. It'll be good for you. And I thought about it, and I was like, let's do it, whatever. And then got signed by the Nashville Cats, I think in middle of February, and was kind of just working out till then. We didn't report till April 2nd. So actually, me and Charlie Brewer, who was Baylor quarterback, played with him like Travis. He was actually on the team with me too at Nashville. He got signed as well. So that's a whole nother story how that happened. But anyways, so we drove up there on April 2nd and reported for camp. And my agent said before I went for camp, he was like, hey, couple of teams, they just want to see some game film. Like they just want to see some recent film of you. They haven't been playing football since 2022. So that's really the main reason why we're doing this. And he's like, yeah, just go. Hopefully we'll only play 1 or 2 games and, get the invite and, we'll see what goes from there. So yeah, had a great camp in Nashville.
Which the GM is Jeff Fisher, by the way, right?
Yeah, he's basically the GM. He runs like the business side of it. He's not really involved in the football part.
Okay.
He'll come to practice every now and then, but he wasn't like coaching or anything. But yeah, he was part of the ownership group. There's like 4 or 5 of them, and he's one of them. And but he's basically the GM. Anyways,
because it sounds like you played 1 game.
Yeah.
So like you played 1 game, and Charlie wasn't even the starting quarterback, but he ends up playing in the second half. And he's throwing the ball to you like y'all were at Lake Travis. A 40-yard reception down to the 1. Yeah. I mean, are you kidding me?
Yeah, it's crazy. So I ended up winning one of the starting receiver jobs during camp. And I was a starting X receiver. Then, obviously, unfortunately, Charlie didn't get the starting nod at first. But then, as the game was going on, I was making really good plays. I caught like 3 or 4 just go balls, just, 50-50 balls, and I was coming down with them. And then Charlie came in. It's funny, first play, we ran like this. I had like a go route, and it was like a go post concept. And I told Charlie before the play, I was like, just throw me the ball because they're gonna press me. They're gonna play man. I was like, just throw me the ball. I'll come down with it. And there, the first play, he threw me the ball and came down with it. I thought I scored, but I was just short. And, the rest is history from there.
So you had like 4 catches for 100 yards. Like it couldn't have gone any better.
Yeah, it was arena football's fun. It really is. It's basically 7-on-7. I mean, we throw the ball pretty much every play. So for me, you know, I was running routes every play, so it was fun for me, and I was catching a lot of balls, and it was a fun time. Then that night I literally, you know, went out with my family, you know, just had some fun there. Then I was like, all right, once this film, you know, uploads to, we used Huddle. They use Huddle. So once film uploads to Huddle, I'm going to make this cut up and send it to my agent. So the film dropped, I think, at like 3 a.m. that night. And so I was like, I'm just going to make this right now. So I stayed up for like another hour, just making all the clips of my plays and stuff. Sent it to my agent. Then around 11 a.m. the next day, he was like, the 49ers are going to invite you to the minicamp.
I mean, come on.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Didn't the Denver Broncos show interest as well?
Yeah, they did. So about a week into camp, my agent called me and he was like, "Hey, the Broncos, they just want to see your first game. Like as soon as you get the film, like send it to me right away, and because they want to get on it and get the invite if they want to invite me." So I was like, you know, let's go. And you know, I told my coach and all this. He's like, "Yeah, like we'll make sure the film's, you know, ready to go so you can send it." So it was honestly, you know, it wasn't like total shock that the 49ers gave me an invite because they've been talking to me ever since I got released from Seattle. They've been talking to me. I mean, kind of had shown interest here and there. So it wasn't a total shock, but I totally thought like the Broncos would give me an invite. But you know, I'll take whatever at this point. So
Well, I mean,
yeah.
The cool thing is, okay, first of all, what were you doing to stay in shape while you're doing your commercial real estate career after you get let go by the Seahawks and you're starting your commercial real estate career? What were you doing to stay in shape?
Well, I wasn't, because I thought it was done.
Golf?
Well, yeah, I was. That's for sure. I golf a lot. But that's a different type of workout. That's more of a hobby for me.
Yeah.
Mental workout for golf.
Yeah, no doubt.
But you doing push-ups? You doing like, are you jogging around the neighborhood? Are you doing anything?
That's exactly right. I was literally jogging around my neighborhood when I was working for the real estate firm. I wasn't like working out like I was, you know, training.
You weren't doing heavy lifting.
Yeah, I was just working out like a normal person would do. Just go jogging down the street or just go get a little pump in at the weight room. I wasn't doing anything crazy.
What are you weighing? Like what, you know, some guys drop weight. Like,
yeah, I was honestly wanted to drop a little weight. But at the same time, I was already in pretty good shape. I kind of just wanted to take a break from just working out for a little bit. So then, yeah, but I was still like working out. I wasn't just like sitting on the couch and like drinking every weekend. I wasn't doing that. But yeah.
What was your playing weight, Cade? I mean, I can look it up, but what?
Yeah, I was around 245, 250. I think I was 245 my last year at Texas.
Okay, what are you now?
I'm at 245.
Look at that.
Yeah, I'm pretty good at maintaining my weight, surprisingly. But yeah, never really dropped any weight. I was still in pretty good shape. And, you know, when I got back into training, it was kind of just, you know, muscle memory. I was just like, yeah, this is what I've done for, you know, 10 plus years. So, I mean, it was just second nature to me when I was going back to work out. But yeah, it's crazy. I thought I was done, honestly. I mean, I was pretty checked out. Then, you know, the agent came calling, parents, you know, I talked to them, the girlfriend, and here I am working out next week for the 49ers. So it's pretty cool. A pretty cool story to tell. You know, I'm glad I get another shot at it. You know, I don't get these many opportunities. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah. Take us inside the mindset and the mentality shift now where you go get your opportunity, but you still know, you know, I mean, a lot of these guys that are later round picks or undrafted, whatever it may be. And then, you know, your situation now is kind of unique. What is that like being in camp, knowing that, hey, not all these guys are going to make the roster? And I know you went through that with Seattle 2 years ago.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, you definitely, especially as an undrafted guy or a trial guy like I'm going to be. I mean, you can't really miss a step. You can't really, you know, you can make a mistake, but you can't just do it repeatedly, right? So, I mean, you're definitely on edge. You're definitely on your toes, but as long as you just control, and do, what you always been doing, that's all you can do. So, I mean, I'm going to go in there and just not think about too much, just do my game and play my football and, see what happens. I can't control if they're going to sign me or not. I just got to control how I do in the workout, my attitude and effort. So, I mean, that's how I'm going to go into it.
Does it take a little pressure off that you weren't really thinking about this at all? You
Yeah,
weren't expecting it?
I mean, I don't really feel that much pressure because, I mean, I'm going to be fine regardless what happens. So, I mean, I want to make the team. Yeah, that's the end goal of this, right? But I mean, I'm not going to go into it like, hey, this is it. Like, my life's over if I don't get signed. Like, that's not my attitude at all. I'm just going to go into it and, try my best and see where it takes me.
Yeah. I mean, I'm looking at the 49ers depth chart right now. It's George Kittle, obviously, on his way to the Hall of Fame. But it's Cameron Latu, who, played at Alabama. It's not a bunch of draft picks. Let's put it that way. And they could, put you into a H-back type of role. Kyle Juszczyk is 12, 13 years into his career. I mean, I kind of like this, Cade. I'm kind of liking what's happening here.
Yeah, it's a good fit. It honestly is. And I'm honestly going to be playing. I think they're bringing me in for fullback. So I'll be playing that Kyle Juszczyk role. Yeah. They're not going to bring me as a tight end. I think they're going to bring me as a fullback, which it's a good fit for me. I mean, I think when I was in Seattle, I was on the smaller size of tight ends. We had a bunch of guys that were, a little bit bigger in stature than me and, have, on these bigger contracts and everything. So it was a little bit tougher situation there, but I think I'm walking in with the 49ers with a great situation.
And, yeah, he has no backups, by the way, on their depth chart.
Yeah. So that's what me and my agent were kind of just, marketing to these GMs, assistant GMs is, hey, this guy can play fullback and he can play an H-back role. He can play that Kyle Juszczyk role. He can, catch the ball out of the backfield, run routes like other fullbacks can't do. So I think I bring a little versatility to the fullback positions for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think about, your former teammate, Andrew Beck.
Yeah.
That's
exactly the role.
Yeah.
I'd be pretty much playing. So, and look at him right now. He's making a lot of money.
He's had an awesome career.
Yeah. We have the same agent. So, I mean, it makes sense.
Well, yeah. Have you talked to him?
I haven't talked to him recently. But me and my agent, we're always, I'm kind of we're talking about him, about Andrew with my agent. But I haven't had a conversation with Andrew recently.
Because he was an undrafted free agent.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he started out with the Patriots and got picked up, I think, by the Broncos. Right, like I think he got released and he was on the 53 with the Broncos. And
with the Texans,
he's the opportunity and he's killing it now.
Kickoff return specialist, Andrew Beck.
That is right. That play was crazy. I remember watching that and I was like, no way Andrew Beck just returned that. But
I don't know if that's they probably said it on the broadcast when it happened. I don't know if that's ever happened. That was wild. But shows his athleticism,
Yeah, I think it was like the heaviest player to return a kickoff or something like that. I think that's what it was. That's pretty impressive. I mean, he can tell his grandkids, hey, I was the heaviest player to return a kick. I mean, that's pretty cool.
Well, we had Fozzie Whitaker on last week, and he got a 1-day tryout with the Arizona Cardinals. It was him and one other guy, and the Cardinals were like, hey, we're going to sign one of you.
Huh.
He got a 1-day tryout, and he got signed. They let him go, but the Panthers picked him up, and a 6-year NFL career later, I mean, it's sometimes it's right place, right time. And you got to be good. I mean, but you're good. I mean, that's the thing, is that you were always on the field. I mean, you were on the field instead of Jared Wiley because Wiley wasn't blocking yet then. And you were, they're bringing you in late in games because, hey, we need Brewer in here because he's going to block. And so, I mean,
yeah, it's crazy. They both got drafted in the 4th round too the other day. Congrats! Yeah. It was awesome to see because I was with Jared for a while and with JT for a little bit, so that was cool to see. But also, it's like, they got drafted and here I am. But I'm not making excuses or anything. But it's awesome to see them get drafted, and we'll see how they do. I'm sure they'll have great careers. So yeah, it's awesome. I'm excited to be back.
I just think okay, so just to recap, your agent calls you and is like, hey, we're hearing from the 49ers, but they need tape. You go to the Arena League, and they're cool if you just play one game. And
yeah. So the Arena League, they want you to go to the NFL. They were so excited when I told them the other day. They're like, yeah, go. Like, I'll pack for you. That's literally what they told me. I'll pack your room for you because they want to see their players go to the next level. It not only looks they're helping me out, but it looks good on them too. They're going to get more players now that I got an opportunity with the 49ers. So they love it. It's a good marketing opportunity for them too. And their Nashville cast, they were all, posting about me, and they're all excited about it. And yeah, it's crazy. And I mean, really just wanted to get film. That was really the reason I did the Arena League, to be honest with you, just to get recent film. But it was fun. It was a great experience. There's all my teammates there were awesome. Obviously, it helped having Charlie there, and it was a great experience, to say the least. But yeah, one game, it's crazy.
I mean, and Chris Bennett asks, how does Cade like that a former Longhorn is the head coach of the 49ers? Of course, Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully that will help me out by signing me.
Yeah. No greater appreciation, Longhorn on Longhorn appreciation than that, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. It's cool that he went to Texas. Don't really remember him playing. I was way too young, but yeah, it's cool to have some UT alumni that where I'm going. So maybe that'll help me.
Like you said too, there's just no better guy to, if you have that fullback role, which is almost kind of archaic, but the way he uses it is super modern and innovative. If that's your role, there's not just the Longhorn ties, but really there's no better football mind than you would want to have scheming up plays and ways to get you involved, like we've seen with Juszczyk.
100%. Yeah, I'm excited to get in there and learn his offense because I love watching them. Like, their offense, they're very sound, and they're his play calling, his philosophy is like unreal, really. So I'm excited to get. I'm sure it's going to be pretty difficult to learn, but I mean, I'll be fine. I'm pretty good at picking up some playbooks here and there. I've learned a lot of playbooks throughout my career, so I'm excited. Yeah, it should be interesting.
You got any little anecdotes you can throw at? I mean, I know you beat Brock Purdy when you were at Texas, but
not many times.
Yeah,
I think only once.
Once, but
yeah.
But it was. I mean, you guys, played at the same time. I mean, there's a little, hey, Big 12,
Yeah. If I get on the team, I might. I mean, I can't really talk any mess with him because he's beaten us so many times. But yeah, it'll be cool to meet Brock Purdy. I mean, he looks like a great guy and a guy that I get along with pretty well. So it'll be if I get the chance to, it'll be awesome to meet him. So
that's cool. So, like, now, what are you doing? You're flying. When do you go out to San Fran next week?
Next Thursday. So fly out next Thursday. Then I really don't know what the schedule is when I get there. I'm going.
Well, what are you doing like between now and then? Are you?
Yeah, just working out. Just not trying to kill myself. Just working out every day and staying in shape. Probably go throw next week. Charlie's not in town, so I think I'm going to call up Nate Yarnell. He's the starting quarterback for Pitt right now. He played at Lake Travis. So I think I'm going to go throw routes with him next week and just get ready for it.
Now, is Charlie still with the Cats?
Charlie's still with the Cats. Still up there. Yes, sir. So I think he'll be fine. Arena game is different for quarterbacks. I mean, it's just the timing of it. You got to get the ball out a lot faster. That's really the big deal. And every play is under center. And so it's a little bit of adjustment for him, but he'll be just fine. He's gonna kill it once he gets his chance. So I'm not worried about him at all. But yeah, he's up there in Nashville right now. So
did he join the team the same time that you did?
Yeah, we drove up to Nashville together.
That's
from Austin.
Wild.
13-hour drive.
13-hour drive. He's the backup quarterback. You come in and you're the starter at the X. And then he gets in and you're telling him, "Hey, just throw it to me. I'll catch it."
Yeah, pretty much. When coach said the play call, I was like, "Charlie, just throw it to me." Because I mean, the team we're playing, like they weren't the best one in the shop. So I mean, it was
perfect.
Yeah, it was.
You need tape. You need big plays. There we go.
Yeah. Well, that too. I was like, just throw me. I'll catch it. He threw a really good ball too, so it was pretty easy to catch it because he threw such a good ball. So yeah, it's crazy story. But
give us your take on the Horns, because we haven't talked to you since they won the Big 12 championship. And
yeah, it's been a while. Yeah, what a year. It's awesome. I mean, I knew Sark was going to come in and change it and change the culture and everything. Got some really good players too. Crazy 11 draft picks. When I came out, we had 0. So that just tells you the development that Sark's doing at Texas. It's crazy, but it was a hell of a year. I enjoyed watching it. Watched every game. We just looked so loose out there, and they just looked like they're having the ball, and they're playing so confidently too. And so it was awesome getting to see and getting in the playoff, and almost had a shot there against Washington at the end. We don't have to talk about that, but
so close.
It's close.
Going back to that 21 season at Texas, what did you notice that was different that gave you confidence to look beyond the 5 and 7 and say, "Hey, I still have faith that even though I'm gone, some of these other guys are leaving, that they're going to get this going the right direction"?
Yeah, I think we were just such a young team in 21. Really, we didn't have many older guys besides me and Derek Kerstetter and a couple other guys, Josh Thompson, another one. I think we were just so young, and it was a new coaching staff, just trying to get acclimated to that. And we started off hot that year. I think we were 4-1, and Caleb Williams kind of just ruined our season, I guess. But yeah, it's just it didn't surprise me at all. I knew that if not the year after that, the year in 23 last year, that they were going to have a hell of a year, and they did. So it didn't shock me at all. I knew that was kind of coming. They had to get the right guys in the program, get some of those guys out, and get the right people that fit, and they did that. And also development too, like I was talking about earlier. So it was cool to see. I'm glad they had a great year last year, and it was fun to watch. And I'm excited for this year too. We should be really good this year as well. So I'm excited to watch.
Yeah. Did you have a chance to see them at all in the spring?
I did. I didn't go to practice, but I saw the spring game. Yeah, everyone's talking about Arch. Yeah, obviously.
Trey Owens.
Trey
that
Owens.
Dude was slinging it.
I was about to bring him up. He looked really good, really good. I was, pleased to see him do that. Honestly, I didn't really follow all the recruits that was coming in. I was like, who's Trey Owens? I was like, dang, he can throw it. So it was cool. I think we're going to be good this year. I really do. I'm excited. We have a really good schedule too.
Yeah.
So SEC. It'll be fun.
The Kyle Flood, I know, you were working with Jeff Banks, who's unbelievable. Like, talk about his special teams meetings, because like other coaches, like David Beatty, when he was with Banks at A&M, was like, man, I would race to get to his special teams meetings because they were always so interesting. Like, he'd put cut-ups of funny, goofy, weird stuff in the special teams presentation. Was he doing that? And
yeah, he just has so much energy. Like, you don't even need caffeine to go into his meeting. You'll wake up. I mean, he just walks in there and he just controls the room. He really does. He just, like, you're gonna be paying attention, because if you're not, like, I don't know how you're not, because he's just so loud and he's so energetic, and he's, like I said, he controls the room. So, but I love playing for Coach Banks. I mean, he was a fun coach to be around, really good coach too. Very passionate on what he does. He really spends lots of hours up there, making tape and making it easier on the players. But to answer your question about the memes and stuff like that, he didn't really do that. He probably does now, but he didn't really do that. I don't really remember, but he didn't really do that when I was there. But I just remember him just being, he's always like this. He's always loud, but he just controlled the room, and had a lot of energy. He's just an energetic guy.
He might be a good guy to talk to because he is wired into the NFL. I mean, he's the one who got Joe DeCamillis to come in last year. DeCamillis, 30-year NFL special teams guy who came in to be an analyst last year. Then he got hired off.
I remember when I was there, like, all these coaches were like, NFL special teams coaches were hitting him up for just how to run this, how to do this on punt, how to do this punt return. I was like, yeah, this dude is legit, because NFL coaches are calling him about this stuff. He's really legit. So, I mean, that doesn't surprise me at all. He definitely has a lot of connections in the NFL, and a lot of those NFL coaches get a lot of the stuff from Banks. So, I mean, it's pretty insane, and I'm surprised hasn't got promoted, honestly.
Yeah. I thought he would be the first to get a head coaching gig.
Yeah, he might not want it. I don't know, but
yeah,
I'm sure. I mean, there's interest for sure.
Well, I want to ask you about Cameron Dicker here in a second, but have you looked at the new NFL special teams rules? Because
the kickoff's different. Return. That's going to be different for sure. I mean, they got that from the UFL, I think.
Yeah,
they got it from. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting for sure, because I mean, I think that they did it because injuries, because obviously that's a very physical play, especially on kickoff return. I was on it pretty much my whole career at Texas, so I understand why they did it. Trust me. And but yeah, it's going to be interesting. I wonder if there'll be more kickoff return for touchdowns.
I think so. I think so. I think that's why Keelan Robinson got drafted.
Because
he's
that's his job right there, special teams.
Yeah, and that'll be huge for you.
Yeah, me too. Yeah,
everyone's got to make it on special teams, and then
100%. Especially on undrafted guy, you have to be good on special teams. You have to be invested in that, because you're not, you're gone. They don't. If you're not a first, second, third round pick, you have to be playing special teams.
Yeah.
So I mean, yeah, it's crucial for sure.
Well, Cameron Dicker, his video that he made to, try to get Pro Bowl voting.
Oh yeah,
was hilarious last year.
Yeah.
I know he's a, buoyant personality, but was he like that at Lake Travis?
Yes.
Is he the funny guy in the locker room?
Yes. Yeah, he's just a goofy guy. He really is. I mean, that video was hilarious, by the way. I mean, that was very clever. Well made too. And he didn't even make the Pro Bowl. Like, come on now. You make that good of a video, you don't even get a Pro Bowl. Anyways. But yeah, he's always been like that ever since high school. He's always been this goofy. I feel like all the special teamers are like that. Specialists. They're all
Just a little weird, a little goofy.
Yeah. Yes. They all have like a little goofiness to them.
I don't know if you cross paths. I think you were 2 seasons maybe with Garrett Wilson at Lake Travis?
Yes. Yeah.
Do you have any? I mean, he was obviously younger when you were there as a junior and senior. You have any stories of him and realizing like, man, this dude's just different. And you guys, obviously, everyone knows, have had a lot of talent come through there at Lake Travis. Well, you were there before and after.
Yeah, he's unreal. Him and Bijan are like the 2 best athletes I've ever seen. Like, I knew instantly because Garrett was 2 years younger than me. Or is 2 years younger than me. So he was a senior. I was a senior when he was a sophomore, and you can just tell, like, yeah, this guy's going to the league for sure. He does everything so well. Like, he was a hell of a basketball player too. Like, he probably can go in the NBA in basketball, 100%. And I talked to Garrett a lot. Still, we actually threw routes right before I left for Nashville. So he's doing great. He looks awesome. He just makes every catch look so easy. You're like, wow. But no, Garrett's one of my good buddies. He's awesome. Killing it up there. But yeah, Lake Travis, we've had a bunch of guys. I mean, Baker too. Still keep up with him a little bit. Brett Beatty with the Mets. He's a good buddy of mine too. Bunch of guys. It's athlete factory at Lake Travis, really. So it's crazy.
Yeah, Chris CB says Justin Tucker beat out Dicker for the Pro Bowl. Some Longhorn on Longhorn.
Yeah, I mean,
squeezing there.
He's the best.
Also, Westlake Lake Travis rivalry.
Yeah.
I forgot he went to Westlake.
Yeah.
Yeah, Westlake's had some guys too. I mean, Lake Travis, Westlake just feeds out talent.
How much does playing at a program like Lake Travis make the transition to college that much easier when you get there?
A lot easier. I mean, they were so hard on us at Lake Travis in a good way. I mean, they were coaching us hard, and not only that, but like just the football part of it too, like learning the game, how to practice, how to, lift weights in the weight room, how to do like the off-season workouts, like all that, like just got me prepared for Texas. And so many of these guys don't come from programs like that. They kind of get, culture shocked a little bit and surprised. But, I thought going to UT, coming from Lake Travis, they taught me a lot and, maybe a lot more comfortable transition going into UT for sure.
All right. So Double D says, Cade, I think I saw you make a diving catch at a Westlake Lake Travis game. Back in the day, I think Ellinger had a hurt arm. Was that the game that Herman was at? And was that the catch where they finally offered you? Because you were committed to my alma mater, SMU, for a minute.
Yeah. Yeah, it was. Yeah, they were. It was funny how the whole thing happened. Herman gets hired, and Texas wasn't recruiting me at all when Strong was there. They weren't even recruiting any Lake Travis guys at all, which is crazy. But anyway,
like make the 15-minute drive,
right?
And go mine some gold.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, then once Herman got hired, Texas instantly started recruiting me. So they were recruiting me when I was at Houston. So they told me, they're like, yeah, we're going to come to your game against Westlake on Friday or whatever day it was. And it was funny because SMU coaches were there too. So I was trying to say hi to both, but I was committed to SMU, so I had to show my loyalty to them. So that was interesting, but yeah, I had that, ran a post route over the middle, and Charlie threw actually a really good ball, and it was a really awkward catch, but yeah, I came down with it one-handed, literally right in front of Herman and Meekins and the whole Wareheim. They're all over there, and that's all they needed, I guess. Then like literally 2 days later, Herman calls me and he goes, "Yeah, we're offering you a scholarship, the whole 9 yards." And he later told me, like when I first got to Texas, he was like, "Yeah, like the reason we offered you is because of the catch." I was like, "Dang, that's wild, but I'll take it." But
now, did you tell Charlie to throw it to you before that play too?
I probably did. I don't remember. I probably did. Yeah, we had a pretty good connection. We still kind of do. So, but yeah, it's crazy. That's a whole different story in itself. But crazy.
That's awesome. Well,
Yeah.
Double D, good memory. I remember that too, though, because that was I was like, I was so excited when you were committed to SMU, and then
I was too.
You broke Chip's heart.
Yeah,
and it's okay. It's okay. It's all right.
Yeah.
I want what's best for the individual, and we want what's best for you as you head off to San Francisco, man. I think this is awesome.
Well, I appreciate it. Yeah, thank y'all for having me on. It's good talking to you.
Absolutely, yeah. Sorry we kept you so long, but it was.
Oh, you're good. Yeah,
it's
you know,
good
I'm
fun.
nothing to do right now. I don't have a job or anything, so
He's putting commercial real estate on pause, so it doesn't have any other meetings to get to yet.
Right, exactly. And it's fine with me if it's on pause right now. I can wait. So,
well, trust me, we'll be calling you because we want to, once you make the 49ers, you got to keep talking to us. You know what I mean?
Sure. Yeah.
I mean,
text me
don't
whatever.
forget about us little people.
You're not. I'm the little guy.
No way, man. I love this. Well, Cade, you're the best. Appreciate you so much, man. Good luck with everything, and we'll definitely be in touch.
I appreciate it. Thank y'all for having me on.
All right, man.
All right,
appreciate you. There he is, Cade Brewer.
Man,
what a story!
A lot of awesome stories in that interview.
I mean, I love stuff like that. I mean, that's the fun part of our job, Barker.
Yeah, you get to take people behind the curtain a little bit. I mean, even just that story at the end where he makes the catch, and then Herman and Wareheim and Coach Beacons are all right there. Like, I mean, that's crazy. That's got to be a wild feeling too, because especially for him being a Lake Travis guy. I mean, I'm not saying every person that grows up there is dying to be a Longhorn or wants to be a Longhorn, but majority of them are probably of some sort of strong UT, A&M, Tech, something like that ties. So yeah, to be in that game, and obviously when you're in high school too at that program, that's the biggest game of the season until you get to the playoffs.
Right.
It's the biggest bragging rights game locally every year. So to make that catch, it's an awesome story.
Right. Like Double D remembers it. I mean, he did call them Lakeway instead of Lake Travis. That's okay. It's all right. It's okay. But you make a play like that in that rivalry, people remember it. And that's
it's so much fun. I mean, you kind of know in the moment that you're watching a lot of kids that are really good, and with the sheer number of D1 recruits in that game on both sides, like you're probably watching some guys that are going to make noise at the next level and maybe even the level beyond that. But it's still, to make a play in that game, it's it's not. I mean, I was going to name a random school to say it's like making a play, not like making a play against this school, but I won't throw any of the other Austin area schools under the bus. But that's as big of a game as you could make a play in. It's not a state title game, maybe.
Yeah. Well, let's get a mention in here before we get John McClain on talking NFL. Hey, it's the weekend. How about taking your date out for a great meal at Salt Traders Coastal Cooking? This is the seafood restaurant of our man Jack Gilmore, who also gives you Jack Allen's Kitchen. Yeah, that Jack. So the thing I love about Jack is his menus are so creative. The flavor just bursts, and then he looks out for the oyster eaters in Austin. If you love oysters, there is nowhere else you need to be than at Salt Traders Coastal Cooking during happy hour. Happy hour 3:30 to 6:30 every day, and 3:30 to close on Mondays. And get this, $1 raw oysters during happy hour. I mean, come on. So the menu's gonna just dazzle you. And I love the scallops. I can't talk enough about the scallops at Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. But dollar raw oysters, oh yeah. During happy hour, let's go. All right, let's also go back to the Coda hotline. I just like to say that. To talk to our man, John McClain. John has been kind enough to talk to us 3 times in the last week. Draft preview, came in for a draft recap, and now we can, just talk to him about the week's events in the NFL, but anything Houston as well. So get your questions in for John in the comment line or on the Coda text line. John, how you doing?
I'm great, guys. How are you?
Doing great. We just talked to former Longhorns tight end Cade Brewer, who, went to camp with the Seattle Seahawks after he in 2022, and he got released. And his agent called him and said, "Hey, San Francisco 49ers want to know if you're in shape." So he goes and plays 1 game in the Arena League to get tape. And now he's going to rookie camp with the 49ers to be a fullback. Kyle Juszczyk has no backups. I mean, look, they're going to bring in other guys too, but this is a crazy, possible storyline here.
And it's a great opportunity. Jeff, it's nice to meet you, by the way.
Oh, sorry. Yes. You, Jeff Parker, John McClain, John, the general, the legend.
Oh, I know.
Brewer is, he's fortunate, of course. If you can block and you're tough, and Juszczyk is a good receiver too. They use him different ways in that offense, but hey, it's a good opportunity with a good organization that is always a Super Bowl contender.
Well, and I still can't believe this. He went to the Nashville Cats arena team with Charlie Brewer. Charlie was not the starter in the game that Cade was playing in, but the starter got hurt. So Charlie Brewer came in and threw him a 40-yard pass to the 1-yard line that probably helped seal the deal with the 49ers. So Charlie Brewer, in case you were wondering, is playing for the Nashville Cats arena team.
Well, I wasn't wondering, but it's good to hear Charlie's still playing. It seems like he's
come on, Baylor. He was a Baylor legend
in college with so many schools. I was sorry to see him leave Baylor when he did, but I wish him the best of luck, and he's getting to play in a great city. So I think that's terrific.
Do you have a favorite story from your career, John, of a kind of a happenstance, random story of somebody you've covered, a player that gets an opportunity like this and then turns it into a long, successful NFL career? Is there one that stands out maybe?
I've seen I'm trying to remember Braman, a linebacker. I forgot his first name. He got a tryout with the Texans. He was a bouncer in College Station, and he made the team as a linebacker in the special team. Last a couple of years. Back in the strike in 1987, there were a lot of success stories, and the best one I can remember, Eugene Seal, a linebacker who was working on a construction crew with a jackhammer when these players went on strike, and he had played at Lamar. He'd been out of football. He was about 5'10", weighed 260, and he came in and he scored their first touchdown during the strike on a return, and he made the team after the strike. And the veterans who'd come back from being on strike, they didn't like any replacement players, scabs as they call them, being on their team. But Seal became a fan favorite because he looked like a bowling ball, and he's really tough, great coverage on special teams. And there's other teams. I remember a Oilers receiver during the Love You Blue era, Johnny Durden, was working on a cement truck and came for a tryout. Vince Papale was so good with the Eagles, they made a movie about him, Invincible, that I happened to be in and got to know Vince. And he had a job and was playing not even semi-pro football. They just played street football. They all worked jobs during the day. And then at night they would go to some park. There really was a parking lot, and they'd park their cars facing this terrible field that was really kind of asphalt. And when it rained, it was preposterous. But they'd shine those lights, provide lights, and they would play football, and they all loved the Eagles. And then when Dick Vermeil took over, he had open tryouts for anybody, and they came in all shapes and sizes. And then Vince Papale Mark Wahlberg played him, and Vince made the team. He played 4 years. He became a captain and one of their all-time favorite players, and sells real estate with his wife in the Philadelphia area. So he was so big, he had a movie made out of him, kind of like Jim Morris in baseball, The Rookie. The oldest rookie was a story in Sports Illustrated, and a young producer had played with Jim Morris in the minor league system with the Brewers, and he read that story, and he called him up, knew how to call the visiting clubhouse and minor league teams, and he got him, said, I would like to make a movie out of your life story, and he agreed to do it. So there's a lot of great stories that have provide inspiration for a lot of people.
Yeah. Mark Wahlberg, right? Played Vince Papale.
He did.
In Invincible.
Yeah.
John, I saw where a headline, and this is a selfish question because I have Dameon Pierce on my fantasy team, that Nick Caserio saying maybe Dameon Pierce is going to be a bigger part of what's going on. Did I see that correct?
I mean, what's he going to say? No, he's not going to be a bigger part of what's going on. Dameon Pierce, who had a really good rookie season, was on a pace to run for about 1,300 yards when he came out of Florida, and he got hurt, but he still ended up with 900 or something. And people were really fired up going into last season. And they came in with a zone scheme, and he just wasn't his cup of tea. And he's used to getting the ball and powering straight ahead and trying to run over people, and a very physical runner. And in the zone scheme, you got to be more patient. You get it. The linemen are all going to the left. You plant your foot. You make a cut. You're supposed to pick the right hole. You have to have instincts, and you have to think. So Pierce handled it really well. The Devin Singletary started the last 9 games. If he had started the first 7 instead of Pierce, he would have had more than 898 yards. But Singletary, they didn't make a lot of effort to keep him. He went to the Giants, and then they traded for Joe Mixon, who had almost 1,300 yards as a runner and receiver and 12 touchdowns for the Bengals last year. But it would be tremendous if Pierce could get it. I remember reading a story in The Athletic right after the last season when Derrick Henry, they knew he was going to be gone. And they were asking about regrets, and he said, my biggest regret is not being able to pick up the zone scheme quicker. And I thought, man, if he'd have picked up any quicker, he'd have been illegal. But it did take him a year to figure out how to do it instead of just running straight downhill and running over people like he was used to doing. So if indeed he could figure that out, that would help their running game tremendously because they'd have an experienced backup. They have a 6th-round pick, Jar Jordan, and who comes in is kind of undersized, but he was a 6th-round pick, and he played in that. They think he can figure out that scheme. So I think if Pierce can't do it in his 3rd year, they should trade him before his contract expires.
Was there a moment last year in the offseason when maybe people started to really realize that, oh, CJ Stroud's something special. He's different than just your average rookie. I mean, obviously there were multiple games where we all saw it on national TV, but maybe something in camp or behind the scenes when people started to really notice in the organization, like, all right, this guy's the real deal.
No, and they'll never say it, but and part of it's their own problem. They kept him down, not keeping him down and they just wouldn't name him the starter. And they played Davis Mills a lot of first team reps in camp. And I didn't believe it until, I knew he had a chance to be really good. I figured it'd be his 2nd year because the team was really bad coming off 3 consecutive 3-win seasons. And they finally named him the starter. He didn't do anything that blew us away in the offseason program or the preseason. And they started 0-2. He threw for 386 yards in the second game loss to Indianapolis here, 190 in the fourth quarter, but that was in catch-up mode. And even when they beat Jacksonville by 20 for their first victory in the third game to go 1-2, I still didn't see what I thought he was going to be as a rookie. But then when they beat Pittsburgh here by, I think, 21 points, most team here had beaten Pittsburgh since the Oilers in 1991. Then I saw it, and I'm like, aha, that's why they got him, and he's got a chance to be special this season, mainly because the team just showed it was a lot better. It was so much better coached than it had been under Lovie Smith and David Culley, and it just all seemed to come together. They had a lot of injuries. They had to start 11 offensive linemen. They had their second, third, and fourth safeties going IR for the rest of the season. They were signing veterans off the street to come in here and play, and only one player on the team, and this is amazing. I'm too lazy to look this up, but only one player, right guard Shaq Mason, started 17 games. And it's amazing. I miss Laramie Tunsil when they beat the Steelers, and TJ Watt was a non-factor, and it just came together under D'Amico Ryans, and then we started to see he was special. And I knew Bobby Slowick was going to be a good coach. Didn't know how good, how fast, because Kyle Shanahan has been telling me that for a couple of years. And so they had really good coaching, and the players took to the coaching. And it's very important to them, D'Amico Ryans especially, that they get his kind of players. And every player he wants, it's a scheme-specific player. Like he didn't want defensive tackles. He wanted right defensive tackle, left defensive tackle, because they were asked to do separate things. And in their draft, after their first 3 picks, their last 6 all played 5 years of college football. And almost every player they had was a captain. And they think that being a captain, that you don't have to be, but if it's tie, kind of like tie goes to the runner, they're taking a captain because they say it shows leadership. It shows what your teammates think about you. And then they have an experience to come into the NFL they think helps them make the transition because of all that experience. And so there's little things like that. And Stroud, last year, we knew he was going to be really good, but you can't count on a rookie quarterback. The Bears can't think, okay, Caleb Williams, we've added a lot of talent. He's taking us to the playoffs. You just can't think that about a rookie. It happens. Dak Prescott, Russell Wilson, those guys were really good as rookies, but most of them aren't. And when you think a rookie is going to put you in the playoffs, because nobody thought that here until it happened, you're on a tightrope. A dangerous tightrope could go backfire.
Well, some would argue Dak Prescott's best year in the NFL was his rookie year, and that after that it's been but John, part of the reason I asked you about
the playoffs, it has the problem in the playoffs.
I mean, and that's what you need. You need the playoffs. Like it was, and I said last year, Dirk Nowitzki forever. He was Irk Nowitzki and regular season Dirk, and in the playoffs, he'd come up small. And then 2011, Dirk just, rips off his like the Hulk and beats LeBron for a world championship. And I was saying last year, maybe this is Dak's Dirk breakout year, the great bounce back from all the interceptions. He could not have played worse against the Packers. I don't know what the hell is going on, but that was like, how many more times, if you're the Cowboys, how many more times do you need to see him flop in the playoffs like a fish on a boat deck before you say we're killing ourselves here?
That's not going to happen because Jerry's too old. He's not starting over with a young guy. And how many seasons did it take Dirk to win that title?
Oh, yeah. No, it took a bunch.
And so it's taken Prescott and a lot of his people around him. Mike McCarthy, he chokes in the playoffs. He does things in the playoffs he doesn't do during the regular season. That's not a good sign. If you just get beat, if balls are tipped and intercepted or a guy runs the wrong route, but when you continually make mistakes in the playoffs, as a coach, any coach, off play call or anything, then that's not good, but it shows your collar's too tight.
Yeah. Well, the Deshaun Watson trade is now complete. All the picks have been used. Kenyon Green was the first round pick in 2022.
Let me tell you something about Kenyon Green right quick. He is Nick Caserio traded up to get Kenyon, and he played all 3 spots at A&M, and then they bring him in, they put him in, and he did okay for a while. Then when he would go up against guys who were noticeably stronger, they would bull rush him and toss him aside. And so he needed to get stronger. A lot of college guys, if you don't hit the weights like you're supposed to in college, and what are they going to do? Bench you when you're one of the best players? They don't. But you got to be dedicated. And a lot of them come in. They need a year of lifting weights because it's all about confidence. Once you start to get overpowered, you lose your confidence. And so I think he started 14 games, and last year he missed a season, and they didn't miss him. But the only position right now they have open on the offensive line, barring injuries like last season, is left guard with Kenyon Green. And if he could come back and play anywhere near what they thought, he wouldn't be a wasted pick. But if he doesn't, he's going to be a wasted draft choice. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Chip.
Well, and it's kind of like I was going to say, how would you grade? You look at Dameon Pierce, 4th round pick in 2022, Will Anderson. The 1st round pick in 2023 came from Cleveland in the Deshaun Watson trade. Tank Dell, the 3rd round pick in 2023, came from the Deshaun Watson trade. And then they trade back with Minnesota, pick up Kamari Lassiter in this year's draft. Jamal Hill, the 6th round pick. And the 4th round pick became Caden Bullock. So as you go through and kind of grade, it was such a haul. Everyone, kind of was comparing it to the Herschel Walker deal. When the Texans traded Deshaun Watson, got those 3 first round picks and all the picks I just mentioned. As you look at it now, and I know we haven't had a chance to grade the 24s yet, but how would you, and you kind of answered it on Kenyon Green, but overall, Will Anderson, Tank Dell.
Let me say this is never going to be a trade that's going to come close to Herschel Walker because of what Jimmy Johnson did with those picks. When it was made, he was not allowed, based on what was written into that deal, to admit that he could get rid of those veterans in exchange for number 1 picks. And so he couldn't say that until it came around the next draft, and all of a sudden he's cutting all these veterans to load up on number 1 picks that helped him win 3 Super Bowls in 4 years, 2 by Jimmy, and the other one by Barry Switzer with Jimmy's players. So to me, that's the worst trade in history. There have been a lot of bad ones, but none came close to that one because of the results that it produced. But this one, if the Texans win 3 Super Bowls in 4 years, then it'll be close. But the problem is, Will Anderson Jr. was a great pick. So was Tank Dell. And some of those others were good. Dameon Pierce, wrong schemes fit. Maybe he'll figure it out this year. And if he does, that would be tremendous. And Kenyon Green could make it better if he just stepped into the lineup and hold down that position like they anticipated. Sometime when you draft a guy in the 1st round and he doesn't pan out, it's not because you haven't seen on tape that he can play, as he can't adjust, or he just doesn't have it in the heart, or for whatever reason. But it's not the ability. And that's why you see so many guys go to other teams and play well. Scheme fit, new attitude, new lease on life. But right now the trade's lopsided in favor of the Texans, and everything Nick Caserio has done with that. And Watson, of course, he was hurt last year. He had suspended most of the year before. He has come nowhere near being as good as he was here. especially in 2020. Even though the team was terrible, he was fantastic. But that's 2020. That's the last time Zeke Elliott had a good year.
Well, the Diggs acquisition is going to be the one that obviously has gotten a bunch of headlines and will get talked about a bunch, given Stroud another weapon there. But is there an under the radar move, whether it's free agency, draft pick, something that you think people aren't talking about right now that'll pay dividends for Houston this season?
I wrote a column on HoustonTexans.com today on the AFC South and how the other teams' picks could affect the Texans. And I picked a sleeper for each team. And I picked here defensive tackle, 7th round pick, Marcus Harris from Auburn, who had 7 sacks, 9 tackles for loss, ran a 5.09, and bench 27 because they need defensive tackles. I thought they were going to take one in the 2nd round. And he had 5 years in college. And so he's the one that, to me, just on paper and based on need, who could help them right away, be part of the rotation. And in free agency, they signed 14 defensive free agents and re-signed 4 of their defensive free agents. And then they drafted 5 defensive players. And it's not like they were terrible. They were 14th in defense last year, set a team record with 46 sacks, improved from 32nd to 6th against the run. And yet they're making all these moves on defense. And the reason is a lot of the things they did came from coaching. And this year it's going to take more than coaching, because when you play first place schedule, 5 division champions, 7 playoff teams, 11 games against teams that had winning record. And then this, I call it murderer's row of quarterbacks with Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Aaron Rodgers, Tua Tagovailoa, Dak Prescott, Jordan Love, can't leave off Jared Goff for Chip, and Caleb Williams, J.J. McCarthy, and then the AFC South teams. You better have talent, and they're going to need it. It starts up front. Not many teams play as well as they did on defense and improve the way they did. They let Jonathan Gennard go, their best pass rusher, and signed Danielle Hunter, a better pass rusher. And then they signed Inigo Autry, who had 11 sacks for the Titans, and 13. And he's averaged, since he turned 31, 9.5 sacks a year. And but they still don't have the tackles. I thought they would. They traded Malik Collins, who'd started every game for 3 years, to the 49ers for a 7th round pick. Nobody's explained that one to me. And then they offered Sheldon Rankins a $2 million raise, and he got a $4 million raise to go to Cincinnati. So they had to change 3 of those starting defensive linemen. But if I had to pick one, it would be Azeez Al-Shaair, who played for D'Amico Ryans in a backup role with the 49ers. And then last year, he was free, and D'Amico wanted him, but he would have had to compete for a starting job. So he went with Rand Carthon, who had been the personnel director with the 49ers. And he went to him in Tennessee, started. He played more snaps, led the team in tackles. They'd given him a 1-year deal, so he made it. He came to Houston. So I think he's going to do a great job replacing Blake Cashman, who also signed with Minnesota. And because of his familiarity with the defense and his familiarity with D'Amico Ryans, I think he and Christian Harris, who played great over the second half and in the playoffs, are going to give them 2 very impressive linemen.
So Malik Collins had 1 more year on his deal?
No, he had more than that. He had signed an extension, so it didn't have to do with money. I just, like I said, I hadn't heard anybody. It's almost happened so long ago, it got lost in the shuffle.
I was going to say, so do you get the feeling that Caserio and D'Amico are working hand in hand, that D'Amico's getting a chance to weigh in?
D'Amico gets everything he wants. You never make a head coach take a player he doesn't want, because he's not going to play him.
Yeah.
And because head coaches they're in charge of the game day roster. And I had a GM of the Oilers, Mike Olivac, tell me this decades ago. And it really, Scott Pioli told me this when he was in New England. Pioli used to say, if I like a guy and Bill likes a guy, I might push for him, but if I can't change Bill's mind, then we're taking Bill's player. And this was early in Belichick's tenure there. And he said, because he's the coach, he has to coach him. And Mike Olivac used to say he believed in the GM picks the players, not the coach. The coaches coach whoever they give him. But if you give a coach a player he doesn't want, he's not going to play him come hell or high water. And then if you draft somebody he wants and you don't, he's going to play him just to show he was right. So you have to make sure you both agree on who you're going to take. And since D'Amico got there, Caserio works really hard. If he can't get the player he wants, he tries to get the position he wants.
Yeah, because like Raheem Morris in Atlanta, like I don't know who was making the call on that.
Well, it wasn't Raheem Morris, I can tell you the truth, because he might not be there by the time Michael Penix Jr. plays. They just fired Arthur Smith after 3 years. And to me, that's the dumbest. I told you the other day, Chip, that's the dumbest move I've seen in my 48 drafts, not because of Penix, just because of what they did with Kirk Cousins and people trying to make comparisons to when Aaron Rodgers was drafted. That's all BS. They didn't just sign Brett Favre to a $180 million contract.
Right.
That's why, unless Cousins gets hurt and Penix plays, it's a mistake. And it also opens them up to a huge distraction because of controversy. If Cousins doesn't play well right away, everybody's going to howl for Michael Penix Jr.
Yeah. Well, John, great stuff, my friend. Awesome. Anything else at the top of your notebook? People can read you at HoustonTexans.com.
Yep. I've got 2 up there, and I'm going to do another Monday.
I wanted to ask you, you do radio shows in Nashville as well. What is the reaction of the Titans? Sounds like Titan Nation is kind of mixed on the Tavondre Sweat pick.
Well, number one, they wanted to beef up both lines, and boy, did they. J.C. Latham, 343, 6'6". He's started 2 years at Alabama right tackle. He's moving to left tackle. And he's got one of the all-time best line coaches, Bill Callahan, to help him. And then they did draft Sweat higher than people thought he'd be drafted before the DWI because of his weight. And I read a thing today where UT told, I don't know who it was, but told somebody he played close to 380. So he has lost weight. And the key is for him is going to be stamina. And can he be more than pass rusher? He'll help Jeffrey Simmons. Anybody that doesn't like that pick based on what he can do for the middle linebacker and what he can do next to Jeffrey Simmons, who's already one of the best tackles, is not paying attention. And you know, you'd think that he'd learn from getting arrested, and I'm guessing he will. But it's still, you worry about stamina. You worry about is he going to eat too much? Is he going? You know, you got great meals at UT, and if you're not going to do what they tell you to, then you're in the NFL. You're going to get fined, and so they're limited on the fines. But he's got a chance to prove a lot of people wrong. I saw a projection that he was going to go in the 4th round. I never thought that. I thought he might slip into the 3rd because of the off-the-field issue. But I think it's going to be a great pick because of what it does to the middle of their defense, especially for Jeffrey Simmons. He is so fortunate to get to play next to Byron Murphy, and then he gets to play next to Jeffrey Simmons. He'll make them look good, and they'll make him look good.
Yeah. Yeah, I've always said about Tavondre, he's such a good athlete that it allowed him to play heavy. Like he's explosive. He's not the penetrator that Murphy is, but he will bull rush you into next week. And, you know, he didn't have issues with stamina at Texas. Now, you know, they played 14 games. So we'll see, but he's such a good athlete. It allowed him to play heavy, and he's got to get the message. Dude, don't keep tempting that fate because your body's going to give out eventually.
Can you imagine what he would be able to do with that athleticism and penetration if he weighed 340.
Yeah. And
I'm
that's what
guessing that between his first in the off season, during the season, but especially next off season, they will work really hard with him to drop some more weight and get down somewhere in the 340 range, because that could let me put it like this: Texans, the Colts, and the Jaguars, they hope he keeps eating grandma and mama's food as much as he can.
Right. Because if he gets down to that 340, he could be a nightmare.
There's a lot of upside with him based on the talent. And, it's easy for some people to say, oh, you just got to lose weight. Well, it's hard if you have a hard time and you are used to eating well. But once they get them in the NFL facilities and they give them 3 meals a day and they get treated like royalty there, problem I'm guessing would be when he goes home. But he's going to mature when it comes to taking care of himself. I think it's going to end up being a great pick on both those first 2 picks for them.
I agree. I think he reminds me of Sean Rogers, who was a big guy
till he got hurt. Remember that?
6'5". Played 13 years in the league.
Who did he play for? I forgot.
Lions, Browns.
Back when they were so pathetic.
And he went to 3 Pro Bowls, 13-year career.
What was that injury he had that hurt?
He had an ankle injury.
He broke something.
Yeah.
And I remember he came to, he broke it. Was it during his last year at UT or in the off season?
No.
And he showed up at the combine on crutches, and he didn't have to be in the media interviews, and people were blown away that he would do it despite just having the surgery and being on crutches. People were so impressed with Rodgers' attitude when he did that, because he was really hurting at that time. And that's one reason that he was able to bounce back and have that kind of career. It's just too bad he couldn't have gone with a better team.
Yeah, I was covering the Cowboys at that time, and that was the year that the Cowboys took Quincy Carter instead of Sean Rogers. And Jerry came in to the media room at Valley Ranch and showed us x-rays saying Sean Rogers is not going to be able to play as a rookie. Sean Rogers made the all-rookie team. So,
and Jerry Jones, his people told him, if you really have to have Quincy Carter, we can get him in the 4th round. And Jerry said, oh, no. I got sources telling me he's going to so-and-so in the 2nd round.
Raiders. He thought Al Davis was going to take him.
Al hoodwinked him. And so he took him in the 2nd. Of course, it was a terrible pick.
And the Raiders took Marquise Tuiasosopo, which I'm not sure was
better.
Once he went to the playoffs with Parcells, at least he's got that. So before he flunked out of the league for drugs, and now they don't even test for marijuana. But anyway, John, great stuff as always. Appreciate it.
Jeff, nice to meet you.
You too, John. Thanks for coming on.
My pleasure, guys. I look forward to talking to you next week. Thank you.
All right. The great John McClain, the general.
You said it, encyclopedia. I mean, I've obviously read his stuff quite a bit and, seen him around here and there, but I've never officially met him. And that was pretty awesome.
He's an encyclopedia. And you can do, the reason I love talking to John all through the year is because he's a Hall of Fame voter, and they have responsibilities, throughout the year to nominations. And then, obviously once you get to the Super Bowl and they start doing the voting, and he presented Andre Johnson, and Andre got in, and John was talking about how much pressure there is when people know that you're the presenter, and they're coming up to him on the street going, how come you can't get Andre Johnson in the, Pro Football Hall of Fame? And he's like, hey, it's not just me. I'm presenting to a whole panel, and they're up against other Hall of Famers, So I was happy for John when Andre got in, and it's a lot. And John's also on the Texas Sports Hall of Fame. He's a voter on that panel with Kirk Bowles and in Waco. And so, yeah, he's got all kinds of stories. We haven't even done the story yet about this latest Colt McCoy and Jamal Charles going into the Texas Sports Hall of Fame. We need to get those stories from them. But let me get a couple more mentions in here for our great sponsors. And please, all these, if you're watching us on the YouTube channel, all these names around our heads, please give them your support because they make it possible. I mean, Allstat, Centex Tickets, 7-Eleven. Who doesn't love a Slurpee on a hot Texas day? Woods Comfort Systems, Olipop to Cade Brewer, man. Olipop to Cade Brewer getting another chance at his pro football career after 2 years of commercial real estate. And Big Hat, Picks, Top Gun, relax the back. But Apple Leasing, listen, if you're driving around in a car you can't stand, it is time to call Apple Leasing. And let me tell you why. Because you don't really want to buy even a used car because it's a depreciating asset. It is dropping in value every day. So lease it. And that way, you're only paying for the car while you're driving it. You're not paying for the future trade-in value of that car. And you're in a new car. And you're picking everything. And you're picking any make or model of car. And you're picking the interior, the exterior. You want sunroof? No. You just say exactly what you want. And Apple Leasing is going to go get you that car. And then you want to change make and model of car 2-3 years into your lease? No problem. The Easy Lease. I mean, that's what it's called. The Easy Lease at Apple Leasing. They just want you to be happy because they want to build the relationship. I've been a customer for 15 years. And if you had a bad leasing experience in the past, probably because you leased from a dealership, they're not going to let you out of your contract because they want to keep you right there with, driving their cars. Apple Leasing wants you to be in the car you're happiest in. And that's what I love about Apple Leasing. Plus, you've probably never had a new car experience where they don't care what car you pick, right? Every time you go to a lot, someone's tackling you to make sure that you're not leaving without one of their cars. Apple Leasing, so easy. You're going to love it. 346-9977. Whether you want to keep your payments in the $400 range or get a Range Rover, they're going to take care of you. 346-9977 or visit appleleasing.com. Tell them Chip Brown sent you. And the Brain Vault mouth guard. Going to see if my man Stretch, if his son has a Brain Vault mouth guard. His son is a rising star quarterback in the Metroplex area. But go to brainvault.com for a fitting. This is the mouth guard that is proven, patented to reduce the effects of concussion, designed by Austin's dentist, Dr. Greg Eckert, Dr. Ueckert. And it's in the NFL, it's in college football, and it should be in your competitors' mouths as well. Brainvault.com for a fitting. And let's bring on the man, Glenn Stretch. We call him Stretch. Glenn Smith, former Cowboys offensive assistant coach. He was with the Cowboys when they were good. And they're still good. But he was with Troy Aikman. And Stretch is a horse savant. And so, Stretch, I've said I need you to get me a trifecta box. And some of these favorites are in weird holes in the Kentucky Derby. This is Jeff Barker, by the way, with KITV. He's sitting in for Zay. Zay did the morning show today.
Great to meet you, sir.
Stretch, Jeff.
Yeah, nice to meet you, man.
Hey, Stretch, how you doing? You feeling
I'm good.
Have you talked to the horses? Have you gone Dr. Doolittle for us?
Absolutely. I've got you a winner. I've got you a winner on a wet track. If it does rain, you're able to change and place your bet. If it's a good surface, Chip Brand, I got a damn winner. How's that? I got a winner. Hey, look at it right here. You see all that? All the racing forms.
Oh, look at that.
Research.
Got it all. I got it all laid out for you, brother. You know,
I thought you had to talk to the horse. You know, he has to let you know.
Yeah. I got a little Mr. Ed in me, and I'm
Okay.
glad that you.
All right,
I'm
you
glad
talk
that you
horse.
realize
That's good.
that. Yeah.
That's good.
You know, looking at this race and, you know, just how you handicap races real quickly, you know, it's always, in my mind, when you have a 20-horse field, it's always important to throw the horses out that you don't think can hit the board. It's almost a reverse handicapping mentality. And so, you know, I've done that. I think the outside horses, 18, 19, and 20, to me, are throw-out horses. There is an also eligible that's got in an Epic Ride. He'll wear the 20. Or he'll wear the 21 number. Encino, who was the Brad Cox horse in the 9, is scratched. So they'll move all those horses down a spot. They'll still wear the same silks, but you've got a 20-horse field, even though you have a 21 number in Epic Ride in the race. I do think there's a couple of things here to me that stand out when I look at this. When I look at this field, and obviously we're talking about the best horses in the world, but, you know, Chip, I got started doing this as a young kid and understanding how to read a racing form, and my grandfather take me to the track and give me what is a 5-2 horse payout? $7. You know, what is a 4-1 payout? Double fours plus the $2 bet, $10. Hell, that's how I learned how to add. You learned it on a damn abacus. I learned it at the track.
Absolutely.
So that's how that works. But, you know, as I look at this race, I do think there's several things that stand out. Number one, I've thrown out those outside horses. Like I said, I go to the top of the board though. Sierra Leone is the horse, the 2 horse. He's trained by Chad Brown. This horse they gave $2.5 million for at a sale. Got the right sire, which means got the right daddy, got the right mama. Got a big wet number now. If it is wet tomorrow, I will put this horse on top. He's run twice on a wet surface, and he's won one and finished second one. Tyler Gaffleon is riding the horse. 3rd race after a layoff, which to me is a big telltale sign for a horse that's running his best. 3rd race after a layoff is always a handicapping angle that I think works great. Brad Cox's other horse, the 4 Catching Freedom, is a long shot horse. But if it is an off track, if it is damp, I like this horse as well. The 7 horse, to me, Honor Marie has a chance to hit the board. Curtis will be up in the irons again. 3rd race after a layoff. This is a horse finished 2nd in the Louisiana Derby, 3 and 4 wide. He's going to be in a better position tomorrow coming out of the 7 hole. The interesting horse, to me, if you really want to play odds, is this Forever Young, the 11. This is the horse coming from Japan. Now, keep in mind, normally I throw out horses that fly around the world. It's just too hard on them. But this horse won 3 times in Japan. They took him over to the UAE. He won both his races over there, and I mean, he won them soundly. And so he's 5-0. You cannot throw this horse out. He looks like a damn frequent flyer. Flying doesn't bother him. He ain't afraid to get on the airplane. Yeah, as a matter of fact, he's looking for your American Airlines number, Chip. But the 11, I think, does have a shot. Now, here's another long shot to me. They're putting blinkers on Track Phantom. Now, I don't like Steve Asmussen as a trainer. He's a guy I can never figure out how to get on the right side of him. But he's another horse with a big wet number. They're putting blinkers on him, and you see in the last 2 trouble lines, he is running wide, and he finishes 2nd both times, where it's almost like Joel Rosario, the jockey, will change the lead on this horse, and he'll tend to get outside, widen outside. So Asmussen is going to put blinkers on him. If you like the equipment change of a horse, I think that's something you can keep in mind. And then
What number is Track Phantom?
Track Phantom is the 12. And I'll go back over this with you here again. I know I'm talking quickly, but my favorite horse is the 17. Now, you know, I stay away from favorite horses. I really do. I think if you're going to win at the track, you got to catch the 6, 7, 8-1 horse that wins the race, and you got to know how to bet it. But a fierceness, to me, is the class of this field. And I'm talking about this horse is trained by Todd Pletcher. He is everything you want. 3rd race after a layoff. And it's difficult now to really put a lot of money on him because he's run 2 races where you can tell, and there's nothing that points to why he didn't run. Like, was it an off service? Was there something wrong? But you could tell his give a shit gauge for these 2 races is not very good. But when he decides to run and he gets on the front end like he did last time at the Florida Derby, he won by 13.5 lengths. I mean, literally gets out front, runs a 47, 111, and 148, which is smoking. I know that doesn't mean anything to you, Chip, but
he must have gotten laid the night before.
Hey, maybe he did. I mean, you go to your church and I'll go to mine. I have no problem with that. But you can tell the 17 is ready to roll. Again, 3rd race after a layoff. I'm playing big on the 17. I hope I can get 5-2 and a $7 horse on him. He can run in the wet. I'm going to go bet it today. I can't stand all the village idiots that are at the track on Derby Day wearing their hats, and you're trying to jog around every chapeau there to make a bet, for crying out loud. It leads me to another direction. So I'll go bet it today. I like the 17 Chip over the 2, 4, 7, 8, 11. So that's how I'm playing it. You know, the 8 is the horse that scares me on top. He is the Brad Cox horse. Frankie Guru is a great rider. He's lightly raced. He's got the wet number. He's 10-1 morning line. He hits the board. It's going to really pay something. So, you know, I think 17, 8, 2, my favorite horses, but I'm scared of this Japanese horse and Forever Young because he's 5-0, and hell, he don't know he's from Japan. They're feeding him the same oats at Churchill Downs that they feed him in Japan. So I'm a little bit scared of him. But that's a quick breakdown. And by God, I'm tired of talking on your show. I've taken the whole thinking segment.
Okay, so if you're boxing these horses, you're going 17, 8, and 2.
Do you have a little dyslexia to you? How about 2, 8, 17? Let's start with the lower numbers, Chip. But yeah, I mean, and then I'm gonna bet the 17. You're right.
Okay, so you're gonna throw 2, 8, and 17 in a box.
Correct.
And then you're gonna bet the 17
right on the
horse.
snot box. I'm betting the 17. I ain't betting the place. I ain't betting the show. I'm betting right on his snot box. 100 to win, Chip.
Okay. All right. You're
now
scared.
Here's the deal. Here's the deal. Tomorrow, about 6:20, you turn your ear to the north. If you hear a guy say, "Throw the whip on the ground and get to the line," you'll know my horse is up front. If you don't hear anything, you'll know I'm headed to Whataburger to eat. It didn't turn out very good.
Okay. All right. Okay. So 17, the 17 horse is called Fierceness.
That's his name. Correct.
And then the 8 horse scares you said, but you didn't give us a name.
Just a touch.
Just a touch.
You see why he scares me? Just a touch.
Just the tip. And then the number 2 horse is
Sierra Leone.
Sierra Leone.
If it rains tomorrow at Churchill Downs and you happen to be at the track where you can bet it, I would change from the 17 to the 2. Unfortunately, I got to bet it today. I got to look at the rain forecast. It only shows for 40%. I'm going to get down there to Lone Star here in about 45 minutes. I'm going to lick my index finger. I'm going to put it up in the air, kind of point it towards Lexington. I'm going to make a weather forecast, Chip, and I'm going to say, I don't think it's going to rain. Give me that 17 mule.
Give me that 17. Okay, what are the betting odds right now on Fierceness?
He is 5-2.
5-2.
Morning line favorite on Fierceness. Yeah, the
Just
8.
a touch is 10-1.
10-1, correct.
And Sierra Leone is
9-2.
9-2.
And Forever Young, the Japanese horse, is 10-1. Now, I can tell you, if I can get 8, if I can get it to come in 17, 11, 8, I will play a little superfecta. And if it hits, Chip Brown, it'll be dinner on me, brother.
Oh, yeah, baby. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. All right. I know you got to get to your Churchill Downs over there. but I stuck my ear out the window to see when the Cowboys did not draft a running back. Your thoughts on the Cowboys draft?
Well, I mean, let's be honest. That was about in theory, Chip. That was probably the third or fourth most needed position. With Tyron Smith going, they needed a tackle. They needed a guard center guy with Biotish getting out of here. They needed a linebacker because, if you're just counting on DeMarvion to come in, you still got to have depth at linebacker. We know that Zimmer coming in here, the one thing he's going to do is stop the run. So if you understand where the Cowboys were going, they had to have offensive line, they had to have defensive line, they had to have linebacker, and then I think running back came after that. Now, in theory, you look at the roster right now with Rico Dowdle and Deuce Vaughn. I mean, they already have on the roster 2 4th and 5th round running backs. So at that point, I'm like, I don't really want to see them draft a running back that kind of fits with the mold of the guys that they've already got there. I got no problem with them re-signing Zeke. I think Zeke understands protections. He's played in this offense. He'll do what he needs to do from a protection standpoint. He can still he's a really good screen runner because he can. Obviously, he knows how to kind of maneuver through that traffic when he is protecting and get into the screen setup. So I think this is going to be you're going to hear and see kind of a running back by committee here for what the Cowboys are going to do. So did I want him in the second round to pull the trigger on the Texas kid? Yeah, I did. But there were other needs, and sometimes it doesn't fall that way. And so they didn't get that guy, and so Mike McCarthy's on the last year of his contract. Who knows what they're going to do with Dak? CD's hotter than fish grease because he doesn't have his contract right now. So you're going to have to kind of get through some of those issues, and who knows again what they're going to do with the quarterback on the last year of his deal. I don't have a problem with tying the two of them together. McCarthy and Dak want to be tied together anyway. So you know what? Let them both play on a 1-year deal, and if they get it done and get to the NFC Championship game, then you're going to have to pay them. And if they don't, then you think about another direction and where you're going to go with this franchise.
Why do you think the Cowboys aren't paying some of these guys a little bit earlier and getting some of these extensions done earlier? I know Jerry was asked that a couple of weeks ago, and the comments sort of went viral. Didn't really make a ton of sense to me, and I think a lot of other people. But why do you think they haven't done maybe what the Eagles have done? We just saw them do that with both their receivers, with Smith and A.J. Brown, get those deals done earlier. Why don't you think we've seen that with whether it's Micah or CD? Obviously, Dak's on a third deal now. So,
yeah, I think that Jerry's been burned by that process. I think he tried to sign Zeke early. I think he tried to sign Jalen Smith early, and both of them were real feel-good stories. And yeah, he got them signed early, and yeah, it's great. Everybody got a chocolate chip cookie and some milk, and you felt good going to bed. But at the end of the day, I mean, he hasn't had success with that. And so, does Howie Roseman do a better job of managing his salary cap on a quarterback that was on a rookie deal and those type of things with Fletcher Cox coming off the books? It's a different set of circumstances in my mind. You make a point. I mean, obviously Howie Roseman's trying to get in a better situation with Smith and with Brown and getting those guys tied in. But I just think that at the end of the day, Jerry has been kind of burnt with that and taken a lot of criticism for showing favoritism to the players or, being loyal or whatever, he's done. And so I think he's chosen to go another direction. And basically, I mean, CD's still under a deal. Micah's did get his 5th-year option, so he's going to get the money that he deserves. And guess what? If they go out and perform the way that Jerry wants them to perform, which is getting to the NFC Championship game, then Jerry's not afraid to step up and pay. And if they don't, guess what? As somebody that's an analyst and somebody that looks at it, I don't have a problem, starting from square one and saying, I tell you what we're going to do. Michael, we'll get your ass out of here on a trade, and CD, we'll get you out of here on a trade, and we'll start picking up some draft picks and look how to, revamp this football team. So right now, the only kind of criticism I had to Jerry was that he made the all-in comment. All in on what? I mean,
all in on his returning players.
Yeah, and I don't have a problem with the guy, walking up to the walking up to the horse racing window and dumping his pockets out, turning his pockets inside out, placing a wager, and then saying kiss a rabbit between the ears if it doesn't work. I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah. Have you ever been to the Kentucky Derby, Stretch?
I have not. I've been to Churchill Downs, but I've never been to the race. On Derby Day, which is one of my to-do things considering I'm such a horse racing idiot.
I love it. Well, I hope for your sake that the horse whisperer tells you exactly what the weather's going to be before you place your bet in 45 minutes.
Well, I appreciate that. And, I don't know. Where do you place a bet in Austin? You have to go to Retama. Is that the closest place you can go to place a bet?
Yeah, we used to have Manor Downs.
I know. I was going to say you could go out there. Boy, let me tell you too. You go to Manor Downs with a full set of teeth, Podna, you are in the minority. Woo.
No, there's no doubt. I did go to Manor Downs to make a Derby bet one year, and I know exactly what you're talking about, Stretch.
Did it win, Chip?
No. No, sir.
Hey, hopefully this one will. I was writing it down while you were talking.
Yeah, so we're boxing 17, 8, and 2, and we might get a little crazy, and we might throw 17, 8, 2, and 11.
That's what I'm talking about. Chip Brown, I'm going to tell you what, you just got an A in horse racing 101. You can now consider yourself a guru, a horse racing guru.
I'm ready. My wife will pick the color silks and she'll win.
That's exactly. Or the one that shits before he goes in the gate. I got it.
Yeah. All right, Stretch. Have a great weekend. And they're off.
And they're off for the 150th running of the Kentucky Derby. You're exactly right.
I've never seen a sport that takes 5 hours of pregame for a 2-minute event. It's unbelievable.
Best 2 minutes. Come on now. You got to admit, for 2 minutes to watch 20 horses break out of one set of
I love
gates.
the 2 minutes. It's the 5 hours of preamble that I'm like mystified. It's like one guy after another who says he talks horse, Well, I've watched him run.
I get it. I get it. I saw him this morning. He was eating his oats and he was licking on his salt lick. I got it.
Yeah, I love it. All right.
All right. Okay, man. Hey, have a good day, guys.
See ya.
You too.
See you, man.
All right. Glenn, Stretch, Smith, breaking it down. Cowboys and the Kentucky Derby. All right, Jeff, what did you take away? What are you betting on tomorrow for the Derby?
Well, whatever you just said, I think I wrote it down correctly. Not gonna lie, I don't totally know what boxing means like that, but
that means you're just throwing them in, and you're not saying which is going to win, place, or show.
Oh, gotcha.
You're just putting all 3 in a box and hoping that they come in the top 3 places.
Okay, gotcha. So last year I was in Oklahoma at Choctaw for the Kentucky Derby. We were there for graduation. It just happened. We just happened to be there. And you still can't sports bet there, but they have the little race book over there. And I went and I had no idea. I did 3 horses win play show. I put $200 in there and I thought I was just making one $30 bet when I did that. And I did 2 of them and it goes yeah, you're out of money. The machine said I was out of money. I was like, wait, what? And I looked at the tickets and I was like, oh shit. Felt like a total idiot. And then of course, none.
So did it go through?
Yeah, it did. So I put money in and I thought, again, because I guess I found out, I do a decent amount of sports betting. I just don't bet on horses. I never did that. And I didn't realize that, it makes sense now when you say it. When it was explained to me, I was like, oh yeah, duh. But in the moment I was just like, oh, I thought it was just going to take what I wanted to bet on that. And then deduct that down to 10, 10, 10. Instead, gotcha. I put 100 in there and it went 30, 30, 30. And it was you have $10 left. Oh, great. Cool.
Yeah. Well,
and then that horse ate shit and didn't do anything.
Ah, damn it. That's the thing, man. You can't.
But you know what? Now I know. I got Stretch's advice. I'm winning this year. We're winning.
Like, I'm fundamental against betting on anything I can't have a conversation with to find out how they're feeling. But the Derby is a whole different deal. Everyone loves the Derby. Everyone's going to bet on the Derby. So
honestly, I was just tired of being at the kid pool, and I was like, this gives me an excuse to get the hell out of the pool area for a little bit, leave the wife with the kid, and got to go over there and just, I mean, you're throwing money away when you're in the casino anyway. So, or at least I am, because I suck at that type of gambling.
Yeah. Everyone's looking for the heater, but if it's not coming, bet on the horses.
Yeah.
All right, real quick. When you're ready for the big screen of your dreams, audio-visual consultations, baby. Here's what's so great about Tom McKay and AV Consultations. First of all, he's set me up in 3 different houses. And if you love hockey, you'll probably never be able to stop a conversation with Tom McKay because he's a hockey fanatic. But he's put, the best big screen surround sound into your favorite restaurants in Austin. He's ready to do it for you too. All you got to do is call 255-8678, and Tom and his crew will bring everything to you. He's going to bring you the best price on big screens, surround sound, surveillance, electronic shades, new lighting, whatever you want. And you don't need to be lugging 80-inch TVs around town. You don't need to be punching holes in your drywall. Let Tom and his crew bring everything to you. You got better things to do. When he's done, you'll have the media room of your dreams. And one of those restaurants, he's put the big screens and the surround sound, Cover 3. Look, brunch on the weekends at Cover 3 is amazing. The do-it-yourself Bloody Mary bar. I mean, you can put everything in that Bloody Mary. I mean, shrimp, bacon, whatever you want. It's amazing. So if you're looking for a place to hang out, watch the Derby, watch the NBA playoffs, watch softball, for crying out loud. Big weekend for Texas, OU, Oak State softball. Cover 3 is your spot. High-end food and a great place to gather with your friends and take in your favorite teams, favorite games. And the Sean Adams prime rib sandwich is the best. So let's bring in the fellas. Dave Shoemate and Cole Thompson, SEC.
What's going on, guys? We're doing all right.
What up? What's going on? So our new partnership with SEC Unfiltered, for those of you who are new to the channel, the Texas Sports Unfiltered channel, we've got SEC Unfiltered, a great cast of characters talking all things SEC and just great banter, starting at 3:00 here on Texas Sports Unfiltered, and it's great. How you guys doing?
Honestly, I'm just exhausted with the NFL draft finally being over, covering both the NFL and college football. You never seem to find time to sleep. So like this weekend, I'm going to be sitting on my couch, have my wife wake me up 5 minutes before the Derby starts, because there's no reason I need to be sitting there for 25 minutes or 5.5 hours drinking mint juleps and hearing all the witty banter from people about, oh, this horse's back leg, if he gets on the third turn. Dude, you don't know what's going to happen. I've literally made selections for the last 5 years based off the coolest name. And this year I have put my money down on Mystic Dan, 20-1 odds, walking away victorious. Mystic Dan is mysterious, and you want to know what? It's a badass name. I want the badass horse to walk away with a win.
Mystic Dan. I'm going to put that down here
I'm
too.
Sold. I'm marking that one down too.
It's a badass name. So you listen, in 2018, I love telling the story because it was just the dumbest thing. I was sitting at my buddy's house back in Hoover, Alabama. We were all going to the Barons game, and I was just visiting some friends from college. And they're watching the Derby, and they're like, hey, do you want to put money down? I'm like, yeah, sure. Justify sounds like a really cool name. And he ends up winning the Derby. And then I'm like, oh, okay, cool. Well, let's just go to another sports book. Gonna go do that again. Yeah, sure. Let's bet him on Churchill Downs. Oh, he decides to win that one. And then the last run, I'm like, you know what? I don't feel like betting. This is where I'm going to screw it up. I'm just going to take my money and walk away. Wins the Triple Crown, 13th winner of all time. And I'm like, yay, congratulations, Cole. You could have walked away with $10,000. Instead, you can just take the $2,200 and call it even, Steven.
Hey, 2,200. I'll take 2,200.
I will take. Listen, in our business, Chip, we know this 2,200 is like $250,000 half the time.
It just sucks because you did the right thing that no one ever does, which is walk away while you're ahead.
Sometimes you got to do it, and then some like I was in Vegas for the Super Bowl this past year, and we were riding a heater, and I walked away from the table, I think up $300 or $400. And as soon as my buddy walks back in the hotel room 30 minutes later, I lost it all. What? It's like, no, dude, you didn't go. We had Chiefs fans there. He's now naming his first son Patrick because they won him $1,000 and he lost it all within 30 minutes. And I'm like, yep, all right. Sometimes you gotta know when to fold them. The old song has its old saying for a reason.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you my best betting story, and then we'll get out of your way. So, I'm friends with Nick Foles' family, and Nick, and so the Eagles are in the Super Bowl, and I just had this feeling all week, and I was on the show saying Eagles are going to win the Super Bowl, Nick Foles is going to be the MVP, and people were just like we had a drop that said enough about Nick Foles from this guy, and so I went to Vegas that weekend. I bet the Eagles on the money line. I bet Foles to win MVP at 25-1. Best weekend I've ever had in Vegas. Won over $7,000. And I've never bet the Super Bowl again because I just had this feeling from the beginning of the week that the Eagles were going to win, that Nick was going to play great. And I will argue that was the greatest Super Bowl MVP performance ever because he did beat Tom Brady when Tom Brady threw for 500 plus yards and Foles had to lead a last-second touchdown drive, convert a fourth down to Zach Ertz to get it done, and caught Philly special. And I know it was unfortunately a one-hit wonder because he signed with Jacksonville, broke his collarbone, and then somehow I wanted him to go to Indianapolis so badly because when Indianapolis signed Phillip Rivers, they were Super Bowl ready.
Yeah.
And Phillip Rivers had already said he was going to coach high school football. I'm like, this guy's a shot fighter. He's done. Foles, they didn't. But anyway.
Now, the only thing that would have made that bet better, Chip, is if you had a receiving touchdown from Nick Foles. Because I saw that money line. It was just like, dude, Peterson's not that big of an idiot. Like, he's not going to do that, is he? And it's like, oh, no, it's like 5,000-1. It's going to happen. And Burton had like a passing touchdown. It was like 25,000-1 odds. Just like randomly, you're just like, yeah, that's never going to happen. And then because it's like whenever you see the dumb signs on the side of a road, it's like, please do not molest the Gators. Well, why is that there to begin with? Someone must have done something to where it had to start somewhere. It's like somebody bet before Trey Burton passing touchdown. Like, okay, yeah, sure, I guess. And then he's walking away with like $50,000 on a $500 bet. It happens all the time.
Yeah. Yeah. I should have bet more, clearly.
No.
But listen, you fellas have a great show. Appreciate y'all. Everyone have a great weekend.
You as well.
Appreciate you guys.
Cole, what's going on, brother?
What up? And welcome on in to SEC Unfiltered, part of Texas Sport Unfiltered. I'm Cole Thompson at Mr. Cole Thompson on Twitter. That's Dave Shoemate at Mach10 Sports. And do us all a favor while you're at it. Make sure that not only you are following us on social media moving forward, because we're here every single Friday talking everything about SEC football, the greatest conference to ever exist, the number one content surrounding everything that goes on in the conference that just means more. Make sure that you're subscribed to the channel at SEC Unfiltered. And also make sure that you're hitting the like button here on Texas Sport Unfiltered. We got a jam-packed show for you today. The 2024 NFL Draft has come and gone, but it's never too early to start looking ahead to 2025. Who can impress? Who is under stress? Who needs to have a breakout year? Dave and I are going to list our top 5 favorite prospects going into the 2025 NFL Draft. Storylines galore are going to fill the summer months leading up to week 1. When Texas finally joins the SEC and is a jam-packed part of the show, make sure that you also are paying attention to everything that we're going on here. But we have some underrated storylines, the ones that usually aren't being talked about, the ones that are certainly going to be a part of the long-term goals for the SEC and Greg Sankey moving forward. and maybe won't garner that same interest the way that they would during the regular season. And last but certainly not least, we're going to close out with a little game called Love or Shove. Basically, we're going to pick one transfer that we think is going to hit and one transfer that recently joined the SEC and is probably not going to live up to expectations. But Dave, my man, how are we doing on this fine Friday afternoon?
Dude, fired up here in Oxford, Mississippi. A little overcast. So me and the wife, obviously, we're moving here, so I got to start packing the house here a little bit. But I got an hour to spend with you to chop it up about the topics you just discussed and previewed that we're going to talk about. So I'm fired up about it, man. So I'm fired up this Friday afternoon. How about yourself?
Dude, you know what? I'm just excited that for the first time all year. And by the way, I am a connoisseur when it comes to this type of food. This is literally the thing that I live off of. I somehow have to survive eating nothing but crawfish. But I have not had crawfish this season because of the damn pricing. Holy crap. Like, you think gas is expensive. Crawfish has got to be at the same level of caviar at this point. Because
I saw some people, Cole, selling it at $8.99 a pound.
I found it at one spot. And the only reason I didn't get it was because I was out with some other people and I did not want to embarrass myself by literally shoving the heads down my throat. I found it for $6.99.
Where are you at? Where are you out of right now?
I'm in Houston. So I'm based in, because
because you cover the Texans too.
So I'm right there on the bayou to where, we got some and the pricing isn't terrible, but everywhere else I've been, $11.99, $12.99, $14.99 for a pound. I'm like, bro, listen, I work at sports. I'm not made of money. In fact, part of the reason why you guys should be downloading and making sure that you're downloading to Texas Sports Unfiltered and SEC Unfiltered is for us to not only give you great content, but also help us pay some bills, because we definitely love talking about sports, but we also know this is only a part-time thing that we get to do, and I'm lucky enough to be able to do it, but I am blessed that I get to have crawfish for the first time. $8.99 per pound tonight. I am going to town. I've been saving up my money, so I am excited that as soon as I hit off on this, guess what? Right back to it, excited for what's coming next. But 2024 NFL draft is come and gone. Jaden Daniels, no surprise, went in the top 3. Brock Bowers went to one of the weirdest situations, even though he is one of the premier talents. Malik Neighbors is going to be the biggest and brightest star in the Big Apple since probably the last LSU wide receiver that made headlines. But it's never too early to start looking ahead to 2025. And for Dave and I, we're going to list off our top 5 players going into the 2025 NFL draft, or players that we're just excited to see going into this year, plus one honorable mention. I'll get this started off. Dave, what if I told you that in the SEC there is a brand new edge rusher that is about ready to terrorize teams nonstop? And the crazy part is he's already made an impact at his university. Yeah. And he's yet to be able to play the position full time. That's Nick Scorton out of Texas A&M. This is a human highlight reel type of player who last week during the maroon and white game went off. I mean, the kid went Super Saiyan. He absolutely was exactly what you were looking for in terms of consistency with the pass rushing set. 3 tackles for losses, 2.5 sacks. And honestly, the number was probably double that, but he wanted to let Connor Weigman go off and have somewhat of a decent day. He's still learning how to play defensive end. The guy was an outside linebacker during his time at Bryan High School in the greater College Station area. And he was also an outside linebacker at Purdue. But what's he do? He ends up balling out saying, I don't really care that I play for the Boilermakers. I'm going to lay down the hammer and show everybody in the Big Ten I mean business. And he leads the Big Ten in sacks. He leads the Big Ten in tackles for losses, goes and he gets the Big Ten Defensive Player of the Year. And now basically you're putting him in the arms of what is, I would consider, a mastermind at defensive lineman with Mike Elko. You look at Elko's track record and what he's been able to produce during his time at Texas A&M as a defense coordinator, and then later on at Duke with more recently, I'm blanking on his name, DeAndre Carter, the defensive tackle. He consistently is sending out first-round talent, day 2 talent, quality names. And I think Scorton's right on that list. And that game, Notre Dame, week 1, you got to remember, there is no more Joe Alt. There is no more Blake Fisher. There is no more All-American type tackles. And Riley Leonard may be a fast quarterback, but Nick Scorton is a very fast outside linebacker that's going to be playing defensive end. I think that he can absolutely be a first-round conversation starter. I'm excited to see what he does underneath Mike Elko.
Absolutely. I'm going to stay with the edge. I'm going to stay on the edge here. Go with a little bit younger cat, but he will be eligible for the 2025 draft here. I'm going to go none other than I thought you were going to say, Cole, if I was going to be honest. You're going edge rusher. But I agree with the Nick Scorton take. I like that. The Brian Texas native right outside College Station.
Yeah.
So I like that. I'm going to go with James Pierce, though, from Tennessee,
Wow.
6'5", 242. I like the upside here. A bit of a younger guy. I think the scouts, NFL personnel people are going to be fired up about just because he's got the youth and still got some, like you mentioned with Nick Gordon, still doesn't overly know what he's doing, but he's with a defensive line coach that's been around a few guys from his time at Georgia and at Auburn. I'm talking Rodney Garner, one of the SEC veteran defensive line coaches. So I like James Pierce's upside there. I mean, I'm expecting him to have a big year on a Tennessee defense that's probably going to need him because I think there's going to be an issue a little bit on their back end. So they're going to be able to get to the quarterback. But I like James Pierce continuing off what he did in 2023, having a big 2024. And I think he's going to be a guy that some of these teams early in the draft are going to have their eye on.
I'm shocked that you have him as an honorable mention because I have him in my top 5. I think that he is that talented.
Did you say, dude? Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
No. Hold on. Was this honorable mention?
This is honorable mention.
Dude,
Yeah.
I thought we were going right off the top. That's my fault.
God, no.
He's in the top 5. No, absolutely. I'll give you a name here from this standpoint. Honorable mention. He was going to be potentially be one of my portal guys here, but a guy I like that I thought was going to stay at Alabama in the corner would be Trey Amos.
Yeah.
Coming over from Lafayette a little bit, see if he can take it to that next level. Again, apologies. I thought we were starting from the top. That's my fault for not listening. No, James Pierce is my top 5. Sounds like you have him as well. That's why I thought when you said that, it's like, I thought you were going to say James Pierce here, but no. So I would have Trey Amos here, the Alabama transfer. I was actually surprised because they had 2 starting spots open. I don't know why he wouldn't have stayed, but going to Ole Miss, I like him. I thought his big second half when Terry Arnold went out against Tennessee, I thought he stepped up, played well. In his reps that he got last year, I thought he was kind of a key cog for that secondary getting better next year. I like him going to Ole Miss and having a big year, being a big reason why I think they'll ultimately probably get to the playoffs. But honorable mention, I'll go Trey Amos.
So before we get into our top 5, we're going to go 5-1, Dave. So
Perfect.
5 will go all the way. I think I know who number 1 is for you. I have a pretty good inclination at this point. But Let me ask, do you have a quarterback listed in your top 5?
Carson Beck.
So you do have him.
Carson Beck,
I don't just yet. Now, here's the thing. I know that we're on a Texas sports channel. I understand that you love Quinn Ewers. I think that Quinn Ewers absolutely right now. For starters, this is the dumbest debate of all time. Arch Manning or Quinn Ewers. It's Quinn Ewers' team until further notice. Like, if you really believe that, you might as well also believe that Bigfoot lives in your backyard. And you might as well also think that the presidency is rigged. Like, that's the way life has to go if you believe that Quinn Ewers is going to be replaced by Arch Manning. I do believe that this quarterback class has potential, but I got to see it. If you were to go ahead and take even Bo Nix, like Bo was baffling to be a top 12 pick in the NFL draft.
No, dude, I tweeted it out the night he went top 12. I was like, if you would have went back, I think you would even agree here, Cole, and said, let's just set
3 years.
2020. Yeah, you're sitting there his sophomore year, and if someone's like, dude, I'll bet you $1,000 Bo Nix is a top 12 draft pick, and you'd be like,
take the money.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Throw it. Like I am on a slot machine just riding it fast.
Yeah.
I'm immediately taking that bet.
100%.
But the reason why, I think because of how big of a drop-off there is in quarterback play, Bo Nix would have been QB1 on some boards next year, not because of experience, but because of, I think, potential. I think there is a significant drop-off of what you have from Bo to Carson Beck, to Quinn Ewers, to Shadur Sanders, to Jalen Daniels. I think Connor Wegman from Texas A&M, he is an absolute fireball of a human highlight reel when he's on the field. He could break out, but I got to see it first. I got to see more progression from a guy in Carson Beck. I got to see more from Quinn Ewers. What's he going to look like with the new personnel of wide receivers? He's no longer got number 1, Xavier Worthy. He's no longer got a security blanket in Adonai Mitchell. He's no longer got number 0 in Jatavian Sanders. How does that translate into the SEC, higher competition, and also new playmakers? But for me, number 5, I think I'm a little rich on this kid. I love him like crazy, and I know what his potential is. It's Harold Perkins out of LSU. If you watch this kid just play football, you just automatically know he is special. He is a special football player. The speed, it's untouchable. The tackling ability is phenomenal. Watching him in coverage at times is like a work of art. It's like seeing the Sistine Chapel being painted. Like Michelangelo must have had an audience when he was painting in Italy. That's the way of watching Harold Perkins play. He's not going to be an edge rusher in the NFL. The guy is not big enough to be an edge rusher in the NFL. So what'd you do? You went out, and in my opinion, you got better defensively by adding in Blake Baker as your coordinator. He just turned Tyron Hopper at Mizzou into a 3rd-round pick. I think you could see the same thing with him playing now inside linebacker next year, having the ability to read the run, be exceptional as a delayed blitzer, pick up the pace a little bit when it comes to his consistency as a tackler. I love what he brings elementally to the table. I think he's going to be a favorite to win the Buckist Award. I think he's going to be in the running to be one of the more quality playmakers in the SEC. I understand that there is a little bit of trepidation because of where he has played over time in Baton Rouge. But from a skill standpoint, I don't know if you're finding a top 5 player better than Harold Perkins.
No, I would agree with you. I think he probably has the highest upside, just pure upside. You name some stuff he's got to work on. His ability taking angles towards proper tackling. He got to finish in the backfield at times. He got to finish. But I think high upside, you can make a case easily past 5-10 years in the league. Just overall upside. I'm with you. Edge rusher, a little undersized. It doesn't possess that length to make up for it. But and also, you brought up a good point with Blake Baker and Tyron Hopper. Also, the guy he developed at one season at LSU, Damone Clark, who plays a lot for the Cowboys. That was Blake Baker developing him that 1 year. So, like you said, Blake Baker has a track record of getting the most out of guys that stand-up backer inside the backer box. So I like that one. No, I agree with you. I feel like a lot of people have kind of brought him down a little bit because last year was such
he took a step back.
Matt House didn't really know how to utilize him again. It kind of felt like we were watching the same script for 22.
Yeah. No, and that's one of the biggest things with the storylines that we're going to be breaking down a little bit. What happens if it is very similar to end results in Baton Rouge again? But that's number 5 for me. Who you got number 5?
Number 5, I'm going to go. Dude, over the years and working in college football too, I used to argue with my assistant director. I think he was right in way too. Do you value more the edge rusher or interior pass rusher? And I might just talk about one of these log guys. And the guy I'm talking about could probably tend to lose some weight a little bit when he gets to the next level. But I think he could be an interior disruptor. And I think those guys are harder to prepare for than the edge guys. Because, I mean, if you just can't block my interior guy, if my center or guard can't block it, there's only so much I can do as a coach when I'm scheming up. I'm going to go Deion Walker here from Kentucky.
Ooh, I like that one. I like
Deion Walker here, man. Just going back, watching the Tennessee game, even the game against Georgia. I mean, he lost his cool a little bit, got some personal fouls, but 55 tackles last year, 28 solos, 7.5 sacks. I mean, he's sitting there 6'6", 348. Like I mentioned, that 348 number. He's probably going to trim down a little bit, but I like the overall upside of Deion Walker here. Top 5 player. I wouldn't say necessarily in the SEC, but I just value – this is more of a me thing. I value the interior guy who can be that run plugger, but also has some tools that still need to be developed from a pass rushing standpoint. So I'm going to go 5 here, Deion Walker, Cole.
So if you look at Pro Football Focus, which again, it's like a cheat code. It's almost like a game of whose lines it anyway. The points don't really matter. Neither does PFF. But you look at the numbers. His production rose when he moved inside last season. It went from 230 reps. He was able to have 4 QB hurries, 39 pressures. That was 19 more than the season before. 8 sacks. Yeah. This could be a double-digit sack artist as a 3-eye tech, working his way as a 4 tech, finding his way to the outside some. The one thing that I don't ever worry about whenever it comes to Mark Stoops-led defenses is his trench play. He always has a great front 7, whether it be Jamin Davis, Josh Allen. Now you throw in
what do they got this year, Cole? I think 6 out of 7 returning in their front 7.
6 out of 7 returning. Yeah. And again, like Kentucky's one of those weird teams that every 3 years or so, it's like the fairy dust of the SEC godmother comes down and goes, I'm going to give you a 10-win season because Mark Stoops is a really nice person. Boop. And then they go ahead and they do it. And now with the 12-team playoff, that's not taking them out of the running. So I like that fit a lot. He was an audible mention to me alongside Scorton. So right there with you. Number 4 for me is a name that many people on this channel probably know and love very well. It's Kelvin Banks. I think that he is a phenomenal tackle. You look at his pressure rate the last 2 years, it's dropped. You look at his rushing ability, his run blocking ability, it's raised through the roof. Over the last 2 seasons combined, in 1,000 pass blocking reps, he has allowed 3 sacks, 10 pressures, 1 QB hit after contact. He is everything that you want in a left tackle. He is now making the transition over to the SEC. We watched him in the Big 12. Absolutely just throw defensive tackles, edge rushers, linebackers out of the way, opening up creases and avenues and running lanes for Brooks, for Keelan Robinson, for Jaden Blue, for CJ Baxter. And if he can do the same thing in the SEC, in big boy country, where there are tons tons of high upside players that could easily go from being a 3rd-round pick to a 1st-round pick overnight. How do you not consider that guy to be a top 5 player in this year's draft? Offensive tackle play, to me, is almost as essential as quarterback play. Because if you have a great blocking up front, Brock Purdy is an anomaly, not because of he's this quarterback that knows how to play in a Shanahan system. It's because of he's got the time to be able to deliver passes across the middle of the field because of the protection up front. People seem to forget all the time. You win in the trenches. And part of the reason why Texas was so damn successful last year, we kind of talked about it, the interior pass rush. The same thing goes for the offensive line. I think Calvin Banks can easily walk away as OT1. I think right now I have him as OT2.
Let's don't put that name away just yet. We may be coming back to it here further down the list, Cole. But for me, number 4, I'm going to go with you. Talked about quarterbacks, do it. Here we go. Yep. Carson Beck. Again, right. I'm with you. This is more of a, hey, if I'm kind of a GM dropping, if you're making me do a top 5, again, a position of need, if I'm needing a quarterback here, I think he's the best quarterback heading into the season from the SEC right now. That could change. I just think he's the best quarterback from an NFL standpoint heading in. A little disappointed in his play against Alabama last year.
Sure. I mean, I think most people are.
I think it was fair last year. Georgia didn't play the hardest schedule. So, like, kind of you were looking forward to him playing Alabama. Let's see how he played in that game. Struggled. Wasn't the reason they lost, but didn't help. I think he takes that next step this year. A little bit of an older guy. This will be his 4th year in the Georgia system.
Yeah.
And Monken. But still, I think he takes that next step. More of a best player at one of the more important positions. So I'll go Carson Beck here from Georgia at 4.
Here's my thing. And I've always been a believer of this. A quarterback that fits a system isn't a system quarterback. It's a quarterback that is system driven and his system works for this team. When you look at the weapons this year going into Athens, they're loaded. Like, honestly, you can go back and look at last season. It's really good to have a Brock Bowers. It's awesome to have a shifty Slad McConkey. But then you look at what they were able to bring in this offseason with London Humphreys from Vanderbilt, 6'4" Nashville native who's going to be a red zone threat. You bring in a Colby Young from Miami who has speed like I have to go to the bathroom at 3 a.m. You look at the running back room. You look at Ben Yasurik coming on over from Stanford.
Yeah.
Do we consider part of that as him being a system quarterback where he has a good offensive line? The play calling is very, I don't want to say instrumental, but I will say I think it has a little bit of a trepidation of relax with it because they can do so much. Does that factor into his overall draft stock? Where you look at maybe another player such as a Riley Leonard, you look at a Jalen Daniels who doesn't have the same personnel, doesn't have the same offensive line, but is still putting up decent numbers and quality production that maybe garners a little bit more interest.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. Recently here, Georgia, I think, has kind of been changing the scheme up a little bit more vertically and horizontally, making the defense cover the entire field, which I think has been phenomenal, especially going back to Monken. Yeah, I mean, you're right. He's got a plethora of weapons around him. I was gonna ask you on this team. Do you think they have like a dude receiver right now for the first time since George Pickens?
You know, I don't know for sure because I honestly thought when A.D. Mitchell
there's potential to have a dude. It's just there's no proven potential to be there.
Like Lovett should be the guy. Like Lovett at this point, because of now you don't have to worry about McConkey, you don't have to worry about Bowers. That should be your go-to receiver on the outside. But I really do like Yasurik. I mean, guys, if you ever just are, it's 2 a.m, you're playing video games on MLB The Show, you're playing 2K, and you get bored and you can't fall asleep, go turn on Ben Yasurik film from Stanford. It is the one positive of the Cardinal of the last 2 years. This is a guy that I think cannot replace Brock Bowers' production, but holy crap, are you going to get a pretty similar type of player, a guy who can be an enforcer, a field stretcher, has good speed, has good connectivity. I love his overall film. I love his overall tape. I think that pairing him with Carson Beck is honestly a match made in heaven. It's not going to be the same. Like we did a video on SECU talking about the irreplaceable players, and I think Bowers is one of them. But it's a really good consolation prize that you're bringing back in return.
You combine him and Delp, like you're not going to get the production, but as a group, it could be a group by committee approach.
And then you look at Dylan Bell too, who just could be everything. I mean, honestly,
you're right. They have guys that you can plug and play. And like you said, the Colby Young kid can step up. Yeah, Georgia's weapons will be interesting this year because I feel like that's always been one thing Kirby's never really had when he's been at Georgia. Is just like a dominant receiver, like a number one guy. I mean, Pickens was all either suspended or hurt all the time. But it'll be something to look forward to, which could be a benefit to Carson Beck.
Speaking of pass catchers, number 3 for me, Luther Burden III. Plain simple, this guy is the number 1 wide receiver in the SEC. He is the favorite to win the Biletnikoff Award. There is a reason why we are very hyped, or at least I am. Like I probably am the most pro Missouri sports commentator that works in this industry. I think that they are going to the playoff next year regardless, and it's because of having a number 3 that is a number 1. His field presence is phenomenal. His route running is fluid as all hell, has one of the best point of attacks when it comes to creating separation. 50-50 balls are basically 90-10 in favor of him. And also, because of you have Theo Wease on the other side, which might end up actually being the best number 2 receiver in the SEC this year. You can't double team him. You have to be able to open up plays because if you don't, you find yourself in trouble. So I look at this kid. I look at what he brings. I love the fact that he's going to have another year in a similar offensive formation underneath Kirby Moore. I love you saw the growth and adaptability. He's committed to Mizzou this season. I think he ends up being the first wide receiver since Jeremy Maclin to go in the first round out of Columbia.
Oh, no, I like that pick as well. No, just from an outside pass catcher, best receiver probably going into the league this year for sure. It has the proven production. We were just talking about, does Georgia have that? But my number 3 here, to name you've already mentioned, Kelvin Banks.
Yeah.
So we're going to stay in Austin here for the Texas fans here. I did an SECU video on it too as well about one of the bigger misses for a specific team and may have been a big issue of why Jimbo Fisher ultimately got low. But Texas A&M missing on Kelvin Banks from
Absolutely.
Summer 3. That was a big miss. It really could have helped that offensive line. But now Texas A&M's loss is Texas's gain. I think he helps obviously protect Quinn Ewers if Arch Manning ends up playing. But I think, yeah, he's a no-brainer. I'm going to tip the cap here a little bit. We're going to get closer into the offensive tackles here for me. So really position of need, I think a top 2 or 3 guy at his position in the SEC heading into 2024.
Well, you already mentioned one. I'm going to mention the other one that's already been brought up. Number 2 for me is James Pierce out of Tennessee. Plain and simple. This is, in my opinion, the best proven pass rusher in the SEC for 2024. And like every single year, you know the next name that's waiting in line. In 2022, it was going to Will Anderson Jr. In 2023, it was going to Dallas Turner. Everyone knew going into 2024, James Pierce is that guy. And I think he has to be for this defense. The one thing that I took away from the spring game that I brought up, and a lot of Tennessee fans decided to lose their freaking mind. They thought it was Lane Kiffin leaving in the middle of the night. They came for me on Twitter that hard. That's how pissed they were. I called out their secondary. I said that their defense is going to have to pressure the quarterback because if you give them time, they are going to attack. And lo and behold, what was the one thing that we saw from both backup quarterbacks in place of Nico in that game? Consistency downfield, just attacking those secondary members.
And I know it's a little off topic, Cole. I mean, it's not really off topic, but you're specifically talking about James Pierce here. Has that not been the issue at Tennessee since
for years?
It's just the secondary.
It's always been like think about this for a second. Tennessee should have beaten the living dog crap out of Alabama in Neyland Stadium. They should have beaten in 22.
Yeah.
But the fact is that secondary continuously, and the same thing goes for Bama. I'm a Bama grad, so like I'm allowed to talk as much crap. Yeah, see, we're allowed to talk as much crap as humanly possible about the Tide because if we lived it, we got to see elite secondary play. The fact that you were having Hellmans play man coverage against a speedster like Jalen Hyatt, what in the actual are you doing, Pete Golding? Seriously, that is the dumbest plan possible. But the same thing could be said about Tennessee's secondary right now and how they haven't been able to find a consistent safety, a complete number 1 cornerback. And so you got to be able to add that element in the pass rush. Make the quarterback feel the pressure, get the ball out, make him maneuver outside the pocket, and Pierce does that extremely well. A lot of mock drafts have him going number 1 overall. A lot of mock drafts think that he is the best edge rusher. I see a lot of Jadeveon Clowney in his game. I think that you're going to get a similar type of feel to it. He could be a reason why Tennessee is making the college football playoff in 2024. He really could.
Yeah, and think about it. If he doesn't have a good year, it's probably not good news for Tennessee's defense and Tennessee's team across the board. Because I think Tennessee's schedule is manageable, but the defense, you're right, has to improve because a lot of those guys left to go to the portal, and a lot of the Danico Slaughters of the world weren't really that great of players. Overall. But no, you're right. Going back to that 22 game, that was when Bryce Young was coming off the week before the shoulder injury, or the week after the A&M game when he got hurt against Arkansas. So like he wasn't even 100% healthy and had a big day. But no, for me, number 2, I'm going to go with Will Campbell from tackle from LSU. Been starting since his freshman year in 22. Always a big name guy coming out of Baton Rouge. I mean, I always like Will Campbell as a player. I think I need another bona fide guy up there in the same conversation, obviously, as Kelvin Banks. Give me him, offensive tackle, before we go in. I already sneak peeked that one if you've been watching the whole time for the show. We just talked about it.
See, Dave and I, we actually did not have a conversation about this beforehand. We had a pre-meeting. It was really good, really productive. We were able to kind of hash out a little things. I was going to take lead. I did not know we were going to have the same two in the top two just flip, because number one for me is Will Campbell.
We didn't. This is not
This is literally, we're both finding out live on air. Will Campbell, to me, honestly, as much credit as we give Jaden Daniels for setting a record in the SEC, setting an NCAA record. Like, I loved Bo at Oregon. I loved Michael Penix Jr. You can't tell me last season that the Heisman Trophy winner did not reside in Baton Rouge, Louisiana for making history. When you make history, NCAA history, become one of 4 players to throw for 3,500 and rush for 1,000 yards in the same season, that is the best player in college football.
Right.
There's no argument for it. And yes, I love Bo. I love Penix. I wish them the best of luck. And I was a huge Pac-12 fan. I loved the Pac-12. I would stay up till 2 a.m. watching the random games that were going on between Stanford and Cal, because that's the type of sicko I am when it comes to college football. But you can't tell me that Jaden Daniels wasn't the Heisman Trophy winner. And in large part, it's because of the protection that Will Campbell was able to provide. In 2 years working underneath Brian Kelly, he has allowed 2 sacks. He has allowed 12 hurries. He has allowed 8 quarterback hits. He is graded out every season by Pro Football Focus with a grade above 81.2%. He has played over 812 snaps per season at left tackle, and he's playing in the SEC. He has done this since he was a true freshman. Do you know the last time that you saw a true freshman step up and play left tackle at this elite level? I think you got to go all the way back to Cyrus Quandro back in Alabama.
When I was even going to throw another Alabama. Really, that level, probably Andre Smith.
You may have to go that far back. Yeah. That's the elite level of what you have, from footwork to pressure points to hand placement to overall play. Like, the offensive tackle class this year, I think, was very good coming out. I love Joe Alt's tape. I loved Olu Fashanu out of Penn State. I love talking about every team in college football. That's why I do my own YouTube channel on the side. But the thing that I walked away with was, if you gave me Will Campbell this year, I would have ran to the podium and just never looked back over every single one of them. And so to me, when I have that type of clarity, and I already know, because if you were to tell me James Pierce or Liatu Latu, or if you were to tell me James Pierce or Dallas Turner, I'd lean Turner. I'd lean Latu. I would lean Campbell 10 out of 10. And Campbell, to me, is the number 1 player going into this draft. Plain and simple. Not number 1 tackle, not number 1 SEC player, number 1 player in all of college football going into 2024. To me, it's the 6'6" tackle in Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Yeah, and even talking to some people over there, he checks all the boxes from the off the field stuff that the NFL scouts will try to go nitpick and try to find, like, always early, never had any issues. So it's almost like, oh man, this guy checks all the boxes for sure. Top 3, top 5 pick. And then my number 1 guy, we talked about him, how he was honorable mention right off the bat. Got me number 1, baby.
You loved him so much you had to mention him twice. That was the love of what we got.
James Pearson, we broke him down pretty good, so I'm not going to go more in depth than that. But no, you're right. I think we did not, like you said, have a pre-meeting for this, and we have very similar top 5s here, so that's hilarious.
Join the chat down below. Let us know in the comment section who is your number 1 prospect that you want to see in 2024. Who in the SEC do you think is going to have a breakout year that we didn't bring up? Go ahead and also make sure that you're following us on social media at SEC Unfiltered, because basically if Elon Musk owns the app, we got you covered. TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, everything under the sun, we're there. Follow Dave on social media at Mach10 Sports, me on social media at Mr. Cole Thompson, my own YouTube channel at Mr. Cole Thompson. Dave, I'm sure, has a ton he wants to plug as well. But before we move on to our next subject matter, let me tell you about our friends over at Prize Picks. If you don't know what Prize Picks is, guys, what are you doing? It's America's number 1 fantasy sports app with more than 3 million members. It's the easiest and most exciting way to get into the action while you get to watch your favorite sports. All you got to do is pick 2 or less on player stats and watch the winnings roll on in. And this goes in every single sport. It's not just college football. It's not just the NFL. You want to bet on hockey tonight? Guys, we have Nashville still alive. The Predators are not dead just yet in the race for the Stanley Cup. We got Vancouver. We got Vegas. I got Dallas that I have to root against because of just my loyalty to I-45 Houston. It's a great place. Go ahead and make those bets. And to do so, we're going to help you out. go visit prizepicks.com and use the promo code SECU for a first deposit match up to $100. That promo code is SECU to redeem your deposit match on your bonuses today. Pick more, pick less. It's easy with our friends over at Prize Picks. Go ahead and use the promo code SECU. Tell them that your friends over at SECU sent you. All right, Dave, we have storylines, crazy storylines going on in college football right now. You have everything from the transfer portal window potentially moving back. You have things moving on to expansion with the college football playoff. And then we have the underlying storylines, the ones that could carry a little bit of weight past 2024, and the ones that certainly are going to tell the tale of what is college football going into 2024. 12 teams are going to the playoffs this year. How many come from the SEC? How many come from the Big Ten? We know Tony Petitti and Greg Sankey are trying to fix college football, basically saying, we want to run the show, and if you don't like it, we're going to get the hell out and take the ball with us. So for you, we got 5 storylines, all underrated. We did go over them because we didn't want to sell the same ones. I'll let you start off with the first storyline.
Mine was initially because I feel like everybody's kind of already putting them in the playoffs a little bit. I mean, I think it would be disappointing with their portal additions. I think them and Ohio State had arguably 2 of the best portal classes. I'm talking about the Ole Miss Rebels. Lane Kiffin heading into his 5th year here.
Yeah.
First year was in 2020, so heading into his 5th year. Has a lot of contributors back. Jackson Dart, Ulysses Bentley over there. Trey Harris is back. They brought in Juice Wells. Defensively, Prince Umalayan is there. Walter Nolan. I love Trey Amos transferring from Alabama. I've mentioned him. They just brought a kid in from Houston. I think earlier I saw today.
Isaiah Hamilton came in today.
Hamilton. So they're filling their voids. It's Pete Golden's 2nd year. But it kind of feels like, and I have a bunch of Ole Miss friends, it's playoff or bust. I think even for them, they're like, we invested this money from the Grove Collective, their collective run by Walker Jones. They've done a good job building this roster, and they kind of sold out for this year because they're going to lose a lot after this. I forgot to another weapon, Caden Priestcord. They had to go give a big deal to. So what if Ole Miss doesn't make the playoffs, though? What does that mean? You're going to have all these guys dispersed. What if Billy Napier has a losing record, gets fired at Florida? Not saying it's going to happen. They call Lane Kiffin. Does a 9-3 disappointing season? Is that the kind of the end of is the band broke up at that point? Like, it's almost like, hey, we're all in. Like, not saying Lane Kiffin's making a decision if he's leaving or staying at Ole Miss, which he would definitely leave Ole Miss for Florida, in my opinion.
I think I would agree.
Whether he goes 9-3 or 10-2 makes the playoffs, because I feel like you told me, Cole. If I'm wrong here, Cole, most people are assuming if you're a 10-2 team in the SEC this year, you're in the playoffs.
We're gonna get to that because I actually have a thought on this one. That's a storyline that's really important. But yes, I would say for the most part,
just putting it broad picture out there, they go 9-3, and I'm not saying they are because I think their schedule is very manageable for an SEC schedule. But what if they do go 9-3? Like, what is the feel around Oxford at that point? Because Lane Kiffin kind of, for lack of a better, he's an introvert. He's not really out there lighting the Christmas tree around the holiday season, but he is kind of the big man on campus right now. He's kind of the guy.
So
what does that mean if they go 9-3? Like, I feel like that's not discussed enough because I feel like in a 12-team playoff now, everybody, and myself included here, is penciling them in as one of the 12 representatives.
See, there's a great lesson that I learned in life from my grandfather saying, never write anything in permanent ink. And lo and behold, the second that I saw them land Walter Nolan, I immediately took my Sharpie. I went to my big board and I wrote Ole Miss CFP. It's still up there. I can't erase it.
Cole, who do you have? Let me put you on the spot here. Who do you trust more making the playoffs this year, Missouri or Ole Miss?
I'd have Missouri only because their schedule's more manageable. It's the only reason. Roster-wise, I have Ole Miss, but the schedule-wise, I go Missouri. I think they have a much cleaner
Two things can be
pathway.
true at once.
Yeah.
You're right. Better roster. Because like you said, I don't care what people. Your schedule matters.
It 100% matters.
I'm not overly fired. I think you like Missouri more than I do as a team a little bit, but I'm with you. I think to say, hey, they're a college football playoff contender and have a really good shot. The schedule. You're right. There's no denying that.
They could be a top 10 team in college football this year and actually end up being like a top 25 team because they don't have the talent, but the schedule bodes well in their favor. But I wrote in permanent marker. I had to deal with the wife. I had to deal with, buying a new big board because she got really mad at me for that. But still, I believe that much in Ole Miss. The thing that worries me with Ole Miss is where else can you get better? Because they literally filled every single hole that you wanted. They need to get better. Like Lane Kiffin came out and said after the Georgia game, we have to get better in the trenches. If we want to be on the same level as Georgia, the same level as Alabama, we got to get better in the trenches. You ain't getting much better than Princely Uan Manley Ellen and Walter Nolan. And you're still in the running to get Tyler Barron, who initially committed to you back in the building. You also have JJ Pegas. You also have Jared Ivey. You need to get better at the second level. You bring over Pooh Paul, and he is no number 2. He is a number 1. He may have Pooh in his name, but he is the king. That's what he is. Like, he plays at that level. You don't have questions in the secondary anymore. Your offense is literally probably the richest wide receiver core of talent that knows how to coexist with each other outside of Ohio State. You have a veteran quarterback. I loved the fact that they were able to get Henry Parrish back in here because Kevin Smith was a great addition for him. Yeah. He was a great teacher for him. There is something about having that relationship that carries a lot of weight. And to me, that's enough to put them in permanent marker in the playoff. You look at their schedule. There are 3 games that I think truly define where they are as a team. Arkansas, Georgia, and Florida. And the reason I have those 3 is because of you get to find out, are you up to Georgia's level? Are you not going to fall apart in the next game against Florida? Because that's going to be a trap game. You're going to be coming off of you're going to be coming off of sleep. You're going to be coming off of you're going to be coming off of a very risky game. Do you feel comfortable?
And what's Florida? You could say this too, Cole. I mean, what's Florida doing at that point?
Yeah, exactly.
That could matter. That could matter with just a Billy Napier situation.
That might be enough for where Billy ends up saving his job by beating Lane.
Right.
Like that could be one of those things. And then the Arkansas game I have on there because of I don't know what version of Arkansas we're getting, and they got to be the most wild card team out there. So I think that when you talk about them, 9-3 is not going to cut it because of 9-3 wasn't good enough last year. And now that you made history, like the whole thing with Dabo Swinney, and I bring this up with a buddy of mine all the time when he talks about how Dabo's changed what the persona is of Clemson. And people are like, well, Clemson back in the day was an 8-win team. Yeah, well, Dabo raised it. Dabo brought the bar and threw it up 50 feet and then let it hang there and said, this is our new expectation. And because if you're not being the expectation and he's getting frustrated that they're having down years, well, you put the bar there. And that's the bar right now with Ole Miss. You're coming off of the best season in college football history. You have everyone on this roster coming back and saying, look, I am buying in. I want to do the last dance. I believe that we can win a national title. It would be egregious to go 9-3 because of all you're showing is that there was so much hype around this team. We basically got to compare them to the 2011 Dream Team Philadelphia Eagles. That's the way that I would perceive it.
No, you're 100%. With the schedule and like you said, the roster retention and the guys you brought in, especially on defense from a depth standpoint, because it's always not your top 22, it's your top 40 because you're inevitably having injuries. And like you said, defensive line spots, you have to play multiple guys to stay fresh, as you know. So I'm with you, Ole Miss, but 9-3, yeah, that would be, it's crazy to say it, Ole Miss. 9-3 would be a disappointing year, but I think it would be in 24.
So my first storyline, when you look right now, I'm very excited to see what LSU's offense is going to be. I'm very excited to see what LSU could have because I believe in Garrett Nussmeier. I had a buddy who's a scout text me not too long ago and go, that 13 in Baton Rouge, do not be shocked when he starts garnering first-round interest. Okay, sure. Guys haven't played it down for more than a quarter in a lifetime, but sure, we're going to pretend that he's going to be the guy. Well, you watch this film and you're like, yeah, I can see it. They have a run game. They have 2 exceptional receivers that came on over this offseason in C.J. Daniels from Liberty and Xavier Thomas, pure speed out of Mississippi State. They have Kyron Lacey. They have a good offensive line. What if it's the same version again, where even though you get Blake Baker, even though you keep seeing progress in guys like Harold Perkins and in the secondary, you're still a defense that is not top 50? Because I think that you and I can both agree here, Dave. If LSU's defense ranked in the top 50 in every category last year, they probably win the SEC because that offense was so lethal. That offense was almost unstoppable. They wouldn't have lost to Ole Miss. They wouldn't have lost to Alabama. They would have been 11-1 going into the college football playoff, and they would have had a shot to beat, I think, Georgia. So to me, what is the persona around LSU when it comes to Brian Kelly? Because of now it's all this, well, he's done a good job keeping talent in the state of Louisiana. He's done a great job opening up the recruiting baseline past the state of Texas and past Southeast Texas and Louisiana. He's done a great job on the transfer portal track. He's retained talent. But now it just feels like, once again, we're getting to 10 wins. 10 wins is not good enough at LSU. It's never been good enough at LSU. And now when you look at their schedule, it's more relaxed. I feel confident in this LSU team. And this offense might be just as dangerous and as potent as last year, even though you don't have Mike Denbrock and even though you don't have JD5, because of the talent that was brought in. What is the persona around LSU if they were to go 9-3 again and have to settle for an average bowl game? What would that feel like?
I mean, I think they are closer to a 9-3 team than they are a playoff team as we stand on May 3rd at 3:46. I mean, if I'm being honest here, I think they are. Again, I like the Blake Baker hire. I like the Bo Davis hire. I like the Kevin Peoples hire, the Corey Raymond hire. I just don't think the personnel's there, man. And again, I don't really think that's their fault because they're just coming into it. But you keep hearing they keep swinging and missing on all these defensive tackles. But you set yourself up for failure when you're going to look for interior defensive linemen in a spring portal. It's not going to happen. Once Brian Kelly came out and said all their attention's going in the spring portal to a defensive tackle, you're already in trouble, man. It doesn't matter how good of a coach Bo Davis is. That's why I don't think it's their fault, those coaches. But I'm with you. I think LSU's staring at an 8-4, 9-3 season right in the face. I really think they are this year.
And I could see it. I could also see them go 11-1 just because this offense is so dangerous. Like just humor me for a second, Dave. Let's just say that Bo Davis works his magic, his voodoo magic in Louisiana, and he convinces Simeon Barrow to say, shove it to Coral Gables, come on down to Baton Rouge. Do you feel better about this defensive line now to where maybe a game that you think could be a loss ends up going down to the wire and maybe has a coin flip in favor of the Tigers?
Maybe, but who's after him? I mean, they got Jacoby and Guillory. It's barely played. I don't know, man. I just don't really like anybody. I'm not a big fan of the defense overall for them. Just from Harold Perkins, but again, you're still trying to figure out where he is. The secondary has big problems. They brought in Jordan Gilbert from A&M, who I think is kind of just a guy. But I think offensively, I think you nailed it. I mean, I don't think they're going to go average 45 points a game this year. But I think they could still stay in the 30 to 34 range a game.
And if they're there at 34, we're talking about top 5 team in the SEC in terms of offensive production. And so to me, and it's LSU, and the ratings are going to go through the roof, and we're going to get to that in a moment. But like when you look at LSU, it's very challenging to say that they don't belong in the playoff at a 10-2 record, even if their defense is sluggish. But that defense has got to be able to pick up its weight because of, once again, we talk about USC all the time. USC is getting steamrolled by national pundits, by media members, by fans everywhere that they had the Heisman Trophy winner and they wasted his season. I can do the same thing when it comes to LSU because that offense is almost impossible to duplicate. And you know what happened the last time that you had an offense like this? You won a national title. You watch your offense coordinator go to the NFL. You watch your defense coordinator become the head coach at Baylor. You would have fired your defensive staff entirely because if you wasted a season with Jaden Daniels.
Your defense, and you're right, that defense even in 2019 wasn't even like a shutdown D. They were just
it was a top 45 unit.
They were just good enough. Yeah.
You just need to be top 40. That no one's asking you to be this elite thing. You're asking you to just be manageable. And that's the thing when it comes to USC. Manageable wins you the Pac-12 in 2022. And you're in the playoff. And nobody's complaining about you. But because of you couldn't stop anything, that's what happens. And so the same thing. What's take number 2 for you?
I was going to go with what if Taylor Green exceeds expectations at Arkansas?
I love this take. I love this take so much.
What does that mean? I think 6-6 saves Sam Pittman this year.
I would say so.
Taylor Green, a little bit reminds me of a guy Arkansas fans would be familiar with. Probably not as big as the playmaker he is because the stats aren't going to wow you last year from Boise State, but a little bit of the long strider, deceptively fast, the Matt Jones. Matt Jones used to play quarterback. What got drafted as a receiver, I think, under Jacksonville, had some issues off the field. That's who I kind of go back and watch that film. Talking to some people in Arkansas, they're fired up about it. They were kind of addition by subtraction, they thought, with KJ Jefferson a little bit. I think they wanted him to lead a little bit more last year, and they're like, he was like, that's not my personality. They thought they needed that a little bit. They thought they have that now. Combine that with Bobby Petrino, I think they like him. That's what I brought up. Like, what does that mean for Arkansas? Again, I don't really like their defensive personnel either. So I think he could be good, and I don't know if that still equates to 6 wins because Arkansas' schedule's so tough. I mean, they may be favored in one conference game this year at Mississippi State, depending on what's going on there.
If you were to tell me right now that Taylor Green, let's just say he rushes for 800 yards. Let's say he gets like 12 touchdowns and they're all in the red zone. Let's say he throws for over 3,000 yards. Everyone in Fayetteville owes Bobby Petrino an apology. Everyone in college football has to let the joke die because of all the man does is just take quarterbacks. It doesn't matter the system. It doesn't matter the style. It doesn't matter the productivity. He just takes a dude and he molds him into a ball of clay, and he says, go out there and impress and show that I am really good at quarterback play. Because you look at Texas A&M last year, Connor Wegman was on pace to have not only one of the best seasons in A&M football history, but also I think A&M would have been a lot better than what 7-5 was. I think they would have been 8-4, 9-3. I think that you would have seen more productivity with Evan Stewart. And it was a completely different quarterback than Lamar Jackson was. And it was a completely different quarterback than what you saw with Brian Brom. And it was a completely different quarterback than what you saw with Tyler Wilson. And so Bobby's knowledge of quarterback play, I think, is just so attentive that at this point, if you go 7-5 and you have Taylor Green as an LSEC second-team quarterback, Bobby Petrino's in the running for the Borrells Award. I think so. And it's a full circle moment where
there's some wild rumors out there too, Cole. They think he may, I don't know how this would have to happen, but that he may be up for the head coaching job. If
Bobby's never going back to head coaching. I will bet I will name my first son Shoemate. That's how much I believe Bobby Petrino will never be a head coach.
Those people in Fayetteville are convinced. Again, I don't see it because I'm like, man, what are they? They'd have to be averaging 35, 40 points a game or something.
38 points minimum.
Yeah, and their defense is just giving up scores every possession, and they go 4-8, but they're averaging 35 points a game. You're right. I don't see it. I think it's a little bit more wishful thinking.
I got one for you. So number 2, we've talked about this when it comes to the college football playoff. We know, and you and I both understand this, Tony Petitti and Greg Sankey are going to play nice. As long as the as long as the playoff committee plays nice with them. It's like you give a mouse a cookie. You read the book. They want a glass of milk. Well, now they want to go party. Well, now they want to go blow up the world because it's never enough. And the same thing is going to happen with the college football playoff because once you open up Pandora's box and said, oh, yeah, 12 teams, we're good. You already have 14 in 2026. We're not even through the dozen dance, and now we got 14 teams lining up. How does this react the first year? Who is the 15? Who is the 5th team in the SEC? And let me explain why this is so important. Because I believe right now 5 teams can get in for the college football playoff in the SEC. Because it's the big brand. Media rights contract, revenue disposal. The SEC wins in every single area. They're number 1 in recruiting as a conference. They're number 1 in recruiting when it comes to revenue. They're number 1 when it comes to media rights. Let's just say it's Georgia, it's Ole Miss, it's Missouri, it's Tennessee. Let's just say Tennessee does it. And let's say South Carolina impresses somewhere out of the blue, and they go 10-2, and they kill it this year, and they're phenomenal defensively. And Lenore Sellers is him, and Rocket Sanders explodes and he blows up, and Miami's sitting there at 10-2, and Miami is a more prominent school, and they just played in an ACC title game, and they lose to Florida State, but they went 11-2. Well, Miami is going to put in more ratings than the SEC. I mean, Miami's going to put in more ratings than South Carolina. They're immediately going to be higher rated. More people are going to be tuning in. That offense is going to put in more views. And the SEC only gets 4 teams in. Is this where Sankey starts going, well, I want more representation because I don't want to be put on the same level with the ACC, with the Big 12, with anyone in the group of 5. I want 5 teams. I want a guaranteed 5 teams. And if you don't want to give me 5, then guess what? I'm going to go ahead and pull my guys. I'm going to call up Tony, and we're going to do our own thing. Because you want to know why? We believe that we are the best product and we want the most representation. So that number 5 spot to me is really interesting because if you were to say LSU I think gets in over most teams. You were to say Alabama gets in over most teams. I think Auburn, for most people, gets in over most teams. Because in the South, it's prominent. Oklahoma, Texas, all of them are prominent. But a Mississippi State, what happens there? What happens if a South Carolina or a Kentucky is the 15? And Kentucky's that team.
I think you can even throw in Missouri. I think if the shoe was on the, you said that you already had them in, but just say they were in this 5th spot. Yeah.
What happens? Because at that point, Tony and Greg, I think, have a private conversation and go, we belong with more. We do. I'm sorry. It's great that the ACC has this, but we can take the ACC teams and we can go ahead and create our own thing. We can take the teams to the Big 10, the Big 12 that we really like, and we can create our own thing. If we don't have the representation that we think we deserve, that's why that number 5 spot is so intriguing to me. That's why.
No, I agree. I think it's something like that. It's kind of the final toothpick. It falls a little bit because I don't think it's a very sturdy home right now. They're probably a little bit looking for a reason to go, hey, we're going to go take our 2 balls and go play elsewhere. We're going to take some of the teams out of your leagues. I'm looking at you, Florida State, Clemson, North Carolina, Virginia Tech. We're going to go play and do our thing. Like, you're either with it and we're going to make our own rules that we'll enforce. So I'm with you. I think something like that could be the final straw. It kind of breaks the camel's back from that standpoint.
What do you got next, Dave?
I would do what would 9-3 be be like? What would it be perceived in Tuscaloosa this year? I think the schedule's realistically, you could find 3 losses for Alabama this year.
You could. I think
You
so.
could easily. I mean, you got Georgia, you got Tennessee, you got LSU, Missouri. If they were to sneak, come into Tuscaloosa and do it. I don't know what Oklahoma's going to be, but a late November game in Norman could be tough. I think Alabama. I like Alabama against Auburn at home this year in Tuscaloosa. I'm not going to throw that one in there, but those are 5 that I just named that you're like, yeah. I mean, you could. I could find 3 losses out of those 5 right there. I'm not going to say Wisconsin yet either, but I think out of those 5, and again, I don't think Vandy or South Carolina do, but those are the 5 you could find 3. How it would be received, in my opinion, I think you would have some people, hey, it's his first year, let's give him a break, which is kind of a realistic objective opinion.
Which
but also
should be.
Yeah, and I think you're going to have some people, hey, no, what are we doing here? They expanded the play. Like, we didn't miss the playoffs when we had 4 teams. And now we're expanding. Saban's gone. We're missing a 12-team playoff. Like, what the hell's going on? Like I said, I think it's considered a successful season for Alabama this year. First year for Kalen DeBoer. Just make the playoffs. Anything after that is icing on the cake, in my opinion. I think a 10-2 finish, whatever, if you get to the SEC championship game, 11-2, 11, whatever, 12-1, whatever it is. I think if you just get to the playoffs, that's a successful year. A 9-3 season, though, I think you'd be pretty split with some fans that are a little bit, hey, are we sure this guy's the guy, or do you just kind of have 1 year at Washington? Like,
well, two years at Washington, to be fair, because if he did go 11-1, he did go 11-2 the year that they went to the Alamo Bowl. So he did.
But you know how the common fan, most fans,
they lose. Nick Saban goes 10-2. They think that the world is coming to an end. I heard multiple times how many people were ready to see him walk out the door because of we didn't go to the playoff that year. Like, that's the level of not stupidity, but just the sheer level of premature industrial smugness that Alabama fans carry themselves at times. And sometimes it's a bad look for us because of we understand it's not a rebuilding year, but it's not at the same level as what Saban was. And thank God. And I think I've told this story before, Dave. Thank God when they announced that it was going to be DeBoer, I lost it, and I was so thankful because of the second that a Kiffin walks in, the second that a Sark walks in, anybody who is associated with Nick, they're going to immediately think it has to be exactly like Nick. And thank God they went on the outside in to bring somebody who could bring in a new era and a new aura to where it wasn't just, oh, he's not good enough because Nick did this and this year. And that was it.
Kiffin would never. Saban would never.
Kiffin never. No, of course.
Sark, but you're right. Sark, they would. I think if Sark would have picked up the phone and called Greg Byrne, yeah, I think he's talking to him. But again, the other one was Mike, and I wouldn't have been fired up if it was Mike Norvell either.
Yeah. All right, real fast because we got to do rapid fire for this. I love Tennessee this year. I love their offense. And the crazy part is for me, Josh Heupel finally has the pieces that he's been looking for to make his offense float the way he wants. And that's nothing against Hendon Hooker. That's nothing against Joe Milton. But he handpicked Nico Iamaleava. And I hate comparing the NFL and college football because they're 2 different sports. Yeah, they both play with balls. Yeah, they both have 11 players. Yes, they both make grown men punch their television screens. Like, yeah, it's a common theme. But much like Trevor Lawrence, Nico Iamaleava is getting this egregious hype. And Trevor has been a good quarterback in the NFL. He has not been great. He has not been elite. He has been a top 15 quarterback in the NFL. Well, what if Nico Iamaleava is not a top 3 quarterback in the SEC? And we put this kid on the pedestal that he has to be the next Peyton Manning and be right alongside T. Martin and has to be the next great Knoxville native and elite playmaker, and he ends up going 9-3. What's going to be the persona around this kid? And is the fan base going to be willing to be patient with him after a bad game? Because they believe so highly that he could be not only the Heisman winner, but the greatest thing to walk into the SEC since Peyton departed in 1998. They believe that. And so what happens if his confidence starts getting shot because the fan base goes, this kid just doesn't have it? Because I love what they're bringing in Chris Brazzell. I love that they're bringing in Holton Stayers. I think that's a great addition from Notre Dame. That to me is where I just cannot stand it.
Yeah. What would that mean? I'm with you. I'm not saying they're going to go make a move to Gaston more the backup quarterback, but you're right. What if it is he's solid? It's just not producing. Hey, we're competing for an SEC title this year, boys. We're standing at 8-4, 9-3 in the season, and I think that's what it would be if he's not playing up to that ability. It's probably closer to 9-3. Because again, I don't really think Tennessee's schedule's that difficult. I mean, do you? I don't really think it's anything. Yeah, can I find 3 at Oklahoma? The Heupel reunion coming back there. At Arkansas, it could be a trap, tough game. At Georgia, obviously going to be tough. Alabama at home. But yeah, if Nico Amalave is not living up to expectation, yeah, that's not a good sign. Just like I think me and you talked about earlier, going to the other side of the ball. I think if James Pierce isn't producing, that's not a good sign for Tennessee either. Now, I understand people can chip him, double him with a tight end,
Right.
but that should leave somebody else affecting the quarterback and getting the pass rusher on the other side. So I think for Tennessee to go make that playoff run, I think you got to have a big year out of Nico. I think you have to have another big year out of James Pierce, not bringing him back into the conversation. But if Nico's not living up to that, hey, the crazy $7 million NIL deal we all heard about last summer that he was getting, hey, he looked great against Iowa in the bowl game. Yeah, I don't know. Do they go to the Jake Merklinger kid, the kid from Savannah? It's the freshman kid. I don't know. But, yeah, I don't think that's good for Tennessee's playoff chances if Nico doesn't live up to that expectation.
No. We got one more. We got time for one more. What do you got?
My last one here. What is underachieving for Texas look like in 2024?
So this is a really interesting question to me because I think that you look at potentially overachieving last year where you won the Big 12, you made the college football playoff, you were able to completely win in the transfer portal during the first wave. I love the addition of Bill Norton. I honestly, my favorite transfer portal addition this entire second half.
I noticed on your stuff, you do.
Bill Norton is phenomenal. And I think that he's going to fill that void lost by T'Vondre Sweat. So to me, you think that you're pulling up to the big boy table with your chair, ready to smile and go, no. Auburn, you're going to sit at the kids' table now. This is my part. I'm sticking around here. Not you anymore. This is me. So I really am intrigued to say it is a major jump. And I think that every other team in college football that is making a transition to another conference, whether it be SMU to the ACC, whether it be Colorado to the Big 12, we're willing to give them a little bit of a pass. We're willing to give them a little bit of a break. I don't think we're doing that with Texas. I think Texas, we're expecting to be 10-2, 11-1, year one in the SEC. Because last year, they beat Alabama against Nick Saban in the house that Saban built. To me, that's a big deal. And that's raised the expectation in Austin.
No, absolutely. I mean, I think an underachieving year is not making the playoff, especially you made it. Like you said, the Big 12, you made a 4 team. Why couldn't you make a 12 team? But I've seen some of your stuff too. You've mentioned it on the SEC Unfiltered stuff. Go check out Cole's videos if you hadn't seen already. The reason why, and I think Texas fans who listen to this show, they know why. They were good in the trenches last year. Like you said, you're not replacing the Byron Murphys, the T'Vondre Sweats already. I think Vernon Broughton could be a good player. I think Alfred Collins is a good player. I remember us recruiting him when I was at Texas A&M. Justice Finkley. And I remember when I was in the state of Alabama, we were recruiting him. I like some of their guys in their front as well. I mean, I like David Benda. It's just, I think they're in that front seven. They're going to take a step back and they're going into a big boy league where it is a line of scrimmage league. So I think last year, Texas is right up their top. They're playing for the SEC championship game last year against Georgia instead of Alabama. They were a top 2 team in the SEC last year, top 3, depending on how you wanted to go at the end of the year. But you're losing the anchor to what made you so good last year and why. We've talked about it before, Cole. There's always big interior, even going back to teams that aren't great. You talked about LSU's national championship team. They had some interior disruptors. Auburn's 2010 team, we're going back a little bit. It wasn't a great D, but they had Nick Fairley on the inside. That was a big disruptor. If you have disruptors, that changes the game. I don't think Texas has disruptors this year, so I think they do take a step back in the front seven this year.
Again, I think Bill Norton's going to come in and be that T'Vondre Sweat. My question is, who's going to be the Byron Murphy? Because the thing that really worked with these two together, they could coexist because one was just bull rushing and using front force to move somebody. The other one was slippery as all hell, getting past that first and second block to be able to get in the backfield and create a play. And that was why one won the Outland Trophy, which is basically Fat Man Heisman, and the other one won Big 12 defensive lineman of the year. And so you have a replacement with one. I don't know if you have it with the other. My last one for you. When is Vanderbilt going to wake up? When is Vanderbilt going to wake up? And what I mean by this is I've already talked about at some point, I do believe that if we don't get exactly the way the college football playoff works in favor of the Big Ten and the SEC, they're going to go off and do their own thing. And they're going to take whoever the hell they want with them. And they're going to say, we're our own thing. Like there's conversations right now, potentially being a group of 5 college football playoff. And I'm for it. I'm 100% for it because I think that at that point, you're walking away feeling a lot more confident in yourself and you're playing for something other than just, oh, we're respected and we get to lose in the first round to some random team. That's the way I feel about it. But Vanderbilt, they've had 2 winning seasons since 2000. They've had the most head coach turnover in the SEC since 2000 at 6. They have had more double-digit losing seasons than winning seasons in the last 2 decades.
Yeah.
Are we having to take to take Vanderbilt to the new SEC? Because of the one thing that I can appreciate from Chip Kelly more than anything else, he was right when he talked about realignment. We're doing it all for college football. It doesn't matter what happens with basketball. It doesn't matter what happens with baseball. It doesn't matter about the rivalries in softball. What matters is football. And football, if you want the best product on the field, why are you taking Vanderbilt? Why would you take Vanderbilt when Florida State wants to come ahead and join and they're going to be a 13-0 team? And they can be a 13-0 team. And Vanderbilt's what? 6-6 at best in a brand new SEC. When they get all the revenue, they don't spend money when it comes to NIL. They aren't aggressive when it comes to the recruiting trail. Clark Lee, who is that's his alma mater, is on thin ice in Nashville right now. They're singing a sad tune every year. Do we start to look at Greg Sankey looking past this SEC and going, I can make some changes? Vanderbilt, thank you, man. Listen, Swanee was a really cool town. Georgia Tech, really good team at one point. They had their own grand adventures. We wish you the best of luck. We're going to go add Miami now. We're going to go add North Carolina now. We're going to keep in the SEC region, but sorry, hate to break it to you, but in a brand new version of this, you just aren't cutting it.
Yeah, I mean, I think if we had this conversation 3 or 4 years ago, no. And I think Sankey came out with a statement about it, maybe at SEC Media Day, talking about how, no, he's loyal to the original members and stuff like that. But, hey, it's a business at the end of the day. It's like I tell people who are massive, hey, why can't we go back to how it was before? I have family members at Texas all the time. It's like, I mean, at the end of the day, it's always been a business, but it's even more a business now when you can turn on that television and these teams, conferences collect millions of dollars. And like you said, it's a football-driven world.
It has to be.
I love college basketball, and to an extent basketball, but not as much as football. Definitely not baseball. I mean, I saw some, what was it, I think 3 or 4 years ago, LSU baseball, who's at the prime, only brought in $800,000 in a single season. And you're not getting any more attendance. Yeah. So to your point, I think 3 or 4 years ago, I think Sankey big. Nah, today's time, I think he's like, yeah, what are these guys bring? They just bring paper towels to every party. They don't bring any recipes or casserole. They just kind of bring the paper towels, but we can replace that. We can find a guy or a woman down the street in our neighborhood, using an analogy, hey, she makes a hell of an apple pie, and she'll also bring some of those paper towels as well. So I think it's a little bit of, yeah, it's just so we're moving to this super league now, like you said, Big Ten, SEC, where it may be like, hey, man, I appreciate you, but we're moving in a different direction.
It's like crazy because also you got to look at other little things, such as you just brought up the analogy when it comes to the cookout. Like, you can go ahead and have somebody who they have the cake. We got to pay for the beer, but they have the cake, and we want to have the cake. The cake is Miami, and Miami wants to go ahead and join, and the paper plates with the apple pie is Florida State, and they bring in revenue. You don't. They actually try when it comes to the transfer portal. You don't. This is a business decision. At the end of the day, that's what it is. Before we get on out of here, guys, thank you so much for being a part of this show. Make sure that also you hit subscribe here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Follow us at SEC Unfiltered. I want to get your thoughts real fast, Dave. Keep one, cut one. Who is the one player in the transfer portal that you believe is going to absolutely hit it out of the park in the SEC for 2024?
We talked about this one a little bit off here. I think the obviously ones, the Walter Nolans, I mean, Caden Proctor fits that mold, even though he played at Alabama last year, but technically it's somebody they're getting back. I mentioned him earlier on the honorable mention, Trey Amos, the original Louisiana Lafayette corner. When he played at Alabama last year, when he got his minutes, really that second half against Tennessee stood out. When Terry Arnold went out with a concussion, I think he stepped up, had a big second half to help Alabama come back and win that game. Ole Miss gets him. He's with Pete Golden. I think he's going to be one of those key guys on the back end that help Ole Miss get to the playoffs. So I'm going to keep him. And then I mentioned a guy earlier too, probably a guy I'm not keeping. Again, I like a lot of the SEC's takes.
Yeah.
From the transport, but probably Jaron Gilbert.
Really?
A&M transfer.
Jaron Gilbert?
LSU. Yeah. Not a big fan of him. Think he takes bad angles on the back end. Not a great tackler in open field. I mean, we see that a lot last year. Florida I think Jalen Kimber put on a clinic on how not to tackle on the perimeter last year. But specifically, Gilbert, that's one of the – again, I think it's more so because I liked a lot of them, and I'm not usually a guy that's overly optimistic or a fence rider guy. I like to think I call it like I see it. But just going through the list, and I was like, man, the only real guy I just don't really – I wasn't a big fan of because I didn't really like him at A&M was Jordan Gilbert. So I'm going to use him. I'm going to sell him if we're going from that standpoint. But no, going back, I'm going to keep a guy on the back end. I'm going to lose him as well.
So I'm going to kind of keep it with this network, Texas Sports Unfiltered, just for our first show. Thank you all for tuning in today. We'll be back here very soon. We're very excited to be a partner with Texas Sports Unfiltered. I'll go with 2. Number 1, I love Silas Bolden. I absolutely love Silas Bolden. I think that he is going to be a monster on the 40 acres. There is speed, and then there's him. And his speed is electric. And the crazy part is we haven't seen him in Austin yet. He stayed in Corvallis to graduate. He's coming on in. I think he picks up the pieces very similar to what we saw with Keon Coleman down in Tallahassee last year. He's going to be a go-to target. He is going to be a household name. And then the name that we talked about. We haven't talked about him yet, but we've talked about his university. He has been heralded for making one of the biggest plays in college football recent memory. And because of Jalen Milroe on 4th and 31, this man sitting at the back of the end zone was able to make a highlight play. I don't know if Isaiah Bond's going to hit in Austin. I don't. Because there are so many mouths to feed in this offense, somebody has got to take the brick. It's going to be Amari Niblack. Is it going to be Matthew Golden, the transfer from Houston? Jonte Cook is going to cook against everybody this year. He is not a number 2. He wears number 2. He is a number 1 receiver. You talk to people in Austin, they love Jonte Cook. They believe that he can be at the same level as Xavier Worthy. Who's the odd man out? To me right now, it's Isaiah Bond. I think that Bolden's going to take over in some capacity. I think that you're going to have Golden take over in some capacity. I think you're going to have Cook be making some plays, Niblack making some plays. They got some young receivers below them too. Somebody has to be just not getting enough plays. And you're going to get the frustration. I think that frustration comes with Isaiah Bond. He will be remembered in Tuscaloosa for one of the biggest moments against a rival. I think he's just going to be another name in Texas's offense. That's just the way I view it right now.
I like that. Because to me, Isaiah Bond isn't a number 1 guy.
No.
He's a number 2, 3 guy in a perfect world. I agree. Too many mouths to feed.
It's one of those things where it could go great. It just has to hit. But there you guys have it. Thank you so much for joining us here on SEC Unfiltered as part of a partnership with Texas Sports Unfiltered. Follow my co-host, Dave Shoemate. Dave, what you got going on this weekend? Anything fun?
Shoot, just packing, man. We're moving up to me and the wife. We're moving to Atlanta probably here in mid-June. So we'll be prime Southeast country is where she's from. Again, I worked in college football for 10 years, 8 in the SEC. Promise we lived in 8 places in 10 different years. So I promised her we get back to Atlanta. So that's what I'm doing. What about you, brother?
So you're packing this weekend. I am sleeping. I am literally going to just pass. Yeah, I am catching up. When you work in the NFL draft, you work in college football, when you cover the NFL, you take your off days and you just go and take it all. Thank you so much for being a part of this show. Make sure that you're following us on social media, TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, at SEC Unfiltered. Download the podcast version of the show. Like, rate, subscribe. Make sure that also you're following us on social media at Mach 10 Sports, at Mr. Cole Thompson. Bucky and BK will be back on Monday. We love you guys. We are so excited to be a partnership. And until next time, as the one and only, and I thought I planned this out so well, and I already screwed it up. In the great words of Tom Petty, take it easy.